Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Undying Fire, City of Secrets in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 17, Desperate Measures. You seem on edge. Sokka made a non-committal grunt as Mai took a seat next to him on the floor in the small apartment. It had been easy enough to explain to Jet, Smeller B and Longshot what had happened at Lake Laogai. It had been even easier to get their support. The freedom fighters had never liked corruption and inequality, and the Dai Li had been using both to maintain power over the city. That wasn't the problem. No, what troubled Sokka was the information Jet had offered in return. Why stop at just getting your friends back? Why not make a real difference? We have a plan. Sokka cast a glance at Longshot, who was busy sharpening arrows on the other side of the room. He had not said a word to them so far. Smeller B and Jet were also out of their hair for now, Smeller B because she was helping Shizue set up the adjoining room as a makeshift cell for Long Feng, and Jet had left to listen out for any news and meet up with one of the other occupants of the apartment. It seemed the freedom fighters had made 2 new friends during their journey to Ba Sing Se. Sokka wasn't too worried about the girl's cousins who had fled from Omashu, but he couldn't deny that something niggled. What do you think of their plan? He asked. The revolution. Mai gave a one-shouldered shrug. It's well thought out, I suppose. He nodded. The plan was rather brilliant. The lower ring might be the poorest of the poor and have no political footing, but it had enough people to outnumber the middle and upper rings several times over. People who could bend, people who could fight, people who worked the fields and were the main providers of food for the rest of the city. Listed together like that, Sokka could see that these weren't just refugees and nobodies who had been crammed together behind a wall. These were people with power. All they needed was a leader, someone to bring them together and show them how to rise up. Sokka could even admit that he agreed with the principles behind the revolution. The lower ring did deserve better. So why was he reluctant to give the plan his approval? Maybe I'm just overthinking things, he muttered, trying to shrug off the ill feeling that twisted his gut. It's not like we have any better options. Their group had been reduced to 3. That was not enough to stop the Dai Li. More importantly, he'd been presented with an idea that was not only in motion but could actually see him rescue not just Toph, Iroh, and Judy, but also put a stop to all the brainwashing and corruption. Sokka would be a fool to dismiss such an offer. True, there were things about the plan that troubled him. He especially didn't like the idea that innocent people might get caught up in the fighting, but Jet had promised this wouldn't be like Gapan. Jet said that he had learned his lesson. We're going to make this work, Sokka. You're worried about your friends, right? With Rulan's plan, we can get them back. We can stop the Dai Li. Sokka let out a breath. Well, at least the idea to start a revolution hadn't been Jet's. Maybe it was petty, but he couldn't stomach the idea that he would have to rely on one of Jet's plans to save his friends. Jet had been impossible in the past, all the jibes and the way people had just naturally listened to him. Even if Sokka had ended up outsmarting him in the end, the reminder that he had been made to look incompetent next to Jet was not one he needed right now. The tip of a finger pressed into Sokka's forehead, right between his brows. He blinked. The pressure only lasted a second before Mai pulled her finger away. What the heck? He exclaimed, rubbing the spot. She had pushed pretty hard. What was that for? It worked, didn't it? Huh? What worked? She got to her feet. You're no longer frowning. Sokka's mouth dropped open to give him the unflattering likeness of a fish. That's your way of cheering someone up. Who said I was trying to cheer you up? Your brooding was just so obvious that I could practically hear your inner monologue. Sokka scrunched his face, trying to work out whether she was being serious or not. It was hard to tell with her sometimes. Mai's lips twitched a little, it seemed she was entertained by his struggle. Not that her amusement lasted for long. She edged closer to the window and peered onto the street, careful to keep out of sight. I suppose we're going to be shut up in here for a while, she observed. Even dressed as lower ring refugees, we're too recognizable to the Dai Li. Probably. She gave up on looking out the window and leaned back against the wall, folding her arms across her chest. It occurred to Sokka that, for all her blasé attitude, Mai was a restless person. She had been fidgeting this entire time, whether it was with a knife, her bandages, or just shifting into a different position. Then again, perhaps this was just her way of expressing her unease. Mai didn't like to talk about her feelings. In truth, neither did Sokka. He much preferred to be the optimist and keep people in a good mood. The problem was that he had seen Aang get hit. He had seen Aang flicker out of the avatar state and fall to the ground, seen him lie there lifeless. Sokka knew that unless Katara had managed to work a miracle, there was a chance that Aang might have died, especially if it was true that Zuko had risked linking to Aang when his own chi had been so depleted. Don't think about it. You can't jump to conclusions. Katara was with the boys. She had managed to get away from the Dai, and he knew she would never give up. There was still hope. The door to the side room slid open. Smellerbee came out, but Shizue stayed in the room to act as a guard. The agreement was that someone would always be with Longfeng to make sure he couldn't escape. Sokka wasn't looking forward to when it was his turn. He couldn't stand to look at the man right now. In fact, it was only because of Shizue that Longfeng had even been brought along with them. She seemed to think the bastard could still be of use. Our guest is all settled in, Smellerbee said with a vicious little smile. I don't think he's too happy with his new home, but what matters is that he won't be getting out unless we say so. Good. Mai stepped away from the wall. We can't afford to have him escape. Sokka said nothing. He didn't care any more about Longfeng. He just wanted his sister and friends back. All of them back. Besides, it wasn't like holding Longfeng hostage had helped them before. The Dai had still attacked. Smellerbee took a seat next to Longshot. So, Luan. A chirpy voice drifted up to them from the stairwell. Mai froze. Even Sokka stiffened and stared at the door to the apartment. He knew that voice. Looks like Dandan is back, Smellerbee observed. Dandan. She's Rulan's cousin. Smellerbee shrugged. Dandan isn't too bad. A bit obsessed with boys and likes to talk about auras a lot, but you get used to her. Mai sucked in a breath. She tried to adjust the bandages on her face so that more of her features were covered. Sokka grabbed her by the arm, dragging her towards the side room where Longfeng was being contained. She did not protest. Don't mention we're here to those girls, Sokka said to Smellerbee and Longshot. Wah. Just don't. He hissed. He slid open the door and tugged Mai inside with him, hurriedly shutting them off from the main room. Longfeng was on the floor and bound with rope to restrict all movement so as not to allow him to earthbend. Shizue had been holding a knife close to his face, perhaps in the act of interrogating him, but she paused at their entrance. Her brow furrowed. What's wrong? She asked, straightening to her full height. We might have just screwed ourselves over by coming here, Sokka admitted. Those two girls are. Mai clamped a hand over his mouth. She held his gaze and placed her finger to her lips, then released him and moved closer to the door. Sokka let out a breath. Very carefully, Mai opened the door a crack. He joined her and stared through the gap into the main room. Longshot was still sharpening his arrows. Smellerbee was next to him and doing a good job of acting like nothing was out of the ordinary. So far so good. The front door was ajar and Sokka could hear the chirpy-voiced girl saying goodbye to someone on the other side. He swallowed. Please let it just be a coincidence, he chanted in his mind. Please let it not be her. Then I'll see you tomorrow, the chirpy voice said. Yup, see you tomorrow. Mai twitched. The other female who had spoken was not familiar to Sokka, but her voice seemed to have struck a chord with Mai. He wanted to ask why and whether he should be worried, but then the owner of the chirpy voice entered the apartment and all he could do was inhale sharply. The clothes were different, all brown plainness instead of pink flamboyancy, but the girl's long hair was pulled back into a plait and there was no mistaking her pretty features. It was Ty Lee. We have to get out of here, Sokka whispered. If she's here then that Rulan person claiming to be her cousin has to be Angela. Mai said nothing. She seemed rooted to the spot, just staring through the gap. Ty Lee was busy greeting Smellerbee and Longshot and telling them all about her night out with Rulan, some person named Jin, and her friends from the street performance troupe. Longshot said nothing, but Smellerby offered the odd response here and there. Not that Ty Lee was put off by their lack of interest. It's a shame Rulin left when Jet turned up, Ty Lee said with a pout. Maybe next time I can. Shizue pulled Mai and Sokka away from the door, even as Ty Lee's voice continued to drift through to them. Sokka noticed that Shizue had gagged Longfeng just in case he tried to give away their presence. Is that girl dangerous? Shizue demanded in a whisper. Sokka glanced at Mai. She was my friend before I betrayed Azula, Mai admitted. I don't know how she would react if she saw me. Her one good eye narrowed, the only one exposed thanks to the bandages covering most of her face. I'm going out there. Wait, Sokka said, grabbing her wrist. You're still injured and we don't know if... Mai shrugged him off. If Azula really is Rulin, then that means she's planning to use these people to start a revolution for her own reasons. We can't let her get her way. You've seen for yourself how much damage she can cause when left unchecked. Sokka swallowed. Yes, he had seen it. That was also why he wasn't sure if revealing themselves now was a good idea. Ty Lee they could handle, but Azula was a powerful bender. Worse, she was ruthless. There was no saying how she would react if her cover was exposed. Sokka had been lucky last time to catch her off guard, he didn't think he'd have the same luck this time. Plus, Mai was injured and only had a few weapons at her disposal, not to mention they were all fugitives and worn out from a previous battle. There was a window in the room. They could escape right now and try to meet with Katara. They could figure out a new plan and... Move aside, Shizue said calmly. He blinked. The boy is right that you should not push yourself, Shizue said to Mai. Let me handle this. Mai opened her mouth to argue, but Shizue didn't wait for a response. She shoved them behind her and thrust the door open, blocking them from view as she walked into the main room. The knife that she had been holding was nowhere to be seen. Sokka knew that meant nothing. A chi blocker's greatest weapon was her bare hands. Ty Lee tilted her head in confusion. Who are you? Her brow creased. Have we met somewhere B? Shizue moved swiftly. Ty Lee just managed to dodge the punch that came for her arm. Her eyes widened and she flipped away to land in a crouch on the stone bench. Hey! Ty Lee stammered. Shizue charged again. Smellerby and Longshot were startled into action. The bow and arrow were got ready while Smellerby scrambled to her feet and demanded to know what was going on. Why was Shizue attacking Dandan? What had happened? Someone better give me some answers now. Smellerby said, unsheathing her dagger. Or I'll. Sokka dashed out and grabbed her wrist. Don't. Dandan isn't who you think she is. Smellerby let out a breath. The sound of the front door opening distracted everyone. Well, almost everyone. Shizue took advantage of Ty Lee's lapse of attention to get in a few jabs to her arm. There was a cry and Ty Lee backed up towards the window, her left arm rendered useless. You're... Ty Lee paled. You're a chi blocker. That was when Jet entered the apartment, followed by a shorter girl in a green dress. Sokka's heart lurched. He almost didn't recognize Azula in her refugee attire. The lack of armor and the fact she had her hair plaited instead of pulled into a topknot with the royal headpiece made her look less imposing. Still, the way her eyes swiftly took in the scene and sharpened in a calculating manner was all too familiar. What's going on? Jet demanded. He unsheathed his hooked blades and took a step towards Shizue. You. Sokka pulled himself together. Jet, listen to me. These girls are... Yes. Azula cut in smoothly. We're what? Sokka found he couldn't finish the sentence. Azula had made sure that he'd seen the way she'd given a pointed glance at Shizue before raising her eyebrow at him. The threat was unmistakable. If he blew her and Ty Lee's cover, she would not hesitate to bring him and Shizue down with her. Damn it. He'd hoped that Azula would not recognize her, but he guessed that was too much to ask. At least Mai had stayed out of sight. Azula raised her hands in an appeasing gesture, though it also put her in a position to make a quick attack. Let's not be too hasty here. You're shocked to see us, I'm sure, but that's no reason for us to fight. Her lips curved into a smile. Jet has told me all about your problem. I can help, you know. He couldn't stop the snort that escaped his lips. You want to help? Why not? Her gaze flickered to Shizue, who still stood poised to attack. You've also surprised me today. I have no desire to fight you. Jet blinked and glanced between the two. Wait, you all know each other? Yes, Angela answered calmly, though I'm afraid our past encounters have not been very pleasant. That's an understatement, Sokka muttered. Still, he was doing some quick thinking. It seemed that Shizue's presence had given Angela pause enough to make her curious and cooperative. Either that or she just really didn't want to have her cover blown. In truth, it surprised him that she had even offered a truce. Surprised and unsettled. He'd thought she'd attack them straight off, at the very least try to escape with Ty Lee before the freedom fighters could turn on her, but she seemed different to how he'd last seen her. More in control. It was not a comforting sight. This girl had practically burned half of Mai's face off, she had tried to mortally wound her brother, torture Aang, and she had almost killed Chang Pua. He knew he could not lower his guard around her. Well, Angela said. Will you accept my truce so we can speak to each other like civilized people? Her eyes gleamed. Right now our goals are the same. Isn't it worth at least listening to what I have to say? Sokka swallowed and shifted on his feet. His pulse was throbbing uncomfortably in his neck. A part of him wanted to scream no, to shout that she and Ty Lee were the enemy and needed to be stopped, but the words got clogged in his throat. It was Angela's smile that kept him in check. Too confident. Too amused. She was outnumbered, yet she still made him feel like a plaything who had stumbled into her web. This is my domain, her smile told him. Do you really think a non-bender like you can stop me? He clenched his hands into fists. Ty Lee glanced between them with wide eyes. Shizue had her gaze trained on the two girls, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The tension was thick and choking. One wrong move and someone was going to get hurt. Maybe many of them. It was something Sokka instinctively knew. Will someone please tell me what's going on? Smellerbee demanded. Jet lowered his hook swords. I'd like to know that as well. He frowned at Sokka. You're acting like Rulin and Dandan are your enemies. That's because they are. He wanted to scream. A hand touched his shoulder. He flinched and saw that Mai had moved to stand behind him. Ty Lee frowned when she spotted the heavily bandaged girl, but it was the way Angela's eyes lit up that unnerved him. Had Mai been recognized? Were the bandages, ragged brown clothes, and short hair enough? You must be Luan, Angela observed. I heard there was a third person. That means the head of the Dai Li is in that room. Mai nodded. I see. Angela casually put herself in the best position to guard or attack. Well then, now that we've all assembled, why don't you tell me your answer? Will you accept my truce? Mai leaned in close to him, he could feel her breath tickling his skin. Accept, she whispered in his ear. Sokka closed his eyes. He wasn't sure why Mai wanted him to accept, but he knew why he could not bring himself to expose Angela. This was the only way to avoid any casualties. All right, he said in resignation. We'll listen to what you have to say. Angela lowered her hands. I'm glad to hear it. She turned to Jet and touched his arm in an oddly intimate gesture. I'm sorry, but can you give us a moment? His eyes narrowed. Rulin. We've all done things we regret, she said softly, almost as if she was trying to remind him of something. I never asked you to tell me your story. Don't make me tell you mine. Her hand slid down to intertwine their fingers. This is our new beginning, Jet. Let's keep it that way. Let's not taint what we have in Ba Sing Se with the bad things of the past. Sokka raised his eyebrow. Well. Now that was a development he had not been expecting. He found it hard to believe that Angela was being genuine, but he had to give her credit, she knew how to make it look believable. Even he would have been fooled had he not known that she was, deep down, just a calculating monster. Nothing was off the table when it came to Angela. Not even manipulating Jet through his heart, it seemed. There was a long pause as Jet stared into her eyes. Smellerbee, long shot. He turned away from her and sheathed his swords. Let's go. Smellerby made a frustrated sound. But Rulin and Dandan want some privacy. I'm sure they'll tell us anything we need to know. Jet glanced back at Angela. Right. Of course. She smiled at Smellerby and Longshot. We're all friends, aren't we? Longshot's expression remained impassive, but Smellerby looked as if she'd just bit into a lemon. Interesting. Still, they did not put up any resistance and followed Jet out of the apartment. Sokka let out a breath once the door had closed behind them. He half expected Angela to try attack now that the odds were more in her favor, but she just waited until she was sure the freedom fighters were out of earshot. Is Mother here? Angela demanded, fixing her gaze on Shizue. There was no attempt at charm now. She was all business. Shizue's brow creased. Mother. My mother, the woman you used to serve. Ring any bells? Aha. Ty Lee pointed her finger at Shizue. That's why you seemed so familiar. I knew I recognized your face from somewhere. She tilted her head. But, wow, I had no idea you were a chi blocker. Shizue blinked and, for the first time, lowered her guard. You know me. Silence greeted her words. The stunned expression on Angela and Ty Lee's faces would have been amusing had Sokka not realized that it was likely for this purpose to learn more about her mother that had made Angela far more cooperative than usual. He cleared his throat. Shizue's memory isn't the best right now, he explained. She was brainwashed by the Dai Li into becoming a Judy. The mind control was broken when we were fighting Long Feng, but I don't think everything has gone back to normal. He glanced at the older woman. Right. Shizue nodded. There are many things that don't add up in my mind. Her tone darkened. That man has a lot to answer for. I will make him tell me everything. Sokka had no doubt that man was referring to Long Feng. He also couldn't deny that he felt just a teeny bit unnerved. One thing was for sure, Shizue was no pacifist. Then I guess you can't answer my questions until you get your memories back, Angela said, staring intently at her. Shizue did not refute this claim. Angela tsked and threw a glance at the room where Long Feng was still being contained. Sokka couldn't help but twitch. Mai had moved to stand close to the door so as to keep an eye on Long Feng. That placed her right in Angela's line of sight. It made him uneasy, made him feel a rush of protectiveness. He had to repress the urge to stand in front of Mai like a shield. She would not take kindly to such behavior, and he still wasn't sure if Angela had figured out her identity. It was better to act like nothing was wrong, better to just be calm and not draw further attention. But that didn't make staying silent any easier. Even now, Angela was observing Mai from head to foot, taking in every detail. Her eyes narrowed a fraction on the bandages. So, you go by Rulin and Dandan here? Sokka asked quickly. He wanted to distract her from trying to engage Mai in conversation. Angela shifted her gaze back to him. Yes. To Jet and the others we are just normal refugees. I would like to keep it that way. Because you want to use them to take over the city, right? Her lips quirked at his dry tone. Ask yourself this, how am I, someone who is currently without the support of an army, supposed to take over the city once I help the people of the lower ring gain power? They'd turn on me the moment they found out my intentions. I'm sure you have a plan for that, Sokka muttered. You always do. It's true I like to be prepared, but in this case you're mistaken. She shook her head. Maybe at first my plan was to infiltrate Ba Sing Se to pursue the Avatar, but things have changed now. After living here as a refugee, after spending time with Jet and the others and experiencing for myself what it means to be under an oppressive regime, I've found myself caring less about revenge or conquering cities for my father. A shrug. I just want to help these people. Is that so hard to believe? Mai made a sound that might have been a snort. She covered it with a cough, but it still made Angela send her a sharp look. I think Luan shares my doubts, Sokka observed. You'll have to excuse us if we don't seem sold by your words. I mean, you are the girl who tried to kill me and my friends every time you came across us, never mind what you did to your own friend when she went against your orders. His voice hardened. I don't know what game you're trying to pull, but this isn't a game. Angela lowered her gaze to her hands. I know I've acted like a monster. My brother, I lost them both because I reacted poorly to being crossed. Sokka raised his eyebrow. That's a euphemistic way to put it. She spread her hands. Fine. I was cruel. I wanted to punish them, and I did punish them. You don't have to believe me when I say I regret my choices. I'll even admit I would not have hesitated to hurt you today had you exposed us. She met his gaze. But that's the thing, I may not be a nice person, but I am serious when I say I don't want to fight you. We both want to bring down the Daily. Instead of wasting energy fighting each other, why not work together? It's the logical choice. Her gaze flickered to Shizue. Besides, I want to learn what happened to Mother. If I can help get your memories back, Shizue, I will. His brow creased. She sounded sincere, but he remembered what had happened the last time Aang had trusted this girl's word. Didn't Zuzu ever tell you? I always lie. Sokka glanced at Mai. She did not say a word, but he could tell she was watching Angela intently. Meanwhile, Ty Lee had recovered the full use of her arm and was now perched on the ground. If he had hoped to glean a hint of the real truth from her, he was disappointed. Ty Lee always looked good-humored, but that also made her unreadable. There was no way to tell what she was really thinking. What Rulin says makes sense, Shizue said, perhaps sensing his unease. The plan she has come up with is the best chance you have for saving your friends. Remember, you are not up against a few enemies. You are up against an entire regime. She shook her head, and when she spoke again her tone was blunt. This isn't something you can overcome on your own. The Avatar was the most powerful of you all and he has fallen to the Daily. Consider that before you make a decision based on emotions. Sokka's stomach twisted. He knew what Shizue said was true, that relying on luck just wasn't going to cut it anymore, but the thought of working with Angela still made him sick. He'd given Angela a chance to talk, he'd heard her out just like she asked, but that didn't mean he wanted to ally himself with her. She was a vicious, calculating monster. She had done so many horrible things. Unforgivable things. He couldn't imagine how Mai must be feeling. Then again, it was Mai who had told him to listen to what Angela had to say. How can you stand this? He wanted to yell at Mai. How can you be so calm while the girl who burned your face smiles and claims she wants to work together? Mai met his gaze as if bitten by his thoughts. The bandages covered most of her face except for her mouth and right eye, making it hard to read her expression. Still, he realized that her silence spoke enough. It was true that Mai was reserved, but she always made herself heard when it mattered. Now that he thought about it, she had been the one who had not wanted to run. She had claimed that Angela was too dangerous to leave unchecked. But we cannot stop her now. Not like this. The thought seemed to pass between them. Sure, they could try to do some damage. Shizue might even chi-block Angela and nullify the threat, but that still took time. Angela did not need much. A few seconds was all it had taken to strike Iroh with lightning. A few seconds would do so much more to one of them now that there was no healer in the group. Wasn't that why he had been so hesitant to expose Angela and Ty Lee in the first place? Sokka let out a breath. Fine, he gritted out. We'll go along with you for now, but don't think this means I trust you. He pointed at her. I'll be watching you and happy jabby fingers over there to make sure you don't try to pull anything. Angela smiled. That's fine. I'm not asking for your trust. I'm just asking for your cooperation. His lips thinned. He really didn't like this, but he couldn't see a better option. Ty Lee flipped to her feet. Then I guess this makes us partners. She was suddenly in front of Mai and grinning. Let's work well together. Mai paused before giving a slight nod. Sokka repressed a frown and glanced at Shizue, perhaps hoping for some reassurance that he had made the right decision. She just raised her eyebrow. Don't look to me, her gaze seemed to say. If you're going to doubt yourself already, you might as well give up. Right. Shizue wasn't the cuddly, comforting type. He needed Iroh for that. Shizue dismissed him and headed towards the side room. I have some unfinished business with Long Feng, she said bluntly. I'll leave you all to sort out the rest of the details. The door was shut behind her. Now he was left with Mai and the two girls. Angela seemed to feel they had discussed enough, because she said she would let Jet know about the truce. She was sure she knew where he and the freedom fighters would be waiting. Just remember, Angela said, throwing him and Mai one of her sharp looks, our names are Rulan and Dandan. Don't mess up. We won't. Angela nodded and left the room. He let out a breath. A part of him was still trying to come to terms with the fact that he'd just agreed to work with the girl whose sadistic actions had almost driven him to take her life. It was surreal. Surreal and alarming. He found himself turning to Tai Li. Can she really be trusted? He asked. There was no need to say who, though Tai Li still blinked in wide-eyed astonishment as if she couldn't understand why he was asking her such a question. You heard her for yourself. She doesn't want to fight you. Maybe not now, Sokka allowed, but that's only because it would be inconvenient to her. Tai Li winked. Then don't make it convenient. Without waiting for a response, she flittered off to the kitchen area to make some tea for everyone. Sokka's frown deepened. He wasn't sure if Tai Li had tried to give him a warning or if she was just teasing him for being paranoid. Either way, he couldn't help but worry. This alliance was akin to wrapping himself up in a spider-wasp's web. The test was to see if he could avoid the sting. Be careful of what you say to Tai Li, Mai murmured, soft enough so only he could hear. She appears harmless, but she'll report everything back to Angela. He swallowed. It seemed the battle of wits had already started. Noted. Mai turned away, but he found himself grabbing her wrist. Hey, are you sure you're okay with this? He asked. Working with them, I mean. Just say the word and we can leave. I'm sure we can figure something out. I think we both know that isn't an option. He lowered his gaze. True enough. Maybe he was even just looking for an excuse to escape. So many people had already got hurt. He was beginning to doubt his abilities. He was beginning to doubt he could be a leader or make a difference. Put simply, he worried that he might not be a match for Angela. A finger pressed against his forehead, directly between his brows. This time his lips twitched into a smile. Internal monologue too loud again. Louder than Iroha's snores, Mai deadpanned. He laughed softly. I'll work on that. She nodded and moved away to give him some space. By the time Angela and the others returned, he couldn't say that he was feeling confident that everything would work out the way he wanted. However, his determination had been sparked. If he couldn't beat Angela now, he would just have to become stronger, be even smarter. He'd have to beat her at her own game, because Shizue was right about one thing, Aang would not swoop in to save the day this time. People were relying on him, Sokka the non-bender, and he refused to lose anyone else. This time, he had to win. Oh. A lamp flickered near the window. Drunken voices drifted up from the street, getting rowdier by the second. That was fine. Angela wanted the sound to cover her conversation. With so many people crammed into one tiny apartment, there wasn't much chance to get any privacy. It was frustrating, but she knew it also worked in her favor. Their new guests were just as restricted. In any case, she had offered to visit Jin with Tai Li to see if they could borrow some bedding. It was the only way to get a moment alone. Are you sure about this? Tai Li asked. Things could get complicated with them around and. Don't worry, Angela said, waving a dismissive hand. I have it all under control. I'll admit I wasn't expecting those three to turn up on our doorstep, but we can use this to our advantage. We've already passed the first stage. They've agreed not to expose us. I don't know, Azu. Amber eyes narrowed. Rulan. I know you're set on this plan, but if any of them catch wind of what we're doing, they're going to. Dandan, this isn't like you, Angela said in an unnervingly sweet voice. You've never been one to worry about the what-ifs. Are you doubting my abilities now? Tai Li shook her head. Of course not. Then what's the problem? We've just been handed the perfect tool to use. If everything goes well, we can cut out an entire week of preparation with this. I know, but... Angela's brow furrowed. You aren't having second thoughts because you actually see the freedom fighters as friends, are you? She said the word as if it was something dirty and unwanted. Ty Lee lowered her gaze. It's not about me, she admitted softly. Don't you think maybe you're getting in too deep this time? The way you are with Jet. Angela let out a snort. Is that what this is about? That peasant. She rolled her eyes. You know it's all just an act. Ty Lee gave her a shrewd look. Is it? It's ridiculous you even have to ask me that. Obviously, Angela didn't care about some random peasant. Even if he did make her stomach flutter when he smiled. Even if her heart rate did quicken sometimes when they touched. Just a little. It wasn't like she cared. Her body just had unfortunate reactions sometimes. It was nothing to worry about. What mattered was that he was infatuated with her and that made him easy to manipulate. Once he stopped being useful, she'd discard him along with the other two freedom fighters. If that's all you're concerned about, you don't need to worry, Angela said. I know what I'm doing. Ty Lee didn't seem convinced, but she didn't push the matter either. Instead, she asked what Angela intended to do about Shizue when the time came. Angela admitted that she had no ill intentions there, she was genuinely interested in getting Shizue's memory back. I imagine she'll have some very interesting things to say, especially about my mother's whereabouts. There are many things I would like to ask that woman. Ty Lee nodded and let the issue drop. A smile flittered across Angela's mouth. You know, she said after a pause, I'm a little surprised. I thought you would ask me about Luan. Luan. Ty Lee blinked with wide-eyed innocence. Why? We were both assuming that Luan would end up being my brother, right? It's obvious that isn't the case, the build and height are all wrong. Still, don't you think Luan seems familiar? Ty Lee shrugged. I didn't notice. The bandages cover too much. About that, don't you find it strange? Jin mentioned Luan had a big scar just like my brother. That means there was no need for bandages then. So, why is Luan all covered in bandages now? I can understand if it was to avoid being recognized while getting to the apartment, but why keep the bandages on? Maybe he got injured fighting the Daily. Maybe the boy who Jin met is different to this person. Ty Lee shrugged again. Does it matter? Angela's smile widened a fraction. Perhaps you're right. It really didn't matter, at least if Luan was indeed male. But if Luan was female, well, that would change everything. Angela decided to keep her suspicions to herself for now. She had not told Ty Lee exactly what had happened to Mai. Ty Lee was too soft-hearted to understand. Still, Angela would watch Luan very closely. Male or female, it was a fact that Luan had become a person of interest. The two girls continued down the hallway and knocked at Jin's door. The girl's younger brother opened it, a gap-toothed kid with messy hair to rival his sister's and ears that stuck out slightly. He blushed when he saw Ty Lee. In the background, they could hear Jin's father snoring. Drunk again, no doubt. Hey, Juan, Ty Lee greeted brightly. Can you get Jin? Juan's face went an even brighter pink. He stammered something unintelligible and rushed off to get his sister. Soon, Jin was at the door, brow furrowed a little in confusion. What's up? She asked. Ty Lee explained the situation. Jin was more than happy to give them some bedding and even offered to help carry the things to their apartment. Angela suspected she just wanted to sneak a peek at their guests. Jin was a nosy, albeit harmless, person. We'll be fine, Angela responded. But thank you for the bedding. Sure, no problem. Jin told them to ask if they needed help with anything else, she was always willing to help out friends. Ty Lee smiled and thanked her, and then they made their way back to the apartment. Everyone inside was getting settled in and trying to find a space for themselves to sleep. Longfeng and Shizue were still shut up in the side room. Angela handed over the bedding to Sokka and was about to prepare for bed herself when Jet pulled her aside. Can we talk for a moment? He asked. She nodded and followed him out of the apartment. The hallway was empty of people, but the drunken voices still drifted up from the street below. No doubt the city guard would be along soon to deal with them. She leaned against the wall and folded her arms across her chest. "What is it?" she asked, trying to keep the irritation out of her voice. Jet's brow furrowed. "What's going on, Rulin?" He stepped closer. "I know we agreed not to ask each other about our pasts, but it's obvious you're hiding something. Don't you think I deserve an explanation?" She raised her eyebrow. "I thought you were the one who was all about fresh starts." "I am, but you also have your own secrets, do you not?" "Yes, but that's the thing. I made an enemy of Sokka in the past. To be honest, I never thought he would come to me for help." Jet stepped even closer, crowding in on her space. "But the way he reacted to you and Dandan, that was something else." He placed his hands against the wall, enclosing her within his arms. "What are you hiding? Just who are you, really?" She raised her chin, ignoring the fluttery stirs in her stomach. His proximity always made her body betray her. "What do you want me to say? You were the one who chose to invite me and Dandan, two girls you don't even know, to join you in Ba Sing Se. You even guessed that my past was less than spotless." She shook her head. "I have to admit I'm disappointed. I thought this kind of thing didn't matter to you. I thought you were willing to let me forget my past so we could have a new beginning together." "I did. I do." "Then why the interrogation?" She stepped closer, holding his gaze. "Can't you just trust me? Or is it that you trust Sokka more?" "Of course not." Jet gripped her shoulders. "I trust you, Rulin. I do. I just... You said you would have my back, but I guess that was all just empty words so you could get me to follow you, right?" She made a show of trying to shrug him off. "I knew Dandan is the only person I can rely on." "That's not true." He tightened his grip. "I care about you, Rulin. That's why I want to understand." "Really?" "Yes." His hands moved to cradle her face. "I've never met a girl like you before. You're smart, strong, confident. I wanted you at my side from the moment I met you." Her pulse quickened, though she did a good job of acting like she was unmoved. "Am I supposed to be flattered? If that's what it takes." His voice was soft and far too intimate. "I just want you to let me in. I won't judge you, I just want to know you." He brushed his thumb against her cheek, almost touching her lips. "You and we're so similar. It bothers me that you don't trust me enough. It bothers me that Sokka knows more about you than I do." Angela found she could not move. Her heart pounded in her chest and she could hear the thudding of her blood in her ears. "Don't you think maybe you're getting in too deep this time?" She laughed all of a sudden and placed her hand against his chest, pushing him back to widen the space between them. "There's really not much to say. The Avatar and his friends didn't approve of my goals or my methods." She shrugged. "We fought. That's it. That's it. Not very mysterious, is it? The truth is I just wasn't a nice person." Her lips quirked into a smile. "Does that bother you?" Jet shook his head. "I would be a hypocrite if it did." His own mouth twitched upwards. "I told you that we're similar." Angela was annoyed to feel the fluttery things stir again in her stomach. This peasant was far too good with words. He even slipped under her guard sometimes, making her feel less like a monster, making her feel that he could actually accept even the darkest parts of her. Still, it wasn't like she was about to lose her head. Ty Lee had been wrong in assuming there was any danger of that. Angela had only one goal, and Jet was just a stepping stone to reach that point. He would never mean anything more to her. "Well," she said, moving away from the wall, "then you understand why things are a little tense now. I got Sokka, Luan, and Shizue to agree to a truce, but they don't trust me or Dandan." She glanced at Jet over her shoulder. "I hope you'll have my back. Don't worry. I won't let them do anything to harm you." She smiled. "You blind idiot. You don't even see that your real enemy is right in front of you." "Thank you," she said, softening her smile. "I'm glad to know I can depend on you." Jet nodded, though it was obvious he was pleased she was willing to trust him more openly. It almost made her want to laugh. This boy allowed himself to be manipulated so easily by his emotions. Still, that was why he was useful. With him under her control, she had managed to snag Sokka and the others into her grasp as well. Everything was coming together nicely. There was no way she was going to back down just because Jet threw off her equanimity a little. This time, she was going to make sure she succeeded. Oh. There was a leak somewhere. The steady drip was loud and echoed around the chamber. Iroh stood up and peered through the metal bars to his cage, trying to get a better look at where he was being contained. All he could see was rock, a half-crumbled pillar, and some glowing crystals jutting out from the wall for light. It reminded him of the cavern where he and the others had been taken to hide from the Daily. Perhaps this was also a part of the old city. He frowned and glanced over his shoulder at the woman slumped on the metal floor. Both of them had been locked up inside this cage, though she had yet to wake. Sighing, he sat down and rested his hands on his knees. He was trying his best to stay calm, though even he had to admit that his chest felt tight with anxiety. Much had gone wrong this night. His only consolation was that he and Judy had managed to provide time for the others to escape. Well, almost everyone. They had not been able to get Toph away from the Daily. Even now, he was not sure what had happened to her. He hoped the reason she was not sharing their cell was because the Daily had realized metal would not contain her. The last thing they needed was another brainwashed person on their hands. A soft groan sounded. He turned to see Judy sit up and glance around at her surroundings in a dazed way. She cursed under her breath. Yes, Iroh said, sympathizing with her sentiment. I'm afraid we're going to be stuck here for a while. Toph. Iroh spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Her brow creased and she averted her face. I'm sorry. This is my fault for leading you all into a trap. You didn't know this would happen. We all know you were only trying to help. Besides, I would not have been able to stop my nephew from trying to rescue Shizue. She let out a breath. Yes. At least that Judy was able to escape. Iroh placed his hand over hers. We will get out of here. Trust me, you will not have to stay in the hands of the Daily. Her lips curved into a reluctant smile. That is kind of you, Yingja, but you are also trapped in this cell with me. For now. His eyes twinkled with a hint of their old cunning. Just like in a pie show game, one should not give up until one has exhausted all options. The odds can always be turned. They both paused at the sound of approaching footsteps. Iroh removed his hand from hers and got to his feet. A man emerged from the shadows dressed in Daily robes. When the man raised his head, Iroh found himself meeting a pair of cold green eyes. Shiren, he greeted. I don't suppose you brought refreshments? My throat is rather parched, as I'm sure is this fine young woman's. Shiren ignored Iroh. You could have avoided this, you know, he said to Judy. You used to be one of our best. Long Feng would have allowed you to keep your mind had you not insisted on betraying us. What are you talking about? She clenched her hands into fists. You were the ones who brainwashed me into working for you. His mouth twitched. You really don't remember anything, do you? Though I suppose I was very thorough. Her eyes narrowed. Iroh could feel her frustration reverberating from her in waves. Shiren moved closer to the cage. I'm afraid this will be the end for you. Your treachery has gone too far this time. Not even hypnosis will help. He considered her through his cold, gem-like eyes. Still, it almost seems like a waste. Perhaps I'll allow you to have this one gift. A gift? Baiu. Her brow creased. Your name, he said simply. You wanted to know it, right? He turned to leave, but Judy no, Baiu was already on her feet and gripping the bars. Wait. She called. What are you planning to do with us? Shiren paused. As of now, we are waiting to see if Longfeng will return or if your comrades will attempt to rescue. Eventually, though, you will be executed along with the old man. And Toph? Iroh asked, unable to keep silent any longer. What of her? The blind girl still has some use. Shiren's eyes glittered. I'm very curious about her ability to bend metal. Iroh's stomach twisted. He glanced at Baya once Shiren had left. Her grim expression was no doubt a mirror of his own. Our need to escape just got a lot more urgent, Iroh said. Aside from the looming execution, there's no saying what they'll do to Toph if she is left in their hands. What do you propose we do? Baya tugged at one of the bars. We're trapped in this cage. That is our biggest problem. Unless you figure out how to metal bend, I'm afraid we won't be breaking out anytime soon either. Then what? We think up a new strategy. He settled down on the ground and patted the spot next to him. I have faith that we can outsmart these Dai yet. His tone sobered. At the very least, we won't know until we try. She nodded and sat next to him. Then let's think of a plan. There wasn't any time to lose. Iroh knew that Toph would be putting up a good fight wherever she was being contained, but she was still just a child. Worse, the Dai had proven themselves to be unscrupulous. If they dared to torture her for information, there would be hell to pay. All of these children had done so much for his nephew. Iroh would not be able to live with himself if he let even a single one of them get hurt. Take care of my nephew, Katara. Much as he fretted for Zuko's well-being, he couldn't afford to get distracted, not even for the Avatar or his own family. It was Toph who needed help right now. Iroh had to trust in Katara's abilities. He had to believe that everything would work out, because all of them had come too far to let things end this way. No matter what, they had to stop the Dai. Chapter 18, Wake Up. Katara opened her eyes to find Momo inches from her face. She blinked. Momo blinked. His paw was raised as if he was about to start tapping her mouth, the typical sign for requesting food. Normally he saved that trick for Sokka or Aang, but she guessed he was making do with her now that the others weren't available. Sorry, Momo, she said, showing her empty hands. I don't have any food for you. Momo must have got the hint because he lowered his ears and flew off to pester Appa. The bison rumbled in protest at being disturbed. He had been all tucked up like a furry ball in the more spacious part of the barn, but now he had a lemur jumping around on his head and chittering. Katara bit back a smile. Those two were like siblings sometimes. Not that her amusement lasted long. Zuko and Aang hadn't moved from the position in which she and Changpia had placed them. That bothered her. She had been checking on both boys regularly throughout the night to see if they would wake, but neither had stirred at her touch or call. Now there was enough light seeping through the barn to tell her it was almost dawn. The crow of a pig rooster confirmed her fear. Her stomach twisted. She didn't want to believe what her instincts were telling her. You've got to wake up now, she said. Okay. Please, just wake up. The boys didn't stir. Katara swallowed against the lump in her throat. She moved closer and once again began the process of checking their vitals and overall condition. Aang was still the same as the last time, stable enough, but clearly not recovered. It would take a lot more healing sessions to fix the damage to his chest and untangle the chi twisted inside him. Not much she could do about that right now. Instead, she prodded, called his name, even outright pinched him to make him flinch. None of it worked. Aang was not responsive. The realization made something plummet in her chest. No more denying the truth. If her diagnosis was correct, it looked as if he'd somehow fallen into a coma. This was not something she knew how to fix. Katara gripped his hand. Aang, you can't stay like this. Are you listening to me? We need you. Please come back. She tightened her grip. Please. Of course he didn't stir. The heavy thing in her chest settled like a rock in her stomach. She let his fingers slip from hers and hung her head. She didn't know what to do. The spirit oasis water was supposed to heal him. It wasn't supposed to leave him trapped in his own mind. Was it her fault? Was she just not a good enough healer? Stop it, she muttered, forcing herself to straighten. Nothing could be gained from thinking in such a way. True, she felt helpless, so helpless the weight of the emotion threatened to crush her, but there were still things she could do to help. Katara knelt next to Zuko. He had no obvious injuries and had seemed okay once she had used the spirit oasis water on Aang. Well, aside from the fact he also wouldn't wake up. Now she noted that he had lost some of the color in his cheeks. His breathing also seemed much slower and shallower. "Hey," she said in alarm, checking his vitals. His skin felt cold. "What's with you?" His heart was beating, though it was weaker than normal. She encased her hands in water. It was easy enough to tap into his meridian paths. What bothered her was that there was no brimming warmth to greet her in turn. His energy had always shocked her for feeling so alive, but now it just felt dull and sluggish. There was barely a hint of fire. Worse, she still couldn't figure out what was causing his condition to deteriorate. Panic flared in her chest. Katara shoved the emotion ruthlessly aside. The important thing was that Zuko was still breathing and had a heartbeat. She could work with that. "What happened?" Changpu's voice came from behind her. She glanced over her shoulder to see him standing in the doorway. A pig rooster had followed him into the barn. "Lee's condition is getting worse," she said, trying her best to sound calm. Changpu was at her side in an instant. "What can I do? Is there anything you need?" Katara shook her head. "I don't know," but, her eyes widened. "No, I do know. Sunlight." Huh. Her lips curved into a smile. "You rise with the moon, I rise with the sun." Changpu blinked. Okay. Look, it's something he said to me once. I thought of it now because this is just like the time he collapsed after healing his uncle. Lee doesn't have anything physically wrong with him. It's his energy that's messed up." She guided the water encasing her hands back into her flask and got to her feet. "Just trust me and help me get him outside." Changpu didn't argue. Soon, they had Zuko stretched out on the ground outside the barn, positioning his body so that he was bathed in the morning sun. Momo followed to see what they were doing. Katara brushed him away and began tugging off Zuko's tunic. Changpu cleared his throat. Is there a reason you are undressing him?" "Direct contact to the skin is better," she muttered, not glancing up. "He'll absorb energy faster. At least that's what Yingja said." Changpu scratched his cheek. "If you say so." Katara said about removing Zuko's boots and pants. The sun wouldn't be at its peak for a while, but she hoped this would be enough. It had to be enough. Her hands trembled a little as she worked, not quite able to hide the anxiety pulsing through her, but she soon had him down to his undergarments. In a less tense time, she might have been embarrassed that she had just stripped a 16-year-old boy. As it was, she could only focus on getting him stabilized. She touched his unscarred cheek. His skin still felt cold. "Stay with me, Zuko," she murmured, forgetting to use his fake name. "I don't know how to fix you, so you're going to have to help me, okay? You have to keep fighting." His eyelashes didn't even flutter. She resisted the urge to cry. Having both boys comatose was too much. She felt like the smallest thing would make her snap and crumple. It was willpower alone that kept her back straight and her cheeks dry. "Don't worry, Katara," Changpu said gently. Perhaps he could tell that her brave face was just a facade. "They're both fighters. I'm sure they'll wake up soon." She nodded and got to her feet. "How long can we stay here?" "I let my dad know what happened. He's fine with us using the storage barn to hide out for a while. This isn't a very big farm, so we don't have to worry about workers seeing us either. It's just my parents, grandma, and 2 younger sisters who run this place. We'll be safe here." "Thanks." She knew she didn't sound enthused, but she really was grateful for all Changpu and his family were doing. Helping fugitives was a criminal offense. It was a big deal that they'd been allowed to stay. Changpu gripped her shoulder. "Hey, we're going to get through this, all right?" Her eyes prickled. Maybe it was because Changpu was older than her. Maybe it was because, when he gripped her shoulder and talked to her like that, he reminded her of her brother. She would have given anything to have Sokka at her side. Sure, Sokka was a spaz sometimes, but he always knew how to calm her down when it mattered. Changpu seemed to be of the same ilk. She wiped her eyes and forced a smile. "You're right. I'm sorry I'm being so emotional. You don't need to apologize. They're your friends. It's only natural to be worried." Katara's smile softened into a much more natural expression. "You know, you're a really nice guy. I'm glad we found each other. His cheeks colored. I just don't like seeing you so sad. Besides, I really do think everything will work out. Yeah. They'd all come so far together. It didn't seem right that this should be where their journey ended. Zuko and Aang would come back to her. They had to. There was still so much they needed to achieve, still so much she wanted to experience with them. Until then, she would watch over them and do what she could to protect and heal their bodies. She would believe in her friends. Oh. Aang floated in nothingness. Everything around him was grayish mist. No walls, no ground, not even anything above. The nothingness stretched as far as the eye could see. A deep sadness filled him at the sight. Somehow, he was sure that this place had used to be filled with life, that all of the past avatars had once been linked to him here, waiting for him to call upon them. Am I really alone now? Before the war, back when he'd still lived at the Southern Air Temple, he would have given anything to just be a normal boy. Now he felt like something precious had been snatched from him. It felt wrong. So empty and lonely and silent. He didn't like this. He didn't want it at all. A lump formed in his throat and his heart felt like it might burst. Hey! He yelled into the nothingness. Is anyone there? Roku? Kyoshi? Anyone? Something glimmered in the distance. Aang made a frantic dash for it. A narrow path formed under his feet the moment he took a step, as if the nothingness was reacting to his desire. His footsteps sounded too loud to his ears. The sound didn't echo, it just vanished into the nothingness, reminding him that he was the only one here in this endless space. Well, him and the glimmering thing he was running towards. Roku! He yelled. Is that you? The mist began to clear. He saw that the glimmering thing was some kind of doorway of light. Or, at least, he guessed it was a doorway. There was no actual door or cover, just a rectangular-like opening that sat in the middle of nowhere. It also looked the same from both sides. The weirdest part was that he felt warm being near it, as if he had stepped into the sunshine. Now that he thought about it, the feeling was familiar. It reminded him of the golden thread that had stopped him from falling into darkness, of a boy who had fused their energies together and turned into a sun-like sphere of flames. Aang's heart clenched. Zuko! He took a step closer to the doorway. His mouth felt dry and his heart pounded. Zuko's presence had glowed so brightly within him earlier, back when he'd still been struggling for life, but then he'd found himself in this nothingness and everything else had become dulled. Strange how he hadn't realized he'd lost track of the golden thread until now. He let out a breath and stepped through the opening. It felt like walking through flames, except the heat didn't burn him, it was warm and gentle. He blinked when he reached the other side. A part of him had expected to see the cocoon of fire again, like the place where he had first run into Zuko. What he saw was a garden. There was a cherry tree near a pond. A small child in nice robes sat perched by the edge. Aang cleared his throat. Hey, do you know where my friend is? His name's Zuko. I thought I would find him here, but... The child stood up and turned to face him. Aang's voice got lost in his throat. This boy didn't have a scar and his features were softened with youth, but the pale gold eyes were the same. So was the solemn expression. Aang was undoubtedly looking at a younger version of Zuko. Either that or Zuko had a little brother he'd never told anyone about. You shouldn't be here, Avatar, Zuko, who was not Zuko, stated in a grave voice. You might get lost. Lost. This isn't your dream. Staying here too long will be dangerous. Aang touched a leaf that was hanging near his face. It felt waxy and smooth, just as if it was alive. This is a dream. But it feels so real. You focus on the oddest things. He shook his head. Look, I'm only going to say this one more time. You need to leave. This place is a maze, the deeper you go, the harder it will be for you to get back. Understand? Not really. Besides, all that's left back that way is lots of misty nothingness. I won't get anywhere drifting around in that. That's not my problem. Aang's expression flattened. You really are Zuko, aren't you? Huh. You're just as grumpy as him. Zuko, who was not Zuko, remained unmoved. Hurry up and leave. No. Aang grinned at his shocked expression. I came here to find my friend. I don't know what's going on or why you're suddenly tiny, but my heart tells me that I need to be here. Zuko tsked in irritation. You're wasting your time. He's in too deep now. You'll never find him. Aang's brow creased. Wait, do you mean Zuko? But aren't you? Dummy. His outline started to flicker. If you can't even tell what I am, you'll never survive here. Aang blinked and found himself alone in the garden. Okay, that had been weird. He scratched his cheek and looked around at his surroundings. So, this place was some kind of dream. It also sounded like Zuko was definitely inside here somewhere. He wasn't sure why or what exactly he had stumbled into, but either way he knew he couldn't turn back. Being here just felt right. It was like when he had grabbed hold of the golden thread, he had known he was being led in the right direction. Guess I'll start walking, he muttered. He headed away from the pond. The garden started to blur even as he walked, colors morphed and swirled around him like paint, shifting into a new scene. Walls rose up around him, along with red drapes and the largest bed he had ever seen. The whole place screamed of wealth. Still, for all the room's spaciousness and sumptuous decor, there was something almost lonely about it. Or maybe that was just because the boy huddled on the bed looked so dwarfed in comparison, as if he was being crushed by the grandeur around him. Zuko? Aang questioned. This version of Zuko looked older than the one from the garden. Maybe 9 or 10 years old. He was wearing white robes. Hey, Aang said, taking a step closer, what's going on? A young girl entered the room and walked right through Aang. Literally right through him. He blinked and touched his body. It felt solid enough. What the heck? Still hiding in here? The girl said by way of greeting. Her voice was sharp and rather mocking. Zuko relaxed his grip on his knees. Go away, Azula. She laughed. Come on, Zuzu, you should be happy. Father became the Fire Lord today. That means you are now the Crown Prince. How can you think that would make me happy? Luten was supposed to be the Crown Prince, but he got killed. And now Mum's gone, and grandfather's dead, and... The scene started to blur. Now Aang was standing in a courtyard surrounded by pillars and with the hot sun beating down on his back. Zuko was also there, though he looked older again. He still didn't have his scar. Again, a cool voice commanded. An old man was sitting in the shade not far from Zuko, along with 2 other men and some servants. Judging by the double layers on the old man's robes, he had to be someone of high rank. Zuko inhaled and started moving through a set of beginner fire-bending moves. Aang was surprised at how clumsy Zuko was with his footwork. He had always been so graceful for a non-airbender, at least from what Aang had seen, but here Zuko was overstepping his stances and turning at awkward angles. He ended up tripping and landing on his butt. The old man narrowed his eyes. You are the worst firebender I have ever seen. No wonder your previous instructor committed suicide. He was probably so ashamed to have you as a student that he saw no alternative. Nothing can fix your uselessness. Zuko flinched, though he soon pulled himself together and scrambled to his feet. I'm sorry, Master Shania, he said, bowing. I'll do it again. How can the Fire Nation be proud of an heir who can't even master the basics? Princess Azula is already onto the advanced set. Everyone knows she is a prodigy, but you. Zuko clenched his hands into fists. I'll get better. Words mean nothing. I want to see results. Zuko bowed stiffly and walked back to the center of the training ground. Aang's heart felt like it was breaking. One of the men next to the firebending master asked if it was okay for Shania to talk to the Crown Prince like that. Wouldn't he get in trouble? Shania let out a low laugh. Even the Fire Lord sees that boy as worthless. Mark my words, Prince Zuko will not last long as the heir. These weak royals are always got rid of in some way or another. The 3 men laughed. Aang glanced at Zuko in concern. If he could hear the conversation from this distance, it followed Zuko could as well. Instead of looking upset, however, Zuko's expression was steeled with determination. No tears, no frown. Just grim resolve. He exhaled and shifted through the stances, weaving fire around him in blasts of heat. He didn't stumble once. That's it, Aang murmured. You're getting the hang of it now. He stared back at the group of old men to see if they had noticed Zuko's improved form. The old men were still laughing. Master Shania wasn't even looking at his student. Not that Zuko seemed to care. He continued training until sweat dripped from his skin and his breathing was ragged. Aang couldn't stand to watch anymore. Pathetic, isn't it? He jumped and looked down to see the same tiny Zuko he'd found in the garden standing at his side. When did you get here? Aang demanded. Really? That's all you can ask me? Aang pursed his lips. This Zuko was far too much like grumpy 16-year-old Zuko, all bite and sarcasm. It almost made Aang want to retort, but he had never liked to argue. He sighed and glanced back at the Zuko who was still firebending. Why do they treat him this way? He asked. Can't they see how hard Zuko is trying? They aren't wrong. Prince Zuko was a weak bender. But there's no point getting upset over it. Even Prince Zuko knew he was no good, especially not compared to his sister. All he did was disappoint people. The Fire Lord tried to keep him out of sight most of the time. Aang's stomach wriggled in an uncomfortable way. Did his previous instructor really kill himself? Master Mizuto? A shrug. That man died by poisoning when Prince Zuko was 8 years old. It was believed to be self-inflicted, but who knows? Mizuto knew something about the children of the Undying Fire and had started investigating too much. It's possible he was murdered. Aang's eyes widened. Wah, but that's just. Did you think this was some kind of game? Child Zuko shook his head. Anyway, there's nothing further to see here. Prince Zuko will eventually be interrupted by his sister and she'll challenge him to a bending match. He'll lose, of course. Aang's stomach did the wriggly thing again. You say it like it's nothing. That must have been horrible for him after listening to those old men say all that stuff. I told you there's no point getting upset about it. What's done is done. Besides, this was the turning point. His expression lost all emotion as he stared at his older form struggling to bend. Today, Prince Zuko will decide to become the best crown prince the Fire Nation has seen. Better even than Lu Ten. Aang's brow furrowed. You don't sound too happy about that. Silence. Hey, Aang said. What's wrong? Why do you look so tense? His companion turned away from the training ground. Come, Avatar, he said softly. Aang had to run to keep up with Child Zuko. The world rippled around them, shifting from a stone courtyard to an elaborate hall. There were men in military armor seated near the dais at the front, all facing each other as if having a meeting. Zuko was also with them. He looked close to Aang's own age now. A wall of flames guarded the dais, but Aang could still make out glimpses of the man seated on the throne. His breath caught. That had to be the Fire Lord. You can't sacrifice an entire division like that. Those soldiers love and defend our nation. How can you betray them? Aang's heart clenched as he watched Zuko try to defend the division of new recruits who were to act as bait. Try and fail. It was gut-wrenching. It gets worse, Child Zuko murmured. The scene changed again. Now they were in some kind of arena. Crowds of people watched the two figures standing opposite each other on a platform in the center. Aang recognized the smaller one as Zuko. The other looked a lot like the prince, but he was older and broader and his black hair was much longer. A 5-pronged headpiece gleamed on his top knot. Aang's heart lurched when he realized this was Zuko's father. This was the man who had sat behind the flames in the war room. What is this? Aang asked. What are they doing? Agni Kai. This is the day destiny was put in motion. Aang's stomach twisted. Why does Zuko look so horrified? Prince Zuko thought he would be facing the general he had spoken out against, but as you can see, it was like a stone had plummeted inside Aang. He watched as Zuko knelt on the dais in front of his father, watched as Zuko begged and pleaded. Please, father. I only had the Fire Nation's best interest at heart. I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. You will fight for your honor. Aang's heart quickened. The Fire Lord isn't really going to make him fight, is he? His voice sounded panicked even to his own ears. How could he expect Zuko to fight his own father? The child at his side said nothing. Aang swallowed and watched the Fire Lord move closer. Zuko pressed himself lower to the ground, bending into a full kowtow. I meant you no disrespect. He cried. I am your loyal son. The Fire Lord was not moved. It was awful. Aang could see the tears spilling down Zuko's cheeks, see the resignation that entered his eyes as he finally raised his face to meet his father's gaze. Zuko must have known what was going to happen next. You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher. Aang looked away. He couldn't bear to watch. That didn't stop the screams. Something hot prickled the corners of his eyes. A small hand grasped his and led him from the arena. When they at last stopped walking, Aang found that he was back in the garden with the pond. The place didn't seem as nice now. Why did you show me that? He asked in a thick voice. His cheeks were damp with tears, and his heart ached. Zuko had said once that it was his father who had burned and banished him. Aang had not known it had happened like that though. Child Zuko sat next to the pond. Prince Zuko has never succeeded at anything he sought to achieve in life. His entire 16 years have been marked by failure and suffering. He flicked the water's surface with his finger, creating a flow of ripples. Put simply, he should have given up long ago. That's not true. Zuko has done heaps of good things. Just look at all the people he's saved. He saved my life. He saved Iroh and Changpu and... Yes. Prince Zuko has done many good things with his healing powers, but that's the problem. We both know his ability comes with a price. Fire cannot exist without something to fuel it. It has to burn and consume something. Aang's heart felt heavy in his chest. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that Prince Zuko has finally given up. His lips quirked into a wry smile. Though he doesn't see it that way. He thinks he's fulfilling his destiny. Destiny. Child Zuko stood and faced Aang with solemn eyes. When Prince Zuko turned his back on the destiny his father gave him, the one that would have seen him capture you, he was left adrift with no direction or purpose. But then he became friends with you and the others. He started to care. He even started to believe that your cause was just and that you were someone the world desperately needed. Aang swallowed. He remembered what Zuko had told him inside the cocoon of flames. I never believed in those words before, but after traveling with you and seeing what you're capable of, I want to believe in the legend. I want to believe in you. Aang's throat felt too clogged. It was hard to get words out. Are you saying it's my fault? He shook his head. You don't need to tell me that. I already know I'm the reason Zuko is suffering. I was stupid and careless and... No, it's actually not your fault. Prince Zuko just has no sense of self-worth. Huh. Think about it, Avatar. How do you think a child who got told he was useless on a regular basis would end up? This is a boy whose life was viewed as disposable by most of his family, a boy who has failed and struggled far too many times. But he has Iroh. He has all of us now and... Yes, Child Zuko acknowledged. He has his uncle. He has you, Katara, Sokka, Toph, Mai, Changpu, even that Judy lady. You have all made him feel like he is worth something. But don't you see? Prince Zuko thinks your lives are worth more than his. Even if he knows now that there are people who would mourn his loss, he will still choose to heal in a critical situation instead of guarding his own life, especially when it comes to you. You're the Avatar, in his eyes, the world needs you more than anyone else. Aang felt like he had been punched in the chest. But I'm not. I lost my connection to my past lives. I'm not anything special. No one should be sacrificing anything for me. That is a problem, but it's too late now. Prince Zuko pushed the bond too far. Aang stepped forward. Please, just tell me what's really going on. What's happened to Zuko? Where can I find him? Haven't you guessed yet? Aang glanced around at his surroundings. The garden, the pond. A whisper in his heart told him that this was a place where Zuko had found comfort as a child. The other places he had seen were all echoes of Zuko's memories. They had faded in and out from each other, more like being trapped in a nightmare than anything. It was as if Zuko was looking back on his life and trying to see what went wrong, what he could have done better. Or maybe he was just trying to fit all the pieces together so he could understand his destiny. I'm saying that Prince Zuko has finally given up. Though he doesn't see it that way. He thinks he's fulfilling his destiny. Aang swallowed against the building lump in his throat. I know Zuko fused his energy with me somehow. It was like our bodies became one and we were sharing the same heartbeat. Yes. But that can't be right. I mean, we're two separate people. Child Zuko raised his eyebrow. You did something similar once, though on a lesser level. Why do you think you passed out for so long afterwards? Aang gulped. Right. The day Zuko had been struck with lightning, there had been a moment where it was like the two of them had shared one body. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. I didn't even know what I was doing then, he confessed. Well, that was obvious. You're just lucky you're the Avatar and that the connection was cut so quickly. That could have got ugly. Aang lowered his gaze. It was weird being scolded by someone who looked no older than 6 years old, but the boy's tone was all Zuko, blunt and honest. You said what I did was on a lesser level, Aang said, furrowing his brow. What do you mean? A shrug. You might be the Avatar and have a certain manipulation over spiritual matters, but you're not a fire healer. You can only push the bond so far. That's why all you managed was to offer up some of your chi to boost Prince Zuko's self-healing abilities. But he took it further, right? Yes. He couldn't heal your wounds. He simply didn't have the power. So he opened the door that seals your energy from his and linked completely to you. His heart was working, so yours worked in turn. He could breathe, so you were able to keep breathing. Child Zuko held his gaze. Do you understand what I'm saying? Prince Zuko did not heal you, he just pushed the bond so far that the separation between you blurred. He shared your pain and, in turn, allowed you to share in his body's health. You were in every sense of the word one being. Aang frowned. But I don't feel we're connected like that anymore. Even the golden thread is gone. It still takes chi and a lot of willpower to maintain such a connection. Prince Zuko knew the risk. He accepted that he might not wake up again after connecting to you in such a way. So he's asleep. Child Zuko sighed in obvious impatience. Where do you think you are, Avatar? Do I have to spell out everything for you? He gestured around them. I told you this is just a dream. Prince Zuko's dream. He lost control when he was still connected to you and his consciousness was scattered. His real body is just an empty shell right now. I don't even know how you stumbled into this place. Maybe your Avatar powers helped, but I wasn't kidding when I said it's dangerous for you to be here. Because I might get lost, right? Aang thought he understood now. Somehow, he had found an opening into Zuko's consciousness. Even the young boy speaking to him was just an aspect of the prince that had been scattered. If Aang went deeper, he risked losing his own sense of self. People were not supposed to be connected like this. Not so intrinsically. The mind and soul were fragile, it wasn't good to blur lines. Why did you tell me all this? Aang asked. Just earlier you were telling me to leave. Child Zuko actually blushed. You were the one who was stubborn and ignored my advice. I figured if you were going to take the risk anyway, then I could give you a hand, just a little. He folded his arms and looked the other way. But I still think you're stupid. Don't blame me if you end up losing yourself in this place. Aang's mouth twitched. You really are a part of Zuko. He's just as bad at asking for help. He got an unimpressed look for his attempt at humor. Anyway, Child Zuko said firmly, the core of Prince Zuko's being is out there somewhere. If you find it, you might be able to wake him up. That's it. Who knows? Are you still willing to take the risk? Remember, the deeper you go, the harder it will be for you to get back to your proper self. Aang straightened with resolve. That's fine. This time it's my turn to save him. Then good luck, I guess. Aang blinked. You're not coming with me. I'm just a scattered piece more of an echo, really. I only had enough power to guide you this far. Aang had to admit that he felt a bit disappointed. It was nice to have a companion again. He'd been drifting alone in the nothingness for so long. Child Zuko must have noticed, because his mouth lifted into a smile. Having second thoughts already? I can lead you to the exit if you like. No. Aang shook his head. I won't turn back. Then stop wasting time. His outline started to flicker. You can't afford to linger here, Avatar. Neither of you will wake up if you don't hurry. He vanished on the words. Aang let out a breath and placed his hand against his heart. I'm not afraid, he murmured. Something had guided him through that doorway of light. Even now, he felt a tendril of warmth in his chest. It was like he could almost feel the golden thread that linked him to Zuko, and it was tugging him. That way. Aang said in realization. He started running, even as the garden rippled and faded around him. He wasn't sure what was happening on the outside world, whether his friends had got away from the Dai Li safely, whether he should be worried about what would happen when he and Zuko woke up. All he could do was hope that everyone else was okay. Aang knew he'd left them in a tight spot. I'm sorry, everyone. I'll return with Zuko as soon as I can. Until then, they would just have to make do on their own. Oh. Dark. So dark. Toph had been blind from birth, but even she didn't like this. It was a gaping hole that had sucked her in, leaving her bereft of any attachment to her element. Her seismic sense was gone. She felt small. She felt trapped. Voices snuck into her place of confinement through the air holes, teasing her hearing with sinister words. One of them belonged to Shireng. Her teeth grinded against each other. That bastard. If she could get her hands on him, she'd teach him a thing or two for daring to imprison the blind bandit. Except she couldn't do much to anyone right now. This prison was so tiny and was it made of wood? A crate? She couldn't tell. She couldn't tell anything. Her wrists and legs had been bound with what felt like rope. She'd tried to loosen her bonds, but she'd only succeeded in chafing her skin to the point where her wrists and ankles stung unpleasantly. Was she bleeding? Did her captors even care? Thirsty? The thought had been getting strong and stronger. It was a hammering in her head. Water. She needed water. Her throat was so parched it was like swallowing sand. Tell me how you bend metal, and then you'll get something to drink. Her lips twisted. She really hated that Dai Li bastard. Granted, she didn't act like much of a lady, but that didn't mean she was used to being shoved in crates and denied basic things like food or water. Anger had kept her brazen for the most part. She'd certainly taken delight in telling Shireng where he could shove his questions about metal bending. Still, there was a part of her that wondered what would happen if she kept denying him. The only reason she hadn't been brainwashed was because she was blind and their technique wouldn't work. I'm not scared. The words were becoming a mantra. How many times had she told herself this now? How pathetic was she going to become? It wasn't like she hadn't been imprisoned before. Those Earth Rumble idiots back in Jailing, Bendy and the Fire Nation Princess, both times she had managed to get away unscathed. Surely she could do the same again. Thirsty. She licked her cracked lips, but there was barely any saliva to relieve the dryness. It was frustrating. So frustrating. As if to add insult to her predicament, her bladder felt far too full and ready to burst. She'd been holding on for so long. Weren't they ever going to let her out of this wooden hellhole? Hey! She yelled, raising her legs to kick at the lid. Let me out. The voices paused. One set of footsteps came closer. The person walked in a slow, relaxed gait. She wasn't surprised when Shireng spoke. The bastard was like a smug king parading around his smuggity-smug kingdom now that things were working in the Dai Li's favor. It made her want to punch him in his stupid face, bending or not. Ready to talk? He asked. She clenched her teeth. His tone sounded far too knowing for her liking. He must have thought he had finally broken her spirit. I need to pee, she gritted out. Asking him for anything went against the grain. I hope you plan to let me out so I can at least go toilet. His voice got closer. Perhaps he had leaned towards her prison. I thought I made your situation clear, Miss Bafong. You won't be getting anything until you answer my question. What the hell? Do you expect me to sit in my own piss? I wouldn't want to inflict anything so crass on you. His voice was cool yet almost poisonous. He was enjoying this. Remember, you're bringing this all on yourself with your stubbornness. I could let you out right now if you just answered my question. Topha's lip curled. You wanna learn how to bend metal so bad? Figure it out yourself. I have nothing to say to some jumped-up bastard who hides in the shadows and is too much of a pig chicken to even face me. Her tone turned mocking. What, so scared I'll hoop your butts again if you let me free? Scared? Shiring's voice got closer and softer. No, Miss Bafong, I am not scared. I am simply not a fool. One does not release the wild beast once it has been contained. A hint of amusement entered his voice. You must be very thirsty now. Are you sure you don't want to? She kicked the crate right where she guessed his face would be on the other side. He laughed softly. I'll take that as a no. His voice got more distant again. Perhaps he had straightened to his full height. Just say the word if you change your mind. We'll be waiting. A click-clack of footsteps sounded as he moved away, but then he paused. Oh, before I forget, I thought you should know that your friends have been scheduled for execution. Topha's breath caught. What? Ah, that's right. You weren't conscious at the time. I'm afraid things took a turn for the worse for your friends after you were incapacitated. What happened? She demanded. What have you done to my friends? I simply did what was required to subdue the threat to Basing Se's peace. The world does not need an avatar who interferes where he is not needed, and... Aang. Her chest felt tight and like her lungs were being squeezed. You heard Aang. That boy is likely dead. The waterbender managed to escape with his body before we could confirm, but that means nothing. I know what I saw. The matter-of-fact words left her cold. No, she whispered. That can't be. She kicked and thrashed at her prison. You're lying. Twinkle Toes would never be defeated by a second-rate coward like you. Twinkle Toes wouldn't. The avatar fell. Shiring's voice was cold and merciless. He did not move, did not breathe. What else would you describe that as except one who has died? No. Tears wormed their way out of her eyes and leaked down her cheeks. You're lying. Little girl, why would I lie to you when the truth hurts so much more? Toph couldn't get any words out. She couldn't even swear at him for daring to call her a little girl. Her throat felt too choked. I didn't tell you earlier because I hoped you would have enough sense to cooperate, he said. Now it seems pointless to hold back. You are a stubborn brat, but we will break you yet. It is the Daile's sacred charge to protect this city. You will tell us the secret to bending metal so we can become stronger. Topha's throat and eyes burned as she fought to hold back tears. No sound was allowed to escape her lips. Not one. She refused to let him know he had made her cry. When? She managed to grit out. Her voice sounded a bit hoarse, but at least it hadn't wobbled. HRM. You said my friends were scheduled to be executed, she reminded him. Damn, her voice did wobble that time. When is that going to happen? 4 days from now. There are still a few loose ends to tie up. Toph dug her fingernails into her palms, hard enough to hurt. 4 days. That was 4 days to figure out how to escape from this box. Of course, you may not last till then, he observed. I hear humans can only last 3 days without water. Think on that as you stew there in your own stubbornness and filth. Toph couldn't help it, a scream broke free of her lips and she kicked at the lid, willing the wood to break apart. Shiring's retreating footsteps was all she got in return. She bit her lip to stop from crying, to stop the sobs that threatened to escape. I'm not scared, she told herself. She didn't need her bending to know she was lying. Oh. Aang sprinted past memories and scenes of Zuko's life. He saw the boy, young and with his face barely healed, buying a blue mask. He saw a grim-faced prince who went from settlement to settlement, asking the same questions over and over. I'm looking for the avatar. Do you know anything? Where is the Avatar? Tell me where he is. Flames licked at Aang's heels. Villages, homes, echoes of the places that had been burnt by Zuko's determination. It was hard to watch it again, to be reminded of how Zuko had hunted and chased him all over the world. Those had been difficult days. Still, what cut Aang deeper was the realization that what had felt like a short time for him had been 3 unbearable years for his friend. I just want to go home. Aang clutched at his chest. He could feel Zuko's regret for all the misdeeds he had committed, but also feel the longing for home that even now could not be denied. So much suffering. So many failures. The Echo Boy had not lied about that. Prince Zuko has finally given up. Aang clenched his hands into fists and kept running. Leaves flickered into view to block his path, attaching to trees and morphing into a forest clearing. His heart lurched when he saw his own body bleeding out on the ground. He hadn't realized there had been so much blood. Zuko was kneeling beside him, dressed as the Blue Spirit, and trying to staunch the flow. You're the Avatar, aren't you? So fight. Use your damn powers and save yourself. Aang sucked in a breath. He shouldn't linger here. He knew how this memory would end. If we knew each other back then, do you think we could have been friends? Aang tore through memories, not daring to pause too long in case he was trapped. He was deep inside the maze now. He couldn't afford to lose his way. Still, it was hard not to be distracted. A fight at an abbey, bodies floating on the water while Zuko looked on in despair, Azula unleashing blue streaks of lightning that could not be dodged. The scenes rippled and blurred around him over and over again. There seemed to be no end. Zuko! Aang yelled, dashing past a scene where a girl with a toothy grin was feeding Zuko soup. Where are you? I can't find you if you don't give me more help. The memories were like leeches sapping his strength. They tugged him left and right, confusing his path and threatening to snatch his sense of reality. Not even the thread leading him on in an invisible compass could keep him on track. Everything felt so real, so personal. Sometimes, Aang forgot why he was even running. He'd taken to looking at his arrow tattoos to remind himself he was an air nomad and that he'd never had his face burnt by his father or been forced to travel for 3 years on a ship. My name is Aang. I'm the Avatar. I'm here to find my friend. He chanted the words under his breath. Little reminders like this were necessary. He'd start to doubt himself again otherwise. Aang tripped and collapsed to his knees. It was hard to force himself back to his feet. Memories and images crowded in on him, telling him to stop and remember moments that should not have felt familiar, to fill him with emotions that were beginning to feel less and less his own. He was being swallowed up inside the scattered pieces of Zuko's consciousness. It was a frightening realization. Still, Aang got to his feet and kept running. He couldn't stop. Not until he had the prince at his side again. Zuko! Aang shouted. You've got to snap out of this. Please, just show me where you are. I know you don't really want to give up. This isn't like you at all. The thread encircling his heart tugged him east. He turned and saw a flicker of light. There. Aang gasped. He scrambled frantically after the light. It darted and glided through the air like a firefly, cutting a path through the haze of memories yet always staying out of reach. Aang felt like he was back in the swamp in the spirit world. He'd chased that stupid orb everywhere until Roku had appeared. Wait up! Aang cried, struggling to keep up with its rapid movement. He couldn't bend in the dream world and his legs felt like lead. I can't. Suddenly, the scene changed. He was on top of the drill and cradling Changpu's lifeless body in his arms. Iroh was beside him and trying to get him to let go of the wounded soldier. Aang didn't listen. Despair and guilt clawed at his chest. It's my fault, Aang found himself saying in a choked voice. He raised his head, trembling and gasping back sobs. I should have left with him. I should have just listened to Sokka in the first place. Aang slapped his cheeks to snap himself back into focus. No. This isn't my memory. The dream world didn't care whether the memories were not his. The images kept coming for him in relentless waves. They let him experience what it was like to renew the spark of life in a dying person, to feel the fear, the draining link of energy, but also the overwhelming relief. They let him see a boy who had always failed, who had done terrible things and struggled so hard to earn his place in the world, but then that boy had discovered he could heal. He had saved those who were important to him, even the Avatar. He had made a real difference. I don't regret it. You don't. You would have died if I hadn't healed you that night, and I definitely don't regret healing my uncle. We all have to make sacrifices sometimes. It took Aang a moment to realize he was crying. What are you trying to show me? He demanded. You want to justify what you did? Is that it? The world flickered and swirled. Aang found himself back in the rocky crevice near Half Moon Bay. He was sitting opposite Zuko and trying to understand why he did not shy from the things that could hurt or frighten him. Doesn't it scare you? Aang asked. Yes. I don't know how to control my healing abilities. If it's triggered again, I don't know if I'll end up sacrificing my own life or if I'll just lose my bending entirely. And you're okay with that? I don't know. I just know that this power is a part of me. Aang made a frustrated sound and struggled to his feet. That doesn't mean it's your destiny to give up your life for me. He gripped the dream version Zuko's shoulders. Do you hear me? This is not your destiny. I saw your memories. I saw how much you struggled and fought to find your way. Why can't you keep fighting now? Tears choked his voice. Why is it only now that you think it's okay to give up? Zuko slipped through his grip like smoke, dissipating into nothing. Aang collapsed to his knees. Why, Zuko? He demanded, hanging his head. I thought you wanted to find your mother. I thought you wanted to help Shizue and learn more about your healing abilities. He balled his hands into fists. You knew the risk when you linked yourself to me. You knew you might not wake up, so why? I have to take responsibility. The Avatar is supposed to bring hope to the world. Aang shook his head. I don't care about that. He raised his face to the dreamlike images that swirled all around him, searching for any scrap of the real prince. You're the one who taught me not to run from difficult things. You're the reason I even managed to unlock the final chakra and master the Avatar state. His chin wobbled. You believed in me, you made me a better Avatar, and a shuddering breath, all this time I've been wondering, maybe if I hadn't hesitated so much when we'd run into that sea serpent, maybe if I'd just listened to you and trusted in my fire bending, maybe then I wouldn't have stuffed up my control over the Avatar state. Maybe then I wouldn't have got hit by that rock. Maybe then we wouldn't be in this mess. Maybe. I just don't want my friend to die. You're a good kid. I'd never be able to forgive myself if I let something happen to you. Aang swallowed against the lump in his throat. Are you trying to tell me it's okay because at least you know I'll be alive? He screwed his face up in distress. You big dummy, that goes both ways. How do you think I feel right now? You might never wake up again and it's all because I couldn't avoid a stupid rock. A breeze ruffled his clothes. It almost felt like Zuko had sighed in fond exasperation. Aang blinked and scrubbed away his tears. He must be closer to the core than he'd realized if he could sense this much. The connection felt so strong now. It was like he could reach out and touch him. I'm not going to let you go like this, Zuko, Aang said, scrambling to his feet. I came this far because I want my friend at my side. I don't want him to fade away. I definitely don't want him to sacrifice himself for me because I'm the Avatar. So you have to wake up. Aang squeezed his eyes shut and shouted the words with all he had. Wake up so we can get out of this place and fulfill our real destinies. It was like a switch had been flicked. The world smashed around him like glass, shattering into tiny pieces that glinted and winked out of existence as if to mirror the falling stars. Aang stared in wonder. The light he had followed appeared in a rush of unfurling flames. It grew and grew, reshaping itself until Aang was staring at a sun-like sphere. His brow furrowed and he took a step closer. Zuko! The sphere hummed with warmth and light. Aang almost stumbled in relief. He had done it. He had found the core of Zuko's consciousness all wrapped up in this cocoon of fire. He sat cross-legged in front of the sphere. Hey, buddy, he greeted. Guess you're still struggling a little, huh? Now that he was here at the center, He could understand what had happened. Zuko had never truly wanted to give up, he had just been so scattered and lost that he had not known how to pick up the pieces. He had not known how to escape on his own. That was why Zuko had wondered if maybe it was just his destiny to save the Avatar through their bond. Maybe all of their time together had been building for that single moment, to grant Aang just enough time to be healed by Katara's spirit oasis water. I swear you never change. If you hadn't tried to drive me off so much to protect me, I would have got here sooner. Aang's expression softened. Though you did reach out to me and guide me to you, so I guess I should thank you as well. The sphere glowed a little brighter. Aang smiled and brought his fists together in his standard meditation pose. Yeah, I know. I'm going to send you back now. He lowered his gaze. And, say hi to everyone for me, okay? The fire flickered as if to express confusion. Aang gave a little laugh, though there was no humor in the sound. Turns out I can't come back with you just yet. Sorry. My path is still blocked. I guess my body is too damaged right now to handle the real world. I'll have to follow you when I can. Aang released the spiritual energy within him, letting it surround the teenager who had just materialized from the flames. There was a moment where their eyes met, and then Zuko vanished along with the sphere. Aang exhaled and brought his knees up to his chest. Now he was alone again in the nothingness. That kind of sucked, especially since it was just a reminder he wasn't much of an avatar anymore. Still, it was only a matter of time before he woke up. He hoped. He pressed his hand to his chest. The thread that connected him to Zuko still hummed faintly with warmth. Looks like it's all on you and the others now, he muttered. It was a difficult truth to swallow. Aang had already failed the world once. He didn't want to see it happen again. Chapter 19, Find Your Resolve. Aang. The name spilled from Zuko's lips. He sat up with a lurch, hand reaching for the boy who had sat in front of him. A pig chicken stood in Aang's place. Zuko blinked. The pig chicken snorted and carried on walking, occasionally stopping to snuffle at the ground for grub. Okay. It seemed Zuko had missed quite a bit while he'd been out. He definitely didn't remember any pig chickens at Lake Laogai. Also, why the heck was he only in his undergarments? Zuko. Something warm and solid crashed against his chest, and he staggered, reaching out to steady them both. It only took a second to process the brown hair and blue clothes. It took even less to realize Katara was sitting on him and hugging him tightly. His cheeks burned. Katara, what? She tightened her hold. You big jerk. I was worried. She nestled her face into the nook between his neck and shoulder. I was really worried. Zuko let out a breath. He wasn't good at doing the whole comfort thing, but the thought of pushing her away didn't feel right either. Hesitantly, he wrapped his arms around her to return the embrace. She squeezed him tighter in response. It seemed hugging had been the right option, though it would be great if she loosened her grip a little. Much as it felt nice to have her this close, to remind him that he was indeed alive and awake, being alive also meant he had to breathe. She was making that difficult. Katara, he said, pulling back as much as he could. I kind of can't breathe. She loosened her hold enough so that she was no longer trying to crush his ribs, though she didn't make any effort to move off him or let go. He bit back a smile. She must have indeed been worried, for she wasn't normally this clingy. That had always been Aang's thing. Zuko rested his chin on the top of her head and relaxed with her into the embrace. Maybe a part of him also needed this, to be close to another, to feel her warmth, her beating heart. Katara nestled closer. Don't scare me like that again, she murmured. Okay. It's not like I planned for it to happen. Zuko. I know. This time he tightened his hold. I know. I was scared too, to be honest. But I couldn't let him die. You were the only one who could heal him. I knew I had to keep him alive until you got there. He closed his eyes. You saved us both, Katara. Thank you. Something wet dampened his skin. I don't know if I did. Her voice was very small. Aang won't wake up. I used the spirit oasis water and everything, But he'll wake up. How can you be so sure? It's been almost a day and his energy is so twisted. I keep telling myself that it'll be fine, that he'll wake up, but what if he'll wake up? Trust me. She pulled back from his chest to meet his gaze. You really believe that, don't you? I'm here with you now, aren't I? Aang is the one who found me and made me wake up. He's still fighting in there. I know he wants to come back to everyone more than anything. Aang did. Yeah. So don't cry, okay? Aang won't let himself stay trapped in that place. One corner of Zuko's mouth lifted. Besides, aren't you the one who's always saying we just have to have faith? It doesn't feel right when I have to be the optimistic one. She let out a half hiccup, half snort. Jerk. Not that there was much vehemence behind the word. Indeed, a second later she was nestling into his chest and showed no sign of letting go. Zuko exhaled and let his hand trace soothing circles on her back. His mother had used to do the same for him as a child, and it had always made him feel better. Katara had obviously been under a lot of stress. It was best to just let her be and do what she needed to calm down. Still, there was one thing that niggled. By the way, he said. What, happened to my clothes? She froze and then pulled back from him as if burned, though their arms still loosely encircled each other. Her cheeks darkened. I mean, your heartbeat and breathing got really weak, and then you were all cold and your energy felt weird, and I remembered what you said that time at the oasis, and then there was that time with your uncle after we fought Azula, and... She seemed to realize she was rambling, because she clenched her mouth shut. Zuko might have felt more embarrassed upon realizing she was the one who had undressed him if he wasn't trying not to laugh. True, his cheeks were a bit pink, but he'd never seen her so flustered. She was blushing so badly he could almost feel the warmth emanating from her face. Sunlight, she managed in a gruff voice, keeping her gaze lowered. It was so you could absorb the sunlight. I swear I didn't do anything weird. Zuko couldn't help it. A tiny snort escaped his lips. Her eyes flashed. What's so funny? And nothing. His shoulders shook. Really, it's nothing. You're laughing at me? I'm not. You are too. And here I've been so worried and trying to do everything I can to keep you and Aang stable, and... She made a frustrated sound and shoved at him. Zuko really did laugh then, her awkwardness was kind of cute. You're horrible, she accused. Sorry, he said, and he meant it. I know it's not funny. Everything's been so crazy. He rubbed the base of his neck. I really doubted if I'd ever wake up for a moment. But now I'm here, and you're here, and, well. He let out a breath and gave her a lopsided smile. Just thanks, I guess. It seems like my body was in good hands while I was out. Her blush darkened. I just did what I could. I know, and I'm grateful for that. Her eyes met his. They were still red-rimmed and puffy. Zuko cupped her cheek with his hand. You've been through a lot, huh? He murmured. I'm sorry I laughed at you. Really? She let out a breath. The sound of someone clearing their throat made both of them flinch. A familiar voice said, Am I interrupting something? Zuko turned his head to see Changpya watching them with a faint grin. He blinked. First, Zuko had no idea why the soldier was here. Second, he had just realized what kind of situation he and Katara must present. She was still sitting on his lap, pretty much straddling him, and her arms were around his waist. Zuko, meanwhile, had one hand resting on the small of her back while the other cupped her cheek. Their faces were close. He was not wearing much clothes. In short, his cheeks burned. Badly. Katara caught his gaze with a startled expression, her cheeks were also very pink. It's not like that. They exclaimed in unison. They sprang apart from each other and averted their faces, refusing to meet the other's gaze. Changpya laughed and waved his hand in an appeasing way. All right, he said, still chuckling. I won't tease you. Zuko's blush darkened. He cleared his throat and folded his arms across his chest. Anyway, would someone mind telling me what's going on? How come you're here? I thought you were still at the outer wall, and, he glanced at the dry, scraggly field surrounding them and the pig chickens strutting about. Where are we? Where's everyone else? Chang Pu's amusement faded. This is my family's farm. As for why we're here. He trailed off and glanced at Katara. A lot has happened, she said in a low voice. After you linked to Aang and went unconscious, things got bad. Real bad. Zuko's heart clenched. What do you mean? They were interrupted by a loud, growling sound. It took Zuko a moment to realize the growls were coming from his own stomach. He blushed for quite a different reason. Now that he thought about it, when was the last time he had eaten? Chang Pu smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Maybe we should get you some food first. You've been out for a long time. He glanced at Zuko's body. Some pants might be good as well. My family will get the wrong idea if they see you like that, especially with how close you are to Katara. Katara groaned in a mortified kind of way. I said it wasn't like that. Sure, sure. She muttered under her breath and covered her face with her hands. Even Zuko found it difficult not to be embarrassed. It was obvious that Chang Pu did not believe they were just friends. Fortunately, though, he did not tease them further and instead led Zuko to where he could first relieve himself and then to where his clothes had been neatly folded and stored inside the barn. Aang lay unconscious not far from them, watched over by Appa and Momo. Katara went to check on him, moving him into a different position to keep his blood circulating properly. Something twisted in Zuko's stomach at the sight. He couldn't remember everything that had happened while his consciousness had been scattered, but he knew it was Aang who had helped him to return. If Katara had kept his body functioning in the outside world, it was Aang who had saved his mind from the inside. Aang who had been forced to stay behind. Zuko gritted his teeth and tugged on his clothes. He had meant the words he had said to Katara. He knew without a doubt that Aang would wake up. What worried him was when. What worried him was that there was a chance Aang would not be the same when he did. I lost my connection to my past lives. I'm not anything special. No one should be sacrificing anything for me. Chang Pu tilted his head. Something wrong? No. Zuko finished doing up the sash around his middle. It's nothing. There was no need to worry everyone just yet. Not until he could confirm with Aang whether it was true he had indeed permanently lost his ability to go into the Avatar state. Zuko wanted to believe that Aang had made a mistake. We've got some leftovers, Chang Pu said, picking up a basket and handing Zuko a peach and a small bowl of rice. Sorry, it's not much. My family aren't wealthy. Zuko accepted the food. It's fine. He sat down on the floor next to Katara and began eating the peach. She warned him to take it slow, reminding him that he had been unconscious for almost 24 hours and his body was still recovering. He nodded and slowed his pace. Chang Pu settled down on the floor with them, arms loosely resting on his knees. So, what happened to the others? Zuko prompted. How come it's just us here? Katara stared at her hands. I told you things got bad after you linked to Aang, right? He nodded. She let out a breath and explained the situation, how they had been overwhelmed by the Dai Li upon leaving the bunker, how Toph had been held hostage, how Long Feng had given the order to attack, and how Iroh had told her to get the two boys out while she could. I don't know what happened after that, she admitted. I wanted to stay, but... Zuko found that he had lost his appetite. I get it. I'm sorry. I wish I could have done more. You don't have to apologize, he told her. Uncle wouldn't have told you to go unless there was no other option. Her shoulders slumped. Zuko said nothing and stared at the half-eaten peach in his hand. Both understood what the other was avoiding saying, that it was likely their friends had been captured. We can't get inside the city right now, Chang Pu said, picking up the conversation. There are checkpoints at every gate and they've increased the guards along the inner wall. My family are keeping an ear out for any news, but it might be best if we stay put for now, at least until things die down. I can't do that, Zuko said, placing his food aside. Chang Pu blinked. Did you hear what I just said? It's too risky to. And I'm telling you I don't care. Zuko held his gaze. You know who I am. You know exactly what will happen to my uncle if his identity is confirmed. Katara's jaw dropped. She swung around to stare at Changpyo. Wait, you know. Yeah. I overheard the battle with Princess Azula on the drill. I'd have to be deaf not to have put the pieces together. She opened her mouth to respond, but Zuko got there first. Never mind that, he said impatiently. Look, even if my uncle wasn't in serious danger, I couldn't just sit here and wait. We need information. We need to know what happened to everyone and what the Dai Li are planning to do with them now. Katara twisted the fabric of her tunic around her fingers. I know how you feel. I wanted to go back for the others as well, but how are we supposed to avoid getting caught ourselves? Aang is still unconscious. It's just the three of us and... I'm not suggesting we fight them head-on, Zuko said. That would be stupid. She furrowed her brow. Then what? Like I said, we need information. Changpyo pinched the bridge of his nose. Why do I get the feeling you're about to say something really reckless, but somehow you'll make it sound logical or like it's the only option we have, and I just know I'm going to end up going along with you, even though this whole thing is crazy. Changpyo held his hand up in a silencing gesture. You know what, never mind. No need to justify. Just lay it on me. If you say it doesn't involve tackling the Dai Li head-on, then I'm listening. It's really not that dangerous, Zuko assured him. Well, I guess there is some risk, but we don't need to worry about that. I won't stuff up. Somehow I'm not comforted at all, Changpyo muttered. Katara covered her smile with her hand. So, what's this not so dangerous but still risky plan of yours? Zuko explained that what they really needed was to find a Dai Li agent and squeeze all the information they could out of the guy. From there, they could figure out the best approach to rescue their friends. You want to kidnap a Dai Li agent? Changpyo demanded. It's not that big of a deal, Zuko said with a shrug. Those guys aren't that strong on their own. All we need to do is lure in one. Changpyo pressed his palm against his forehead. Knew it was going to be reckless. We can't afford to muck around. This is the fastest way to get information. Changpyo folded his arms across his chest. All right, let's say we go along with your crazy plan. How do you propose we get around the checkpoints and city guards? And don't just say we go on Appa, he added, narrowing his eyes. That giant ball of fluff is a flying beacon that screams suffer death by projectiles or get captured. You couldn't earthbend us under the wall? Katara asked. Changpyo shook his head. Creating your own tunnel takes time and would make enough vibrations to alert the guards who patrol the wall. They're pretty vigilant about that kind of thing. He spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I've heard rumors that the Dai Li have their own underground system that spreads all over the city, but you'd have to know the access points to even get inside. She frowned and brought her knees up to her chest. Guess that rules out that option. Pretty much. Zuko gave them both a flat look. Maya would have been proud. You guys finished? He asked. Katara raised her eyebrow. I suppose you have a better idea for getting inside the wall without passing through the gates. Actually, we don't need to worry about that. We can just go back to Lake Laogai. Changpyo once more smacked his palm against his forehead. Never mind, your plan isn't just crazy. It's plain suicide. Did you forget what happened there? No, Zuko said grimly, but this time it'll be different. He leaned forward and met their eyes. We can make this work. Trust me. That place is their headquarters. It's going to be crawling with Dai Li, and they're all going to be looking for you. Changpyo gripped his forearm. Prince Zuko, please reconsider. You just woke up, you're in no condition to be fighting, and I don't want to see you get hurt. This isn't going to be a fight. I said I wasn't going to take the Dai Li head on. Think of it like an espionage mission. This is just to get information. Changpyo was not appeased. He said the whole idea was crazy and that he didn't think any of them should go near Lake Laogai. It would just be walking into another trap. Zuko was forced to explain that he had once been the Blue Spirit and had broken into heavily guarded Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom strongholds plenty of times. In fact, he was far more confident in his stealth skills than his firebending. Just leave it to me, Zuko said. I know what I'm doing. Katara pursed her lips. You want to go alone? I'll need Changpu's earthbending to get inside the bunker, but it's better if I do the actual info gathering myself. The more people who come, the higher the chance of getting caught. Changpu's brow creased. I don't like it. If you get into trouble, neither of us will be there to help you. If you're both there, you'd just be a liability, Zuko said bluntly. He continued before either of them could protest. Look, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just stating a fact. Besides, we can't leave Aang unprotected. Katara frowned at her hands. I still don't like this. You don't have to. There's nothing ideal about our situation. Of course it would be better if we could wait until things settled down, but the problem is we don't know if we can. He shook his head. I don't want to take that risk. Changpu rubbed a hand over his face. I knew it, he muttered. I knew it was going to come to this. Then you agree this is the best plan? Zuko asked. Unfortunately, yes. But you have to promise you'll only stick to getting information. No rushing off to be hero. Zuko's mouth twitched into a reluctant smile. You're giving me orders now. Hey, I almost died for you, the least you can do is not rush into every danger that comes your way. Some of Zuko's amusement faded. Yeah, I know. I'll be careful. Good. Katara picked up the bowl of rice and forced it back into Zuko's hands. Eat, she ordered. I'm not letting you leave until I know you've recovered enough to handle carrying out this plan of yours. All right, he agreed. Even he was aware that his body was still adjusting to being awake and that he would need more time before he could set out with Changpu. Contrary to what the others no doubt assumed, Zuko didn't want to be reckless. He just understood what was at risk. They could not rely on Aang, nor could they wait and hope that a miracle would occur. What they needed was knowledge. He was going to get that for them. The Dai Li had shown their true colors last night. Such an enemy could not be left unchallenged, especially not when lives were at stake. Oh. Old man, what are you playing? The girl moved closer to the table where the two old guys sat. A board with lots of colored tiles had been placed on top. The old man she had spoken to twirled one of the round tiles between his fingers. He was a funny-looking guy with a thick mustache and a big belly. Wealthy enough to eat a good meal every night then. Not many people got that big in the lower ring. No doubt his money bag would hold more than a few copper pieces. She repressed a smile at the thought. We're playing Pai Sho, the man responded, eyes crinkling into an easy smile. Ever heard of it? She shook her head. He patted the seat next to him. Here, watch closely. I'm about to make my first move. His opponent rolled his eyes. Fu, are you really going to waste time with this kid? You can see what she is just by looking at her. Fu frowned at his opponent. The child is doing no wrong. Besides, we should cultivate her curiosity, not crush it. A hint of amusement entered his tone. Or are you just upset because I won't be dedicating all my focus into the game if she's here? Don't worry, old friend, I'll still beat you. The other man made a scornful sound. Do what you want. Fu smiled at the girl and gestured for her to come closer. She clambered onto the stool next to him, feet bare and an ugly bruise mottling her cheek. He didn't comment on her appearance. Instead, he showed her the picture on the tile he had been twirling between his fingers. This is the White Lotus tile, he explained. Most people don't think much of it because it has weak properties, but when placed here, he set it in the middle of the board, it can open many possibilities. His opponent scoffed. You're just wasting your piece by placing it there. He set his own tile down to claim the White Lotus tile. Fu winked at the girl. The gambit has been accepted, he murmured, low enough so only she could hear. Now watch. She rested her chin on her palms and watched as the game unfolded. Piece after piece was placed on the squares, countering here, claiming there. It was fascinating. She almost forgot why she had first approached the old man. Almost. The gnawing ache in her stomach could never be ignored for too long. Looks like I win again, Fu said at the end. His friend groaned and slapped his palm against his forehead. How much do I owe you this time? Fu said the amount. She watched with hawk eyes as the money was exchanged and placed inside Fu's money pouch. Before he could seal the pouch properly, she raised her fingers in a sharp motion. The ground jerked in a violent swell. Stools and tables were upended, taking the old men, the pie show board and, most importantly, the money pouch with them. Coins clinked and rolled along the ground, intermingled with the round tiles that had been scattered everywhere. She moved swiftly, ignoring the old men's groans as she collected her bounty. She sprinted off into one of the side alleys before anyone could stop her. Time was of the essence. The shout for thief would start up soon. It always did. Except it didn't. She slowed and glanced over her shoulder. Had she injured the old men with that move? Were they too hurt to call for help? A frown twisted her lips. Turning back, she used her bending to propel herself onto the rooftops and crawled her way to the small park from which she had fled. The old men were busy setting up their table and pie show board again. Neither seemed injured. Her frown deepened and she jumped down onto one of the walls that rimmed the park, flattening herself against the stone as she worked her way closer. You should call the guards on that brat, Fu's friend was saying. You know she stole your money. It's fine. How can you be so? Fu laughed. Well, it's my own fault, isn't it? I wasn't expecting her to be an earthbender. Quite a clever little thing to use such a trick. He rubbed his chin. I wonder what kind of pie show player she'd be if she was trained. No doubt she'd become a formidable opponent. You need help, was all his friend could retort. Mental help, I mean. Everything is pie show with you. Fu chuckled. Perhaps. So, how about another match? I need to make up for the coins I lost. You sneaking old. She headed back along the wall and up to the much safer hiding position on the rooftops. She removed the pouch from her tunic and pulled out the wooden tile that lay on top of the coins. A lotus flower had been painted onto the face of the tile. Her brow furrowed. She wasn't sure why she had stolen the piece along with the money. It wasn't like it had any value. Pie show, she murmured. It was an interesting game. Maybe she would. Bayu's eyes snapped open. Immediately, she was conscious of something not quite being right. The fine hairs on the back of her neck prickled, and her skin crawled with the uneasy feeling of being watched. Not Iroh, he had his eyes shut and was snoring next to her in the cage. Bayu got to her knees and spun around. Her gaze narrowed on the figure illuminated by the glowing crystals. Conical hat, dark robes, long plait. One of the Daily. He raised his face more and his features were cast into relief, an ordinary-looking man, but with eyes as cold and hard like gems. Shire, she said, clenching her hands into fists. He smiled and stepped closer. The smile did not reach his eyes. I had some time so I thought I'd come see you. Why? She tilted her head, analyzing him for a motive. He didn't seem the type to stop by for a random visit. You told me my name yesterday as well. He shrugged. Call it a sentimental moment. Sentimental? She raised her eyebrow. Somehow I find that hard to imagine. He dipped his head. Figured me out, have you? The truth is I wondered if telling you your name would bring you back. It's a waste to kill you when you're not yourself. A broken Judy doesn't interest me, but Bayu, his eyes glittered, now she was an interesting woman. Her stomach twisted. So it was true. He really had known her before she'd become brainwashed. Shireng walked forward to stop in front of the cage, though he made a point to stay out of her reach. Do you remember this? He held up something small and wooden to the light. The bottom half was curved but the top was jagged and uneven. A design had been painted on it. Her brow creased. It almost looked like petals. In fact, if she pictured the piece as a whole and finished the pattern by linking it all together, it would look like a... Her breath caught. A white lotus tile. It was a broken white lotus tile. I always knew you would become a formidable opponent. The old man coughed and winced as the motion made him convulse against the sharpened rock protruding from his chest. Blood dribbled down his chin, but he still managed a smile. I see you outsmarted me again. Tears prickled her eyes. Fu, this isn't what it looks like. Bai winced and placed a hand to her head. That had been a memory. Why had the old man from her childhood been there? What was going on? Shiring tossed the broken tile into the cage. It clattered and fell to a stop next to her foot. Another gift, he said. I hope it helps. I want to meet her again before the end. Bai made a frustrated sound. Enough with the games. Something flickered in his expression. Ah, that look. Yes, that is the look I remember. He shook his head. But it's a pity. Even when you look at me with those resentful eyes, you're still just a weakened version of the woman I used to know. He turned his back on her and began to walk calmly away. Do keep trying, Bayu. I'll be disappointed if you don't remember. If you want me to remember so much, then give my memories back. I'm afraid my technique doesn't work that way. He glanced at her over his shoulder. But perhaps I can give you one more clue. Golden flower. Her brow creased. It's the place where we first met, he explained. You were a treacherous woman even then. It was like a switch had been flicked. Her head pulsed as memories burst forth like fireworks in her mind, vivid and damning. Yes, she remembered Golden Flower. The body. We have to get rid of the body. But the blood. It's Bayu's fault. We should just. Shiring laughed softly and left the chamber. Bayu clutched the bars to the cage for support. Her stomach heaved, though she managed not to vomit. All those memories. All those awful, awful things she had done for the sake of survival. It was a relief when the memories settled and she could think clearly again. A relief and a sickening disappointment. She had been so sure that it was the Daily who had brainwashed her into working for them. As it was, the truth was much uglier. Bayu picked up the broken tile and ran her fingers over the design. A splotch of what looked like dark, reddish-brown paint marred the upper left part where the tile had been broken. Except she knew it was not paint. It was a blood stain. I know you're awake, Yingja, she said after a moment. You forgot to keep snoring. Iroh cleared his throat. Sorry. I didn't think it was my place to say anything. She closed her hand over the tile. You heard everything, right? Yes, he admitted. I was curious to see what Shiring would do, so I pretended to be asleep. It seems that Agent is rather fascinated by you. So he is, she agreed. Or, rather, who I was before I became Judy. Perhaps we can use that to our advantage. What do you propose? She sat next to him. I haven't remembered enough to be sure, but I believe Shiring and I were quite intimate with each other in the past, before I became a Judy, I mean. He blinked. Oh, I see. Not like that. She scrunched her nose. At least I don't think so. There was definitely no affection on my part. I just remembered something when he brought up Golden Flower. Iroh raised his eyebrows in question. It's a brothel. I was a worker there, I played the pipa, entertained clients with games and conversation, and of course pleased those who paid enough with my body. She shrugged. It wasn't a bad life. I was never popular enough to get embroiled in the petty wars and jealousies that went on behind the fans, and it was better than living on the streets. Her mouth twisted into a grimace. But then one of the clients got violent. He was a bender and. She swallowed. I killed him. I killed him so that we would all be safe, but the other women turned on me. They were afraid. The man had been the son of a powerful official. They knew the entire house would be blamed for his death. What happened? Shiring. He thought I could be useful, so he offered me a deal. She closed her eyes. I accepted. I didn't want to go to prison or be executed, and I knew the Daily had the power to wipe my crimes. Iroh placed his hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry. There was no need for him to elaborate. He had understood that this was not the past she had been hoping for. She had dreamt of a family, a home. She had not expected to learn that her entire life had been one of cunning and doing whatever it took to survive, that she had willingly chosen to work for the Daily and even helped them to train the first batches of Judis, those poor, unskilled women who had been snatched from the lower ring into becoming charming tools. You used to be one of our best. Long Feng would have allowed you to keep your mind had you not insisted on betraying us. Baiyu tightened her grip on the lotus tile. Anyway, my point is that this is personal for Shireng. When Long Feng was in charge, Shireng wouldn't have dared to overstep his boundaries, but now he is the one running the show. He's getting bolder. Like trying to help you retrieve your memories, Iroh said, catching on. She nodded. Long Feng would have never allowed it. He likes to cover his tracks and tie up all loose ends, and it's a fact that I'm just a loose end now. My memories are dangerous to the Daily. Shireng knows this, but he can't let it go. That he's even taking the time to give me all these clues shows he's still attached to me, albeit in his own twisted way. Her expression hardened with resolve. I'm going to use that weakness. Are you sure you're okay with using this method? I'm not saying it won't work, but it will mean you have to. It's fine. She uncurled her fingers to reveal the broken lotus tile. I'm prepared to do what is needed. After all, this was personal for her as well. There was only one person who had ever given her a shred of real affection. Thanks to Shireng and Long Feng, that man had died thinking she had betrayed him. Baiyu wanted revenge. She didn't care if it meant sacrificing her dignity. It wasn't like she had much left to salvage. Iroh noticed the broken tile resting on her palm. A white lotus tile, isn't it? A pity it's broken, that's the most important piece. I know. Her voice sounded bitter even to her ears. Baiyu. Iroh leaned forward. By chance have you remembered the true significance of this tile? She nodded. The Order uses it as a means of communication with its members. Then that place you took us to, the one in the old city where we found the other tile. That place is. It was a safe house. Was. A lump formed in her throat. The Order doesn't exist in Ba Sing Se now, not as a proper faction. The Grand Lotus and all of the higher-ranked members were rounded up and killed several years ago. Others were imprisoned, others brainwashed into submission. Iroh's eyes widened. Then that's why Ba Sing Se went silent. We tried to implant new agents inside the city to investigate, but... She shrugged in a helpless way, too caught up in the memories and emotions. Her time as a double agent had been short. It had been luck that she had even fallen in with the secret society. As it turned out, Fu had never been a peasant from the lower ring but a high-ranking army official. Still, in the end she had not been able to make a difference. Too late to warn of the raid, too late to save Fu. So, Fu was murdered, Iroh said more to himself. She raised her head. You knew Fu. A long time ago he gave me some very good advice, and beat me soundly at Paisho, Iroh added with a rueful smile. As one of the Grand Lotuses, I looked up to him. As a man, he was a dear friend. I'm sad to hear of his loss. Baiyu gritted her teeth. We can't let this go on, Yingja. We have to stop the Daily. Yes, we do. Iroh's expression turned grim. It is my duty as a Grand Lotus to reconnect the petals that have been lost in this city. First, however, we need to get out of this cage and find our young friends. Leave the cage to me. I'm sure I can get Shireng to lower his guard. You just seize the moment when it's offered. Naturally. Their eyes met in mutual resolve. The Order of the White Lotus would be born again in Ba Sing Se. For now, it was just the two of them, but perhaps there were other agents out there, people who had been too afraid to speak up when the lines of communication had been cut, people who still carried their White Lotus tiles and waited for the call of the Grand Lotus. Baiyu clenched the broken tile tightly in her fist. This time, she would make sure the call to fight was not silenced. Oh. They're not back yet, Sokka observed. Mai said nothing and twirled a knife round and round her fingers, almost hypnotically. It was amazing that she never faltered. Sokka got up from the cushions and moved towards the window. He peered down at the street, searching for any sign of the others. Instead, he saw a girl trying to help a man to their apartment building. The man was singing loudly and kept stumbling away from her hands. He ended up in a pile of rubbish. Dad. The girl groaned, smacking her forehead. Her voice was oddly familiar. You stupid drunk. I can't carry you up all those stairs, so get your butt off that ground and... Well, Well, if it isn't Inlay and his cute little daughter. Sokka's brow furrowed as a group of men closed in on the girl and her father. Suddenly, he was conscious of a presence behind him. He turned to see Mai watching the group on the street with narrowed eyes. The knife was still in her hand. "Those men again," Mai murmured. "You know them. That girl, Jin, her father owes those men a debt. I helped her get away from them last time, but..." Jin cried out in alarm. One of the men had grabbed her by the arms. The big, brutish one who was leading the group placed his boot on her father's chest, pinning him down into the rubbish. "Time's up, Inlay. If you don't have the money to pay up, we'll just take the girl. She'll make a nice addition to our..." Mai pushed past Sokka and jumped out the window. He blinked. A second later he was scrambling after her. She was injured and only had a few throwing weapons at her disposal. There was no way she could take on all 6 of the men at once, not without getting more injured in the process. "Back off," Mai ordered, landing in a crouch on the street and throwing the knife. The sharpened edge came so close to the brutish man that it grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of red before burying itself into the wall of the opposite house. He pressed a hand to the cut, and his eyes bulged with rage. "That was just a warning shot," Mai said grimly. "Try anything else and it'll be your head." Sokka felt something flutter in his stomach. She had been pretty cool just then. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had been moved by her performance. Jin's eyes sparkled and she smiled in open relief. "Luan!" Jin cried. "I can't believe you're here." Mai kept her gaze trained on the brutish man, daring him to make his next move. Judging by the sour look about his mouth, it wasn't going to be the retreat they were hoping for. Sokka pulled himself together and stood next to Mai. He got his boomerang ready, gaze flickering from one man to the next. "Do you know who I am, you little punk?" The brutish man snarled. "This whole district belongs to me. Me, Zhenkong." Mai's lip curled. "Like I care." Fresh knives were suddenly in each of her hands. She was about to attack when a pillar of earth smacked into Zhenkong's head. Both teens blinked. The other men also watched in surprise as their leader toppled. "Did someone call earthbending support?" Sokka mused, glancing around the street. Inlay sat up from the pile of rubbish, a bottle of alcohol in hand. "Gush or stinkin' boot offs me," he slurred. Sokka's eyes widened. The drunk was a bender. "You bastard!" One of Zhenkong's goons snarled. "We'll teach you to mess with the Scorpicros." An all-out street brawl broke out. Sokka knocked one of the guys back with his boomerang, only to yelp as he was almost crushed by a hammer. He staggered backwards. His opponent flashed a rotten-toothed smile and flexed stupidly large muscles. "Wanna a piece of me, small fry?" he taunted. Sokka scrunched his face in distaste. "I'll pass, thanks." He swung his club up to catch the man on the chin, knocking him out clean. Sokka dashed to help Inlay and Mai fend off the others. The drunk's movements were too sloppy to do much damage. Half the time Inlay missed his target and just sent rocks flying off haphazardly. Mai had to duck one so it didn't smack her in the forehead. "Watch it!" she snapped. Inlay laughed. He was still laughing when the city guards appeared. "Oi!" one of the guards shouted, running towards them. "No fighting in the..." A stray rock just missed him. "Damn it, someone call the daily." Sokka cursed under his breath. The thug he had been fighting also cursed. They both blinked at each other. "Live and let live," Sokka suggested. "Works for me." The men scattered, taking their unconscious gang members with them. Sokka hurried to help Jin with Inlay while Mai collected her knife. She couldn't afford to waste any. He noticed that some of the guards had split to pursue the thugs. 2 of the guards, however, had remained to speak with Sokka and his group. "Everything's all right, officers," Sokka called cheerily to them. "No need to bring in the daily. We just had a little tiff, but it's all sorted now." The guard pursed his lips. Sokka didn't wait for a response and nudged Jin to help him get Inlay inside the apartment. Inlay was still chuckling and making slurred comments about how he'd shown that bastard Zhenkong. Mai stuck close to them, careful to keep her face averted even with the bandages. Wait. Sokka winced. Damn that guard. Was it possible they'd been recognized? He glanced over his shoulder and forced a smile. Yes. The guard pointed at Inlay. Is that man your father? He is, Jin confirmed. A smile softened the guard's foreboding expression. Well, it's nice to see children still showing a bit of familial duty in this day and age. He suddenly jabbed his finger at Sokka. But that doesn't mean you should be joining your father in street fights. Keep him away from the booze next time. Sokka saluted. Yes, sir. He turned away from the guards. Let's get out of here, he urged under his breath. Jin nodded and took a firmer grip on Inlay. Together, they hauled him inside the apartment building while Mai took the lead. It was hard work getting him up the stairs. Inlay was a big, broad-shouldered man, almost as big as Sokka's own father. His dead weight was crushing. Can't you put in a little effort, Sokka complained. You've got 2 feet, don't you? Inlay blinked at him through a cross-eyed gaze. Who are you? Jin slapped her palm against her forehead. This useless drunk. Sokka just grunted in frustration and continued half-carrying, half-dragging the man up the steps. Eventually, they made it to the top and stopped outside Jin's apartment. Something fell out of Inlay's pocket and rolled on the ground. Sokka bent to pick it up. His brow creased as he turned the object in his fingers and examined the design. It looked like the same wooden tile they'd found in that building in the old city. What had Iroh called it? A white lotus tile. Give that back, Inlay growled, snatching the tile from Sokka. Jin rolled her eyes. Sorry. Dad's pretty protective about that pie show piece. It belonged to my gramps. Sokka held his hands up in an appeasing gesture. Hey, I don't want to steal it. The tile is all yours. Inlay stuffed the tile back in his pocket and fumbled with the door to the apartment. Sokka bit back the questions he wanted to ask. He had always been good at connecting patterns, it was no coincidence this tile kept popping up in his travels. The symbol of the White Lotus meant something. Iroh, that Judy lady, the old man at the desert oasis, even Zuko had carried a White Lotus tile with him when he'd been Lee the amnesiac swordsman. No way did it mean nothing. Jin made an impatient sound and opened the door for her father. Inlay didn't thank any of them and stumbled off inside. You're welcome. Sokka called pointedly. All he got in response was a crash and a curse. It sounded like Inlay had walked into something. Jin scratched her cheek. Sorry. Dad's always like this. Don't let it get to you. Sokka folded his arms across his chest. He still thought it was rude, especially since he and Mai had risked being exposed to help them. Not that Mai seemed to care. Come on, Sokka, Mai said flatly. We should get back. Jin grabbed Mai's wrist. Wait. She lowered her gaze and drew circles on the ground with the toe of her boot. You saved me again, Luan. I wanted to thank you for. No thanks necessary, Mai said, quickly slipping out of her grip. It was hard to tell with the bandages, but Sokka thought Mai was blushing. Is this because I kissed you before? Jin asked innocently. I won't do it again if you don't like it. Mai made a choked sound. Sokka, meanwhile, was struggling to process what he had just heard. Mai and Jin had kissed? On the lips? He glanced between the two girls, his eyes wide. What's with him? Jin asked, jerking her thumb at Sokka. He probably did look strange with his slack jaw and glazed expression. Mai whacked him on the head. Perverted thoughts, she muttered. Sokka had the grace to blush. Jin scrunched her nose. I don't really get it, but okay. A sigh escaped Mai. Look, Jin, I'm actually a Luan. Jin. Sokka. All three turned to see Ty Lee bounding towards them. She flashed her trademark grin and latched onto Mai's side. I see you found Luan. Isn't he the cutest? She winked at Mai. I'm almost tempted to steal him for myself. Mai grimaced and tried to shake her friend off. Ty Lee pulled her in closer and murmured something in her ear. Sokka wasn't sure what was said, but the words made Mai stiffen. That was when Angela and Jet exited the stairwell. Rulin'. Ty Lee greeted, releasing Mai. Isn't this great? It looks like Jin's savior really was the Luan we know. Oh. A smile curved Angela's lips. How nice that you got to be reunited. We heard all about your daring rescue the other day. Sokka instinctively moved closer to Mai. He didn't like that smile at all. Jin stepped forward. So, wait, you guys really do know each other? Silly. Ty Lee squished herself against Sokka. This cutie is Sokka, and you've already met Luan. They're our friends. They're staying with us at the moment. Oh, but you can't tell anyone about them, okay? It's supposed to be a secret. Jin looked more confused. Secret? Sokka managed to free himself from Ty Lee. The truth is we're kind of fugitives now. Some of our friends got captured by the Dai Li, but we managed to escape. That's why. That's why you can't say anything, Angela finished for him. You wouldn't want to put Luan in danger, would you? Jin blushed and shook her head. Then you can't say a word, Angela warned. Got it. Jin made a cross-like motion over her chest, the old, cross my heart and hope to die, adage. Jet had been quiet so far, but now he fixed his gaze on Mai and Sokka. By the way, what are you two even doing out here? I thought we agreed you would stay in the apartment until we gave the go-ahead. It wouldn't be good if you're recognized by someone. Jin and her dad were in trouble, Sokka said with a shrug. We decided to help. Sorry, Jin mumbled. I didn't realize you were risking being exposed for us. It's fine, Sokka said with an easy smile. Besides, it was Luan's idea. I didn't have much choice but to follow after he jumped out the window to save you. Mai pinched him in the side. Sokka bit back a hiss. Damn, that girl was strong. Jin smiled up at her. Thanks, Luan. Her eyes suddenly widened and she glanced between her two rescuers. But what about your friends? You said they were captured by the Dai Li. What will happen to them? You don't need to worry, Sokka said. We have a plan to get them back. The Dai Li won't know what hit them. You got that right, Jet said with a hint of smugness. It's only a matter of time now. Inlay appeared at the doorway. His face was still red from alcohol, but his eyes were keener than Sokka had ever seen them. Did I just hear ya say you're planning to go against the Dai Li? Sokka blinked. Yeah. Inlay thumped his fist against the wall. Count me in. Io thosh bastards one hell off a beatin. Angela raised her eyebrow. Who's the drunk? That's my dad, Jin sighed. He used to be a pretty good fighter, well, before he started drinking every day. Angela observed him from head to foot. Sober up and then we'll talk. You stink of alcohol. Inlay blinked, apparently shocked to have been told off for his drinking habits by someone other than his own daughter. Then he just laughed. I like the ish one. She's got spunk. Jin face palmed. Dad. Whoosh. You're embarrassing. Inlay just shrugged. Angela told him that a meeting would be held tomorrow evening. If he was serious about fighting the Dai Li, he could come. The alcohol could not come with him. Jin said she would make sure her father got there sober and then thanked Mai and Sokka again for coming to her rescue. The group parted ways after that. So, the first meeting is tomorrow? Sokka asked once they were inside their own apartment. I thought you were going to wait. No need, Angela said calmly. Turns out the lower ring is more than ready to start a revolution. It's a barrel of blasting jelly just waiting to explode. Sokka's stomach twisted. He didn't like the sound of that, even though he knew stirring up the people had always been part of the plan. Jet clapped a hand on his shoulder. Things are finally falling into place, Sokka. We'll be able to make our move in no time. Yeah, he said without enthusiasm. Great. He was still feeling unsettled when Smellerbee and Longshot returned. The two had been working hard to distribute invitations to those people Angela, Ty Lee and the Freedom Fighters had scouted as potential recruits. From there the word would spread so they could get a good turnout for the first meeting. Smellerby was also pleased to confirm that she had got a copy of the city guard's roster and assigned stations, just as Jet had asked. "Good work, you two," Jet praised. "With this everything is set." Sokka said nothing. He couldn't help but feel like he was caught in a current that he could not control. It had only been a day, yet things were already moving so quickly. Angela was a person who made things happen. He could see it in every choice, every action she made. She had even swept him up in her flow. While she had been arranging a revolution, he had stayed shut up in the apartment like a good boy and watched over Longfeng with Shizue and Mai. That wasn't a good feeling. True, on the surface it had seemed like a logical plan, but now he wondered if Angela was just trying to keep them out of the way. He wondered how they were ever going to turn the tide on this girl who seemed to have everything at her command. Not even Mai dared to relax her act as Luin the taciturn male. That bothered him as well. Mai shouldn't have to hide. She shouldn't have to be silent just because Angela was crazy. This couldn't continue. But how could he stop it? He rubbed a hand over his face. Thinking about this was giving him a headache. It didn't help that he'd barely got any sleep. He'd been so on edge that he'd stayed awake the whole night to make sure Angela and Ty Lee didn't stab any of them in the back. Heck, to make sure none of the freedom fighters stabbed them in the back. None of these people could be trusted. Not really. What should he do? What should any of them do? The door to the side room opened. Shizue emerged and switched guard duty with Long Shot. Her expression was grim. He wondered if that meant she'd had no luck getting information from Longfeng again. If it was him, he would have been flailing in frustration by now, but Shizue was good at keeping her emotions under control. Their eyes met. She raised her eyebrow as if to ask why he was looking so pathetic. Sokka averted his face. The next moment a hand was tugging at his elbow. "You," Shizue said, hauling him to his feet. "Come with me now." He blinked and stumbled after her. What are you?" "Wait." Jet barred their path to the door. "It's dangerous for you to leave the apartment." Shizue's lip curled. "Make no mistake, boy. If I want to leave this hovel, I'll leave." Angela laughed. "Just let them go, Jet. I'm sure Shizue knows what she's doing." Jet shot her a swift glance. Angela merely went back to eating her dinner, no longer interested in the matter. He frowned and stepped aside. Sokka found his eyes searching for Mai. He didn't want to leave her here alone, not with the princess. Mai met his gaze and nodded, as if to say she'd be fine. That wasn't much of a comfort. Still, it would be odder if he resisted now. "Come," Shizue ordered. Sokka let out an exaggerated sigh and allowed her to drag him out of the apartment. They walked up the stairs in silence until she ducked out the fire escape and demanded to know why he was just standing there. Sokka frowned and followed her up to the roof. The moon was bright and gave enough light for him to see her shadowed outline. Her dress and the unbound parts of her hair fluttered in the wind. Buildings rimmed them on all sides, though the apartment building upon which they stood was taller than the others. Perhaps she had taken that into account. No one would see them unless they knew what to look for. Sokka said, "Why did you?" A fist came for his face. He yelped and stepped back to avoid the blow. "What the hell?" he demanded. "You just attacked me." She straightened. "You reek of fear and doubt. I find it sickening. Is it because you are afraid of the princess? Because the Avatar might be dead?" Sokka averted his face. "Fool," she hissed. "You can't afford to be weak." She lunged for him again. Sokka ducked her blow, then caught her arm and tried to push her back. In a flash, Shizue twisted in his grip and somehow managed to get him into a chokehold, tugging his arm up roughly behind his back and forcing him to his knees. Her breath was warm on his ear. "Is this really all you've got?" she taunted. "Perhaps you are right to be afraid." Sokka growled and rammed his head back against her chin. She made a muffled sound and released him. He countered with a series of strong blows, deciding that if she was going to turn crazy and attack him, he might as well show her what he was made of. Or at least try. Shizue was fast and relentless. She ducked and weaved, catching his legs, his fists, grappling with him and turning his attacks on him again and again. It was impossible. Her entire offense was her defense. It's not about strength. Our technique is about using your opponent's force against them. Loosen up. His breath caught. It had been a long time since that training session with Suki in the Kyoshi Warriors dojo, but he still remembered the basics she had taught him. If only he'd had more time. Maybe then. Shizue lunged. He saw it in his mind's eye, a girl with face paint moving for the finishing blow. Wait for an opening and. Saka parried and struck with the side of his hand, almost as if it was a fan. Shizue was thrown off balance and stumbled away from him. He caught hold of her dress before she could recover and brought out his club, forcing her to the ground as he held the weapon threateningly above her. Their eyes met. Both of them were breathing hard. Good, she praised. But you're still forgetting something. Huh. Something jabbed his arm and the whole limb went numb. She swept him off his feet before he could react, even as the club fell into her waiting hand. Grim-faced, she pressed the blunt tip of his own weapon to his throat. He swallowed. Damn. He had thought she wasn't going to use chi blocking. Shizue relaxed her stance and got to her feet. She flipped the club so the handle was facing him. Saka took the weapon gingerly. He wasn't sure if she was going to rush at him for round 2. One humiliation had been enough. You're not bad, she said. You managed to keep up with me and your reflexes are good. She shook her head. What you lack is resolve. He frowned. Resolve. Resolve to end the battle. You trusted me too much. She tapped his paralyzed arm. This would not have happened if you had taken the fight seriously. Hey, I took that pretty damn seriously. I mean, you were coming at me like a crazy person all hi-ah and ria. He demonstrated a few punches and kicks. That was kind of unnerving, you know. Her mouth twitched. But you still trusted that I was your ally. Because I did not start with chi blocking, you were lulled into thinking I would only use moves you could handle. She shook her head. Do you even know how many openings you gave me? He lowered his gaze. I could have shut down your body limb by limb if I really wanted to. I could have turned you into a useless lump of flesh. I could have even made it permanent. She stepped closer, her eyes glittering in the moonlight. Never forget, Saka. Enemies do not play by the rules. They will not hold back, so you must not hold back either. One mistake, one moment of hesitance will cost lives in a real battle, be it your friends or your own. He swallowed. I know. It's not like I don't know. I mean, we've been fighting all this time and you've been especially lucky, haven't you? A breath escaped his lips. Yes. He had been lucky. She grabbed his arm and pressed down in a series of points. The feeling started to return to the limb. He met her eyes in surprise. He had not known she could reverse the block. Find your resolve, Saka. Find it or you might as well go home now. This war will not indulge your naivete forever. Saka held her gaze. He was bruised all over from their fight and he could feel that his lip was bleeding. It hurt. It was a reminder that she was so much more skilled than him. A true master of her art. Shizue never hesitated in battle, she didn't have to. But Saka had not been trained. Not properly. He'd picked up what he could from the warriors back when they'd still been around in the village, men who had humored him but had never expected much from a little kid. He'd got better after Suki had helped to hone his skills, but that had only been a short time of training. It wasn't enough. None of it was enough. Shizue was right, he had been relying on his wits and sheer dumb luck this entire time. Please, he begged, lowering himself to his knees. Teach me how to fight. A smile curved her lips. I thought you'd never ask. She shifted into a fighting stance. Saka got to his feet and mimicked her posture. This was how he could get stronger. This was how he could protect his friends. Find your resolve. Saka gritted his teeth and lunged for a strike. This time he would not hold back. Oh. The moon was bright. Zuko stood by the shore and stared at the bits of debris floating on the surface of the lake. Changpyo lowered his arms. Are you sure this is the right place? The entrance to the bunker should be right there. A frown creased Chang Pu's brow. Hang on, let me try again. He raised his arms in a more forceful gesture. All he managed was to bring up more bits of rock. His frown deepened. Zuko pinched the bridge of his nose with his forefinger and thumb. Want me to swim down and give you the specific coordinates? Zuko asked sarcastically. Hang on. Chang Pu blushed and muttered something under his breath. Once more, he thrust his arms out, but this time he widened his stance and dug his heels into the shore. In a few seconds his hands were trembling. Beads of sweat started to form on his brow. Hey, Zuko said, eyes widening in alarm. What's wrong? Sure, he'd been exasperated by the fact Chang Pu could not raise the bunker, but that didn't mean he wanted the guy to push himself this hard. Chang Pu was still recovering from the lightning wound. Now Zuko just felt like a jerk for getting snippy. Chang Pu groaned and let his hands drop back to his sides. It's no good, he said, shaking his head. It's like whatever was down there is full of water now. I can't lift a thing. Zuko's eyes narrowed. Wait, you're probably right. I think the Dai submerged the bunker. It would be too risky to keep it functional now that we know its whereabouts, especially since not all of us were captured. He grabbed Chang Pu by the elbow. Come on, let's get out of here. Chang Pu didn't need telling twice. Neither wanted to risk getting caught by the Dai. Still, Zuko had to admit that he was worried. If the Lake Laogai bunker was gone, then what had happened to all of the Judees and agents who had been inside? Was there another bunker somewhere? Were they all inside the inner wall now? He balled his hands into fists. Damn the Dai. There was no time to go on a wild pig-goose chase. All this blind scrambling was driving him crazy. He needed information. He needed it right now. Let's hurry back to the farm, Zuko gritted out. We have a lot to plan. Chapter 20, On the Edge. So I've been trying really hard not to get too graphic with the violence or war realities in this story so I can keep the Undying fire rated T. That said, this chapter does toe the line. Consider this a heads up. Thirsty. It was an unbearable need. An ache pounding through her head and body, clinging to her sand-dry mouth. Even her hunger had been overwhelmed by thirst. She wanted water. She wanted it so bad. Her limbs felt shaky and weak, and her lips were cracked and full of cuts. Too bad the blood wasn't enough to moisten anything. Her dizzy mind wondered if just biting on her lip to open the cuts more would help. Make the bleeding worse and stop. The thought was a scream in her head. She was veering into strange territories again. How many hours had it been? Or was that days now? She didn't know anymore. Time had blurred. It dragged and dragged, trickling like the sand that filled her mouth. So dry. She wanted out. She wanted water. Fresh air. The crate was hot and suffocating. It was too cramped. Worse was the smell. She'd soiled herself. That had been humiliating, but she'd soon realized the blow to her pride was the least of her problems. She'd choked and gagged on the stench of her own filth with every breath, at least until she'd got desensitized. Now it was like the smell had become a part of her. Her only consolation, if you could call it that, was that she was so dehydrated that even the urge to piss was gone. Let me out. The words were barely a whisper. No one answered. Maybe no one even heard. It felt like she had been abandoned in this place. I'll be okay. I can take care of myself. I don't need anyone else. Swallowing the lies was hard. They got stuck in her throat and dug deep into her chest, clawing at her ribs and making it hard to breathe. She squeezed her eyes shut. If there had been enough moisture left in her, maybe she'd have even managed to get out a few tears. As it was, all she could do was shudder. Even her sobs were silent. She had an odd urge to call for her parents, the mother and father she had chosen to run from, but the words didn't get past her lips. It wasn't like her parents could help her anyway. Be strong. She thrashed against the crate. Or at least tried. Her limbs were like a boneless fish and her bound wrists and legs protested with every movement. The chafing rope cut into her flesh. It should have hurt more than it did. She felt so lightheaded. So thirsty. Be strong. You're the greatest earthbender in the world. You'll be okay. Be strong. A click-clacking sound drifted to her ears. Footsteps. She kept very still and listened. It's been over a day. You must be thirsty. That voice was familiar. It was hard to place a name through the haze of dehydration and dizziness, but she had definitely heard this man speak before. I have water here. Water. Her fingers scrabbled feebly at the wood. She needed it. Desperately wanted it. W.A. Her lips tried to shape the word, but all that came out was a croak. Something tapped on the box. Once she would have easily been able to place the sound. Now it meant nothing. Spirits, if only her head would stop spinning and pounding. What was that? He taunted. I can't quite hear you. A laugh. And you were so loud at the beginning. Seems like you lost all that bravado, huh? She gritted her teeth. I tell you what, I'll make it easy for you. Just tap twice and I'll take it that you're ready to surrender. We'll let you out, give you water, food, even a bath and clean clothes. You'd like that, huh? Her fingers hesitated on the wood. It would be so easy to accept his offer. So easy to just give in and let them have their way. Every fiber of her body wanted her to do it, but she just couldn't. She couldn't make those 2 damn taps. Not when these bastards had her twinkle toes. Not after witnessing for herself the truth behind the Judies. Not after the Daily had shut her in this box like cowards and simply expected her to break. It was just 2 taps, but it would be a betrayal of everything that made her Toph Bafong. Toph raised her bound legs with what strength she had and kicked at the crate. A single kick. A pity. Too much longer of this and you'll be useless to anyone. He waited a moment to see if she would change her mind. Toph did not. The click-clacking of footsteps retreated. She squeezed her eyes shut and cried tears that would not fall. I'll be okay. A lie. I'm the greatest earthbender in the world. She was, wasn't she? I can get out of here on my own. I've done it before. The wood enclosing her seemed to laugh at her attempts to reassure herself. It laughed even as she swallowed against a never-ending dryness. It laughed even as it kept her cut off from her element and suffocated her with too little air. She almost wished she had just tapped twice. Almost. Oh. Sokka woke with drool mushed against his cheek and his body aching. He sat up, hair everywhere, and rubbed a hand against his eye. A hiss escaped his lips. The area was all swollen and tender. That's right, he'd been too slow to avoid one of Shizue's punches and had got hit in the face. His jaw felt just as bruised from where she'd kicked him. Even his knuckles looked a mess, the skin was grazed and had split on some parts, which he really should have bandaged last night, but he'd been so exhausted that he'd collapsed on his futon and had been out like a snuffed candle. Not even his paranoia had kept him awake. No pain, no gain. His dad had used to like saying that adage. Sokka could relate to it now. He felt like a 90-year-old man. Just the thought of moving made him cringe. Want some pancakes? The chirpy voice made him blink blearily around the apartment until he spotted Ty Lee. She was wearing an apron over her clothes, had a bowl cradled in one arm, and was stirring whatever was inside with a big spoon. He wasn't sure where everyone else had gone, as it seemed to be just the 2 of them. Pancakes. He blinked a few more times. You don't know what pancakes are? Ty Lee's eyes widened dramatically. The way she said it was as if he'd just told her he didn't know the sky was blue. Sokka rubbed the base of his neck. He was from the Southern Water Tribe. There were a lot of foods he had only learned about while on his travels. Not that Ty Lee seemed to expect an explanation. She grinned and declared she was going to educate him on the wonderificness of pancakes. Pretty sure wonderificness isn't a word, he muttered. Ty Lee pointed her spoon at him. A glob of mixture fell off and landed on the ground, but she paid that no heed. You. Less chatter. Go wash up. Then we eat. Sokka pursed his lips. He had a right mind to tell her where she could shove her spoon she was the enemy, but he had to admit he was a bit curious about these pancake things. It also helped that Ty Lee was such a bright, cuddly person, even when she was trying to do a pseudo-mum act. Being rude to her was like kicking a polar dog pup. No one wanted to do that. He sighed in an exaggerated way and hauled himself to his feet. His stiff, bruised body protested at the motion. Yep, he was definitely feeling that training. "Where is everyone?" he asked while folding up and putting away his futon and pillow. "At work. Can't pay rent without money." She grinned and raised the bowl. "I start later today. That's why I thought I'd make brunch for us." Which left Mai and Shizue sharing guard duty, he guessed. "I didn't peg you as the homemaker type," Sokka admitted, looking her up and down. She laughed. "Honestly, the only thing I can make is pancakes. That and burnt rice. I didn't have to cook when I lived in the Fire Nation, and the chef made everything while I was traveling with the circus. He was the one who taught me how to make pancakes." Her eyes twinkled. "I think he got sick of me pestering him to make them all the time." Sokka was not going to smile. He absolutely was not going to smile, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him anyway. This girl was so disarmingly friendly. "Anyway, go wash up," Ty Lee told him. "You're all icky and dirty and that's not good for pancake eating." All right. He huffed and hobbled his way to the tiny bathroom. The sight of his face in the mirror gave him a shock. Those were some ugly bruises. He gingerly touched the discoloration around his eye, wishing he had Katara nearby to heal him or at least create some ice to reduce the swelling. Not that he wanted to think about his sister. It had been over a day now. Over a day and he still had no idea if she was okay or even what had happened to the others. "She's fine. They're fine. Stop fretting." Sokka shoved the worry and doubt aside, knowing it would cripple him if he indulged in bleak thoughts. He quickly washed and joined Ty Lee back in the main room. She had started cooking and the smell coming from the frying pan made him salivate. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who noticed the tantalizing scent. Mai poked her head out of the side room and zoned in on the stove. "Oh, Luan," Ty Lee said, catching sight of her. "Are you going to join us as well? I made enough for everyone." Mai nodded. "Great." Ty Lee put something golden and soft on 2 plates, then added some toppings and sliced fruit. "Can you give these to Shizue and our guest?" Even with the bandages, Sokka could tell that Mai had her trademark "you have got to be kidding me" expression on her face. Perhaps it was because Ty Lee had made the special food for Longfang as well. Still, Mai didn't say anything. She never did when she was around Ty Lee and Azula. Instead, she just heaved a sigh to make it clear she thought feeding their hostage pancakes was stupid and then took the plates into the side room. Sokka caught Ty Lee's expression. Her smile had drooped a little, not into a frown. It was just sad. He said awkwardly. "I'm sure Luan didn't mean anything personal by that." "Oh, I know." Ty Lee flashed her bright grin. "So, anyway, next up is your pancake. Just gimme a sec." She turned back to the stove. Sokka didn't know why his stomach twisted. It wasn't like he cared about Ty Lee or her feelings. Sure, he didn't want to purposely be mean to her, but she had stuck by Azula's side even after everything that had happened. He couldn't condone that. "Hey," Ty Lee said after a moment, quiet enough so only he could hear. "Luan is happy with you, right?" Sokka blinked. That question had come out of the blue. The seriousness of her tone also took him off guard. "I guess. I mean, we're friends." There was a pause. Ty Lee's back was still facing him so he could not see her expression. When she did turn, her smile seemed a bit odd. Or maybe it was just her eyes that couldn't quite disguise the complex feelings she was experiencing. "I'm glad," she said softly. "I'm really glad." Sokka let out a breath. He didn't get a chance to respond, as Mai came back into the room. That seemed to be Ty Lee's cue to become extra chirpy. She finished cooking their pancakes and sat down with them on the cushions to eat. There was no hint of sadness, no sign that maybe she was feeling anything but sunshine and rainbows. Except Sokka still remembered. His gaze followed Tai Li, trying to figure out this puzzle of a girl who came across as such an airhead yet, as he had just realized, was actually hiding so much depth. Why aren't you saying anything? The words lingered on the tip of his tongue. Tai Li had as good as disclosed that she was aware Luan and Mai were one and the same. If she'd figured out that much, why was she trying so hard to play along with the act that Luan was a guy? He didn't know whether to be worried or appeased. Her silence could mean anything, a change of heart, a warning, a deliberate choice to lull them into a false sense of security. Which is it? He wanted to demand. Whose side are you really on? Tai Li rested her chin on her hands and smiled at him. So? She prompted. How do you like your pancakes? Sokka swallowed. They're good. His voice sounded off to his own ears. Sure, a part of his brain knew the pancakes were delicious, but it was like stuffing his mouth with cloth. He couldn't enjoy it. This whole breakfast was messed up. Everything about this situation was messed up. How about you, Luan? Tai Li asked. Are the pancakes to your standards? Mai put the last piece of pancake into her mouth for answer. Tai Li seemed to take this as a compliment. Her smile widened and her eyes lit up. Yay, I got Luan's approval! She exclaimed, clapping her hands. Sokka's stomach twisted again. He wondered what the girls were thinking. They had been friends for years, yet here they were pretending to be strangers, tiptoeing around each other in some strange dance. It had never hit home for him how difficult that must be for both until this moment. He wasn't sure if he could have done it had he been in their position. Mai stood up and bowed in thanks to Tai Li before retreating to the side room. Tai Li began clearing away the dishes. Sokka noticed that she was careful to keep her back facing him. Hey, he murmured. You know, if you just... I've got to get ready for work now, Tai Li cut in brightly. I'm glad you enjoyed the pancakes. Maybe I'll make them for you again sometime. She flittered off with all her usual bounce and chirpiness. He really didn't understand that girl. It bothered him. He wished he knew her angle. Maybe that was why he found himself approaching Mai once Tai Li had left for her job. She knows about you, Sokka told her. I know. Mai balanced the point of a knife on the table with her finger. I realized it last night. He blinked. Then why are you both? Because she's chosen to stay with Azula. Sokka shook his head incredulously. How? How can she follow that? Monster. Mai's lips curved into a wry smile. You know, Azula wasn't always terrible. She was my friend. Friends don't try to burn each other's faces off. No, but I think that's why Tai Li stays. Sokka's jaw dropped to give him the unflattering likeness of a fish out of water. That doesn't even make sense. Tai Li isn't like other people. She always looks for the good in others. Maybe she thinks she can save Azula. Save her. Sokka raised his arms in a frustrated gesture. From what? Her own craziness. Probably. Mai flicked the knife over so that it clattered on the table. But Tai Li is wasting her time. Azula only listens to her father, she can't be reined in by anyone else, and the Fire Lord isn't exactly known for his kindness. He encouraged her to become the person she is today. That's kind of messed up. That's the royal family. Mai shook her head. Zuko was lucky in a way. Despite all he suffered, he got out. Her voice lowered. Azula, she wasn't the same after he was banished. She got crueler, more demanding. You'll have to forgive me if I don't feel sorry for her, Sokka said dryly. We've both seen what she's capable of. That girl is dangerous. She needs to go down. Yes. Mai closed her hand around the handle of the knife. That's why we need to be ready. We have to stop her before she can hurt anyone else. Sokka nodded grimly. Tonight. We should attend the meeting. I don't like that we're always hearing things second-hand. Hate to break it to you, but you won't get far with a face like that without being noticed by the city guards. She's right, Shizue said, coming to stand on the threshold to the side room. Her arms were crossed and she was leaning against the wall. Sokka's mouth drooped into a sulky expression. Whose fault is it that I look like this? Yours, Shizue said bluntly. If you don't like it, learn to dodge faster. Sokka opened and closed his mouth, words of defense on the tip of his tongue. Then he just sighed. Fine. I'll stay here and watch Long Feng, but one of you at least should attend the meeting. Then allow me, Shizue said, stepping away from the wall. Luan will also draw too much attention with those bandages. She quirked her eyebrow. Unless you are willing to go as yourself. Mai lowered her gaze. From what Ty Lee hinted last night, it's best if I don't. Angela hasn't been able to confirm who I am. Even if she is suspicious of me, she won't risk breaking her own cover to find out until she's satisfied she can get away with it. Then you think she really would try to hurt you again? Sokka asked. Mai shrugged. Angela isn't the forgive and forget type. I don't know what she would do if she got her hands on me. Her eyes narrowed. Not that I plan on giving her another chance. I'll be ready this time. Shizue's voice was cool. Playing it safe is all well and good, but if you never take action yourself, you will miss your chance. Are you suggesting I stop pretending? That choice is yours alone. Shizue turned her back on them. I just wonder why you're really choosing to hide. From what I have observed, Ruelin doesn't want to expose herself to us or the freedom fighters. Is there any need for you to go to such measures then? You're just putting yourself at a disadvantage. Mai tightened her grip on the knife handle. Her knuckles turned white. Shizue gave a one-shouldered shrug. Just a thought. She walked towards the front door, pausing only a moment to tell them to take over guard duty. Where are you going? Sokka asked. To prepare. Long Feng has proven useless to me, and I have waited in this hovel long enough. I must find that boy with the pale gold eyes. Sokka blinked. You mean Zuko? Yes, that boy. She glanced over her shoulder. As it is, the surest way to get to him is by bringing down the Dai Li. We will make this revolution happen. Just see to it you don't falter when the time comes. Don't worry, Sokka assured her. I haven't forgotten what you told me last night. I won't hold back. Her lips twitched into a smile. Good. She left on the word, closing the door behind her. Sokka glanced at Mai, who was staring at the knife she clutched in her hand. Her knuckles were still white with tension. Don't let it get to you, he said gently. You know Angela better than. No. Mai shook her head. Shizue is right. There's no real need for me to hide my face. If anything, making it clear who I am would put pressure on Angela and test her claim that she's changed. I could even talk freely with Ty Lee again. Sokka said nothing. He wasn't sure how to respond. A humorless laugh escaped Mai's lips. All this time I've been telling myself we have to stop Angela, that I'll stand up for myself and make a difference, that I won't wait and let her hurt people like I did before. She shook her head. But when Shizue suggested I remove the bandages, I didn't even want to consider the idea. I'm just. She bowed her head. I haven't changed at all. Hey. Sokka was startled into moving closer. His hand hovered near her back. You shouldn't beat yourself up about this. It's only natural you'd feel this way. Zuko didn't. Mai's voice was flat. Angela tried to kill him and he didn't hesitate to face her again, even though he must have known he was no match for her skill. I really don't think using Zuko as your role model is a good idea. He's kind of a reckless idiot. The corners of her mouth lifted. All right, then what would you do? If you were me, would you take the safe option and keep up the act or would you face Angela head on? Sokka scratched the back of his head. I don't know. What? He shrugged. I really don't. Some help you are, she muttered. He held up his hands. Hey, don't get me wrong. It's because I've never been in that situation. I've watched my friends get hurt, but I. He shrugged again and stared down at the table. I guess I've been lucky. That's why I don't know what I'd do. Angela hurt you bad. I was the one who found you, and it was sickening. Honestly, I can't understand how you're even willing to be in this apartment with her. Because we don't have a choice. Right, but that's what I mean. You're already doing more than what can be expected from an ordinary person. Angela tortured you and probably would have left you for dead, yet you were the one who said we shouldn't run. You told me to accept her truce. He placed his hand on her shoulder. You're not a coward. I've been amazed by your strength and resolve from the moment you threw that knife at Angela. She shrugged off his touch and averted her face. You and your friends are always full of nice words, aren't you? Huh. She sighed. Never mind. I guess it comes so naturally that you don't even notice. His brow furrowed. Maybe he had embarrassed her with his praise. The exposed skin on her face did look a bit pink. She got to her feet. Well, I guess that's that then. He was about to ask her what she meant, but she raised the knife and sliced clean through the bandages covering her face. The cloth fell away like ribbons, fluttering to the floor and exposing her features. Now he could meet both of her eyes, the perfect and the slightly skewed. Now he could see the scarred tissue that puckered her otherwise flawless skin, a reminder that her injuries had been so bad that not even Zuko and Katara's healing powers combined could fix the damage. Mai's expression was steeled with determination. His heart skipped a beat. She was beautiful in that moment. She tucked her knife back into the folds of her sleeve. I'm going to attend the meeting with Shizue tonight. I don't want to hide anymore. He smiled. All right. True, a part of him almost wanted her to stay covered up by the bandages, to not make herself a target again. He still remembered what it was like to lose you. He remembered finding Mai barely conscious in the drill, remembered how broken she had felt in his arms when he'd carried her to be healed by Katara. He didn't want to experience anything like that again. But it was not his place to tell Mai what she could or could not do. Mai was a fighter, she had proven it again and again, and he had to admit that he admired her for it. Maybe a little too much sometimes. Keep it together, idiot. You like Suki, remember? Mai is just a friend. Sokka stood up and muttered that he was going to guard Long Feng. Mai didn't stop him. For that he was glad. Now was not the time to get confused by unnecessary feelings. He had to focus. He had to come up with a plan to entrap Angela before she could enclose her sticky web around them for good. Time was running out. It was a feeling that niggled within him. Perhaps it niggled in all of them. It had been over a day. That was over a day in the hands of the Dai Li for Toph, Iroh, and the woman who had once been known as Judy. That was over a day for his sister and wherever she was with Zuko and Aang. When would they all be reunited again? Sokka didn't know. That was what scared him the most. Oh. Zuko heard the giggles before he saw the girls. They peeked over the top of the fence at him like little meerhogs, all big eyes and curiosity. Both looked around Aang's age with identical toothy smiles and faces. Twins then. The one on her left had her hair pulled into plaited pigtails while the other had a single plait. Zuko straightened from the stretches he had been doing and turned to face them properly. Can I help you? He asked. The girls giggled even more. Zuko rubbed the base of his neck, not really sure how to respond. Oi, you brats. Changpyo marched over and made shooing motions at the girls. Stop pestering Lee. The girls gave him identical pouts. Big brother, you're supposed to introduce us. They said in unison. It's no fair if you hog the guests all to yourself. Changpyo pinched the bridge of his nose. Lee, this is Shuchun and Dongmei, my younger sisters. He lowered his hand and frowned at the girls. Now aren't you two supposed to be helping Mum? Come on, off you go. He made the shooing gestures again. Back to work. But. No buts. Changpyo gave them both a gentle push on the small of their backs. I know you're curious, but it's best if you don't come around here at the moment. The twins grumbled and turned to leave, but they were distracted by the appearance of Momo. He flew out from the barn window and circled around their heads once before landing on Zuko's shoulder. Zuko suddenly found himself with two young girls crowding around him and trying to pet the lemur. It's so cute. Dongmei exclaimed. Look at its ears. Is it a girl or a boy? Shuchun asked, standing up on her tiptoes and looking at Zuko with bright eyes. Does it have a name? Yeah. He pointed at the lemur's face. This is Momo. He's a boy. Momo chittered in greeting. The girls cooed with delight and tried their best to pet what they could of his fur. Zuko realized he was too tall for them and deposited Momo on the ground. The girls crouched beside him in an instant. Fortunately, Momo liked attention and was used to people, so he allowed himself to be petted. Zuko advised them that Momo particularly liked being scratched behind the ears. The girls thanked him for the tip and proceeded to do their best to please the lemur. "You're pretty good with kids," Changpu observed. Zuko shook his head. Momo is doing all the work. He was getting better at speaking to people, but it was still awkward and made him feel like he was standing on the wrong foot half the time. He was glad to let Momo be the focus of attention. "Are you still serious about tonight?" Changpu asked after a moment. "Yeah." Zuko picked up the tunic he had discarded and tugged it back on, retying the sash around his middle. "The most important thing right now is finding the others. We need to regroup. We're too weak separated like this. I'm coming with you." They both turned to see Katara standing at the entrance to the barn and staring at them determinedly. Zuko repressed a sigh. Sometimes she was so stubborn. "Katara, we talked about this," he reminded her. "It'll be easier if I go on my own." "You say that, but think what happened when you snuck aboard the Fire Nation ships. That was different." She marched over and met his gaze with her chin held high. "It's dangerous to go alone. You know it, and you know I can help you. Besides, what would you do if someone is hurt? They're most likely all being held prisoner by the Daily. Are you going to risk weakening yourself to heal them?" Zuko lowered his gaze. "I'm coming," she repeated. "You don't get to argue with me about this. My brother is in there somewhere and so are my friends. I want to help them. I can't sneak you in through the checkpoints as well," he pointed out. "Katara, you're not trained in stealth. If you muck up, we'll both be finished." "I won't muck up." "You can't say that for certain." She poked him in the chest. "And you can't say for certain that I'll muck up." He made a frustrated sound. "Why are you being so stubborn about this? Why are you?" Changpu stepped between them and held his hands out in a calming gesture. Guys, let's just take a breather for a moment." They both turned on him. "Tell him it's too dangerous for him to go alone," Katara urged. "Tell her it's too dangerous for her to come," Zuko countered. Again, the two scowled at each other. Changpu pressed his palm to his forehead, as if he was already regretting getting in the middle of their argument. Shuchun and Dongmei tilted their heads and cracked identical grins. "Is this a lover's quarrel?" Shuchun asked. "It totally is," Dongmei observed. Then she pouted. "Too bad. I was hoping Lee would be single." Zuko and Katara blushed and took a step away from each other. "She's not my girlfriend," he exclaimed at the same time Katara insisted that he was not her boyfriend. "Really?" Dongmei latched onto Zuko's waist. "Then marry me, Lee." He stared down at her in startled embarrassment. Changpu grabbed his younger sister by the back of her dress and plucked her off Zuko. "Brat, what did I tell you? Lee is an important person. You shouldn't bother him. Now hurry up and get back to work. I'll be the one who gets in trouble if you both keep slacking off around here." The twins grumbled and tried to protest, but were soon sent trudging off by their brother to the other side of the farm. Changpu pinched the bridge of his nose with his forefinger and thumb. "Sorry about that," he muttered. "Those two are at that age where it's all crushes and boys. Seems they really took a fancy to you." Zuko rubbed the base of his neck. Sure. Whatever. So about tonight." Katara folded her arms across her chest. "Don't even start, Zuko." He held her gaze. "Look, it's not that I doubt your abilities. I know you're more than capable of taking care of yourself in a fight, but this is different. This is about getting past the checkpoints without being seen. Besides, there's Aang to think about." "I can guard the Avatar," Changpu offered. Zuko stared at him in betrayal. "There's no need to look like that," Changpu said, refusing to be guilt-tripped into backing down. "I agree that you shouldn't go alone. I'd come myself, but I know I'll just slow you down with my injury and all. Plus, I think Katara made some good points. Katara raised her eyebrow at Zuko. Well? What do you have to say to that? Even Chang Pu agrees I should go with you. Zuko groaned and rubbed his hands over his face. This really isn't a good idea. It'll be fine. I'll have your back and you'll have mine. He lowered his hands. Fine, but how do you plan to get through the checkpoint? I meant what I said, I can't sneak both of us through. About that, Chang Pu said, rubbing his chin. I might just have an idea. The two teens exchanged a glance. As it turned out, Chang Pu's idea was to use his family's ostrich horse wagon to pass through the checkpoints. The wagon had been modified by his grandfather, now deceased, who had created a hidden compartment to smuggle alcohol back when there had been a temporary ban in Ba Sing Se. Zuko and Katara would be able to hide inside the separate compartment while his parents and two sisters traveled on the wagon as normal. It wasn't a bad plan. Still, Zuko pointed out that things could get ugly for his family if they were discovered. Chang Pu's father and mother claimed the risk was fine with them. We want to help you, Chang Pu's father said earnestly. You've done so much for our boy, and it wouldn't be right if we left the Avatar's friends in a lurch. Please, let us assist you in this way. Neither Zuko or Katara liked the fact that they would be putting the family in even more danger, but they also couldn't bring themselves to argue. Instead, the two bowed low to Chang Pu's parents. Both understood that there wasn't time to muck around with coming up with a better plan. If the family were willing to take the risk, there was no point debating the issue further. The rest of the day was spent preparing for when they would all leave on the wagon. Zuko gave Katara a crash course in stealth, teaching her how to move and land from a jump without creating any noise, or at least not enough to be of significance, and how to blend with shadows. It helped that she was a fast learner. Mari, Chang Pu's mother, also presented Katara an Earth Kingdom outfit to wear so that her blue clothes wouldn't stand out so much. Katara removed the beads from her hair and her necklace so that she wouldn't spoil the disguise, then redid her hair in a standard plait. She seemed calm enough while they trained, but Zuko later found her kneeling on the floor of the barn and clutching the necklace and beads to her chest. You okay? He asked, albeit a bit tentatively. Dealing with emotional girls was not his forte. Just thinking about home, she admitted. It feels like forever since I last saw the village. Her voice softened. And I guess I'm worried about Sokka. We've never been apart this long. Zuko placed his hand on her shoulder. We'll find him, Katara. We're going to find all of them. She leaned into his touch. Yeah, I know. He nodded and pulled away, leaving her to finish packing her things while he went to crouch next to Aang. Still unconscious. Zuko watched him for a moment and sighed. He guessed Aang wasn't ready to wake up yet. Hang in there, he murmured. We'll be back soon. He got to his feet, but was stopped by a low rumble and something tugging on the back of his tunic. A smile flittered across his face. Appa had moved to clench the cloth between his teeth, clearly trying to tell him to stay. Sorry, Appa, Zuko said, tugging his tunic free and patting the bison's head. I know we're leaving you again, but we have to find out what happened to the others. Appa stared at him with soulful brown eyes. Yeah, I know. We'll be quick. Katara came to stand next to him and gave the bison a pat. Watch over Aang for us, Appa. Appa let out another low rumble, but this time he didn't stop them when they made to leave. They exited the barn together and joined Chang Pu's family near the wagon. Dusk had set in, creating sprawling shadows across the fields. Soon it would be dark, the perfect time to infiltrate the city and nab themselves a Daily agent. First, however, they needed to get through the inner wall. Zuko stood next to Katara and examined the wagon. Just as promised, a hidden compartment had been built in the back part where they could hide from view. Katara scrunched her nose at the small space. Are you sure we'll fit in there? She asked. He folded his arms across his chest. Well, if I went alone it. Never mind, she said hastily. We'll fit. His mouth twitched. They said their goodbyes to Chang Pu and Momo the lemur had found a new perch on the soldier's shoulder and then Zuko gestured for Katara to climb inside first. He didn't say it aloud, but it was a fact that the person hiding closest to the edge was more likely the one to get stabbed by a searching sword or spear in such situations. No way was he going to put her in that kind of danger. He waited until she was settled on her side before he crawled in after her. The space was much smaller than he'd expected. They were forced to squish right up against each other, legs all tangling together, so that the wooden boards could be put in place to block them from view. Now only a few slivers of light slipped through the cracks. Zuko wrapped his arms around her to make it easier. He could feel the rapid beating of her heart against his chest, feel her breath on his face. It would have been awkward if the reason for their current situation wasn't so serious. "All right," he murmured. "Yeah." They both went quiet, listening as crates of eggs and pig chickens were slotted into the wagon in front of their hiding place. No doubt the goods would be sold in the market the next morning. A tap on the side told them all was ready, and then the family got into their seats and the wagon was rolling into motion. It was not a comfortable ride. Zuko and Katara were jostled by the swaying and lurching of the vehicle. Eventually, the sound of other voices and wagons drifted to their ears. They had caught up with the line of farmers trying to return to their homes inside the inner wall. Zuko and Katara kept very still, careful not to make a sound. The snuffles and snorts from the pig chickens helped to disguise their presence, but neither wanted to take any risks. All around them they could hear the squawks of ostrich horses as the animals were nudged into action, along with the distinctive sound of stone rumbling and grinding as the gate was opened and closed over and over again. Soon it would be their turn to pass through the checkpoint. Katara's heartbeat quickened. He tightened his hold on her for a brief moment, trying to reassure her that they would be fine. Her fingers dug into his back. Their breath intermingled as they lay in the dark. Listening. Waiting. Next, a sharp voice ordered. The wagon rolled forward. Zuko heard Changpu's father talking with one of the guards, providing all the necessary information to pass through the gate. The twins and Mari were silent, only speaking when asked. Footsteps came closer to the wagon. Katara and Zuko both tensed. Someone was checking to see there was nothing being hidden in the storage area. A hand rummaged around near the crates, moving things and opening lids. There was a long pause and then the guard moved back. "It's just eggs and some pig chickens," a gruff voice stated. "Open the gate," the first guard ordered. Again, the stone rumbled and grinded to create an opening in the wall. The wagon rolled through the gap. Neither Zuko nor Katara relaxed until the gate had shut again and they were well away from the checkpoint. "We did it," she whispered, squeezing him in a quick hug. He made a non-committal sound. Their real mission was only just beginning. The wagon continued to bounce along the city streets until it at last came to a stop inside a dark alley. Changpu's father jumped down from the driver's perch and began moving the crates aside. Then the boards of wood were pulled away to reveal the hidden compartment. "You two all right?" he asked. "We're fine," Katara responded. "Then out you come." Zuko disentangled himself from her and crawled out of the tiny space. She followed suit and dusted off her clothes. Changpu's father quickly put the board back into place and moved the crates to block the compartment. Now anyone looking at it wouldn't know that two people had just emerged from inside. "Thanks for all your help," Zuko murmured. "It's fine. You kids just be sure to come back safely. We'll be waiting for you." Katara smiled. "We will." Mari and the twins came to say their goodbyes and wish them luck. Shuchun hugged Katara while Dongmei tugged Zuko down by his arm and managed to sneak a kiss to his cheek. "Be safe," she told him, flashing a grin. "I don't want my future husband to get hurt." Zuko's face warmed. Geez, this girl was so forward. She must have noticed he was a bit at a loss because she winked at him and joined her family back on the wagon. "Seems you got yourself quite the admirer," Katara observed as they watched the wagon continue down the street. "She's just a kid," Zuko said dismissively. "Anyway, we should get moving. Hanging around here isn't a good idea." Katara nodded and followed him up to the rooftops. He frowned a bit at the fact she wasn't as fluid as him at climbing. He had tried to prepare her as much as he could during their crash course, but there were certain things that could not be gained in a day. Agility and upper body strength were just too. He had known this was a bad idea. Still, she had insisted on coming, and he could not have kept her at the farm short of tying her down. "Keep to the shadows," he told her. "And keep your eyes open. The Daily usually move in pairs or small groups, but we just want one." "Got it." Zuko jumped to the next roof. Katara landed next to him with less grace, but at least she didn't make a big clatter. He felt a tiny swell of pride for his pupil. Well, even if she was a bit slower and not as fluid with her movements, at least she had understood how to carry her weight so that she wasn't thumping around on the roofs like a Komodo rhino. He gestured for her to stay close and began jumping and crawling his way along the rooftops. Katara did her best to keep up. He glanced over his shoulder every now and then to make sure she wasn't falling behind. It was true that she had been great on the water back when they'd infiltrated the Fire Nation ships, but this time she had to rely on her own 2 feet in balance. Katara had her work cut out for her. They came up against a taller building with lit windows and people moving about inside. Zuko ducked into the shadows and pressed his back against the wall. Katara joined him a second later. He tapped her arm and pointed to the house on their left. She nodded and moved with him along the tiled roof, keeping low so that they would not be in sight of those inside the building. Eventually, they were able to straighten and continue on their way. "Where are you?" Zuko thought in irritation. The Daily had never been far when they'd been living in the upper ring. He'd been conscious of their slimy presence the entire time he'd moved around the city. Always watching. Always following. Now it was like all of the agents had vanished. Or they were just hiding very well. He gritted his teeth and ran along the thin beam of a house. Movement caught his attention below. He paused. Katara gripped his arm. She had also spotted the agent walking down in the street. Even better, the man was alone. Zuko met her gaze through the moonlight and held his finger to his lips. She nodded and crawled with him to the edge of the roof. He tapped her shoulder again and pointed at her water flask, then mimed her water coming out and being frozen. In other words, he asked if she could freeze the guy. Katara grinned in response. She uncorked her flask and allowed the water to surround her hand. With a fluid gesture, she shot the water forth, letting it break into 2 so that one part clamped in a frozen gag around the agent's mouth while the other enclosed his hands. Zuko landed in front of him a split second later. The ice suddenly shattered around the agent's hands. Zuko ducked the first bit of rock that came for him and sliced through the other with his swords. These guys really needed to get some new moves. Still in motion, he ducked behind the agent and trapped him in a choke hold, pressing his swords to his neck. "We have some questions for you," Zuko said roughly in his ear. "I hope you're feeling cooperative." Katara jumped down from the roof and stood facing the agent with a grim expression. With a flick of her wrist, she removed the ice from his mouth. "Where are our friends?" she demanded. "Tell us now." The agent swallowed even as his eyes bulged in fear and rage. "Like I'd really tell?" Zuko put more pressure on the sharpened edges of his blades. He knew he nicked the skin because he heard the man's sharp hiss of pain. "You should really rethink that decision. My friend and I aren't in a patient mood. You understand, right?" Katara clinched the matter by turning the water that had been swirling around her hands into razor-sharp blades of ice. She guided the points to hover in front of his face and chest. "Talk," she ordered. The agent did. He explained that the blind earthbending girl, the old firebender, and the traitor Judy had been taken to the old city prisons. The others had managed to escape with Longfang as their hostage. Zuko and Katara exchanged a swift glance. So, Mai, Sokka and Shizue had escaped. That was a surprise, and a relief, but it did make him wonder where the 3 were now. Still, first things first. "All right," Zuko said, "you're going to lead us to the old city prisons." "I can't do." Zuko dug his swords in even deeper. The man's gasp was definitely audible that time. "You do know the way, right?" he asked with a coolness that made him feel a bit icky for how much he sounded like his sister. The agent slumped a bit. "Fine. I'll take you, but I'll need to use my bending to open the tunnel." "That's fine," Katara said, and her eyes hardened. "Just remember that we'll be watching your every move. Do anything we don't like and that'll be the last thing you do." "Got it." He gulped. "Got it." She gestured with her hand. Then, please, lead the way. Oh. Topha's head was spinning. Dry. So dry. She couldn't take much longer of this. It was getting to the point where she could barely stay conscious, barely even understood what was real. Her heart thumped sickeningly in her chest and her wrists and ankles throbbed. Still not as painful as it should be. Her senses were becoming dulled, her body shutting down. She needed to get out. She needed to get out now. Earth. The word was the barest croak. She needed Earth. Her element gave her power. It was there outside the box, she could sense it through the tiny cracks that provided air. Masses of stone all around her. Masses and masses of strength. But it was still out of reach. So frustrating. Earthbenders relied so heavily on being able to move their hands and feet. Why? She stilled at the question her dazed mind threw at her. Yes, why did she have to move her hands or feet to bend? Maybe it was like metal bending. Maybe someone just hadn't figured out how to push the boundaries yet. Toph gritted her teeth and centered all of her focus on the stone she could sense outside the cracks. It was hard work. Her mind was like dust being blown in the wind, pulled this way and that by dizziness and a pounding thirst, and it always felt strange trying to grasp hold of her element when she couldn't touch it physically. Still, the fact she could sense it at all told her she had a chance. If only she wasn't so weak. If only she could focus. Aren't you Toph Bafong? Pull it together. She inhaled deeply and latched hold of the stone with invisible hands. It was as if her very consciousness had slipped through the gaps and into the floor and walls, becoming one with her element. Her lips cracked and bled into a smile. This was it. This was the power she had needed. The question was how to control it. Her wrists and ankles were still bound with rope and her movements were limited inside the tiny space. Still, she could move her head and she could move her legs a little, she had done as much when she had kicked at the box. Maybe she could work with that. Toph kept her grip on the stone and focused it into a single motion, the raising of her chin. She felt the box sway. Her breath caught. That had been movement. She had definitely moved the floor just then. Unfortunately, just that small act threatened to overwhelm her with dizziness. Could she dredge up enough energy to do what was needed? You must, she told herself sternly. She dug her nails into the open wounds on her palms to shock herself back into focus with the pain. Good enough. It was likely she would only get one shot at this before she lost all ability to function, so she'd have to make this next move count. Toph sucked in a breath and screamed as loudly as she could. It was more of a hoarse croak than anything, but it still did the trick. Her guards had been jolted to attention. Footsteps moving on her far left. Another set up the front. What's wrong with that brat? One of the guards muttered. Someone shut her up. Her lips bled into a twisted smile. Now I have you. Toph honed her grasp on the stone and raised her chin in a sharp motion. 3 pillars ruptured from the ground. 3 screams also greeted her ears. She laughed. She laughed as the pillars pounded into bodies with violent strength, laughed as they pierced through vital organs and dug gouges into limbs. She laughed as bones cracked and the pathetic cowards who had kept her locked in the box were torn apart. My legs. One of the men sobbed. I can't feel my legs. Faint gurgles and groans was all he got in reply. Toph didn't care. She used the last of her strength to wrench a hole through the wood that kept her trapped. There was an awful ringing in her ears. It was making it hard to focus. Still, she fought past the haze of dizziness and managed to roll herself through the gap. Her body collapsed on the ground like a boneless fish. So hard to move. Even her heart rolled and thumped sickeningly in her chest, but that was okay. What mattered was that she was out. She was finally out. Toph lay on her stomach and laughed again. A broken, hysterical sound. The man whose back she had impaled was still sobbing. She ignored him. All that mattered was water. All that mattered was getting out of this place. Too hard to do while bound. She fumbled with her bending to cut through the ropes binding her wrists and ankles. The sharpened stone sliced her arm by accident, a deep cut that spilled blood, but she barely even flinched at the pain. What was a little more? It was nothing to the thirst that gripped her body. Nothing to the aching, pounding need that throbbed through every inch of her. Gritting her teeth, she dug her ruined fingers into the stone and dragged herself forward inch by inch. Her strength was failing. She could barely use her seismic sense to see, the room was all warped in hazy flickers. That attack had taken too much out of her. It would have scared her if she could focus enough, but it was like she was slipping into an abyss. So hard to move. So hard to do anything. A sound drifted to her ears, a monotonous click-clack that got louder. Footsteps. Clever girl, a smooth voice praised. You truly are an amazing bender, but it seems the wild animal has turned rabid. Toph tried to fire a rock in the direction of the voice, but her movements were sloppy. The rock missed and clattered to the ground. She slumped forward, unable to do any more. A hand gripped the back of her tunic. You should have just surrendered, the voice murmured in her ear. Now I have no choice but to put you down. Chapter 21, The Worth of a Life. Shireng held the unconscious girl away from him. She was dripping blood and stunk of human filth. Nothing but a useless piece of flesh now. He curled his lip in distaste and tossed her at the agent behind him, who caught her gingerly. Sir, what should we? Dispose of that, Shireng ordered. I have no use for it. The man blinked. Sir, she's just a child. Shireng pointed at the wounded agents who were being lifted onto stretchers. 2 of them were barely breathing and covered in blood. The other was conscious but sobbing as he was carried out of the prison. A gaping wound had been gouged into his back and stomach from where he had been impaled. A child just did that, Shireng said coolly. 2 of those men will be dead within an hour, and that one, he gestured at the sobbing man, will be lucky if he walks again. He raised his eyebrow. Now remind yourself that this child did all of this while locked inside a wooden crate. The agent's grip tightened on her. His hands trembled. Shireng laughed softly. Didn't think so. Make sure you're thorough. We don't want any bodies surfacing. Yes, sir. Shireng exited the cell and wiped his hands clean of the girl's filth. A part of him was disappointed that she had forced him to end things this way. Not that he felt any pity for her. That was an emotion he didn't think he'd ever understand. Child, man, woman, it was all the same to him. But power was something that did interest him. Power and control. Toph Bafong could have given him that. Too bad she'd turned out to be nothing more than the wild animal he'd called her. He shrugged off the matter much like one shrugs off losing a houseplant. It was a pity, but no great loss. He'd got this far without metal bending. If worst came to worst, he was sure he could learn how to manipulate metal on his own. It would just take more time and effort. Either way, a prisoner who could not be contained was not worth keeping. Shireng clasped his hands behind his back and walked calmly through the old city prisons. With each day that passed, he found himself almost hoping that Longfeng would not return. It was easier to clean up the unwanted pests in Bising Se when there was no quibbling about ethics or what others might think. The Daili existed to maintain peace and stability. As the second in command, and now substitute leader, Shireng had proven that he knew how to do that. The Avatar was no longer a threat, the blind girl would soon be taken care of, and it wouldn't be long before he rounded up all the other roach rats who had slipped through the cracks. All was going according to plan. There was no one who could stop him and the Daili now. Control would be maintained. It would always be maintained. Oh. Somehow I don't feel these disguises are going to work. Zuko's mouth twitched as he turned to face Katara. Both had donned Daili outfits to help blend in while they moved about the old city prisons. It was fine for him since he was broad enough in the chest and could scrape by as an adult with his height. Katara had no such luck. She looked too small, too slender, too much like she was drowning in cloth. He crossed to her and pulled the brim of her hat down so it hid more of her features. It doesn't have to be perfect, he murmured. This is just to avoid drawing too much attention on the off chance we're spotted. She nodded and turned to the agents whose clothes they had taken. Both had been gagged and bound. Is it okay to leave them here? Not much we can do about it. We'll just have to make sure we find the others before these 2 are found. Then we'll have to hurry. Yes. Speed was of the essence. They could not afford to muck up now. They needed to find the others and get out quick. No dawdling, no mistakes. Just smooth efficiency. Zuko picked up his swords and secured them to his waist, letting the layers of the Daily robe cover the hilts and sheath. He met Katara's gaze. "Let's go." She fell into step with him as they left the alcove and made their way through the underground corridors. Glowing crystals illuminated their path. It would have been pretty if not for the stench of corruption that filled the place. The ruins were just a prison for the Daily to contain their secrets now. The agents who walked the shadows, the Judees whose minds had been wiped. This place, just like Lake Laogai, was a manifestation of the rot that had taken hold of Ba Sing Se, a city of perfect order on the outside, but which was nothing more than an infestation of maggots underneath. Something had to be done, but right now he and Katara were just two people. They could not change an entire city. They could only try their best to save their companions. Zuko quickened his pace. The agents he and Katara had captured had been pumped dry for information about where to find Toph, Iroh, and the former Judee. If the men were to be believed, Toph was being contained in a special cell in the eastern section, the other two were being held in the northern section. Neither agent had been assigned guard duty, so could not say much more than that. Still, it would do. Zuko was good at putting maps together from basic directions. They'd find the others soon enough. He pictured the prisons in his mind and worked out a path for them. Right tunnel, down the stairs, head straight, and then another right. Now they were steadily moving east. The tunnels began to open up into large chambers and what might have once been streets. He glanced at the tiered buildings that rimmed the walls, most of which had been modified with metal bars or stone doors. His skin prickled in disgust. Just how many people had been contained in these cells? Every city had its prisons, but this was different. People weren't just locked away here. They were made to disappear. "This place gives me the creeps," Katara muttered. Zuko made a non-committal grunt. He was beginning to feel more and more worried for the others. Eventually, they reached the eastern section and found themselves having to blend in with a group of Daily. They'd rounded a corner and smacked right into the middle of the men. Zuko and Katara pressed closer together and kept their faces down. Thank the spirits for the disguises. The agents were too distracted to pay attention to two extra people, though one did mutter about how he hadn't thought they'd had someone that short in their ranks. They walked together like that for a while until they passed another group of Daily, who were carrying what Zuko guessed were two bodies on stretchers. Cloth had been draped over the top of both the human-shaped lumps, but red splotches were seeping through the fabric. The men surrounding Zuko and Katara stopped. "Dead?" one questioned. Those carrying the stretchers nodded grimly. "Enhong. He's being worked on now," was the tired response. "It doesn't look good." The group carrying the bodies continued on their way. Zuko and Katara moved with the others, listening to them grumble about the demon prisoner who had killed two of their own. Some of them couldn't quite disguise their fear, while others sounded relieved to know Shireen had ordered her death. Child or not, she was too dangerous to be kept alive. Zuko's mouth went dry, and he felt Katara tense beside him. They were talking about Toph. His pulse throbbed in his neck. Where was the execution happening again? He asked with forced calm. "I'd like to watch it for myself." The men shrugged and said she was probably dead by now, but that he could try the cell where she had been contained. Kuo was supposed to be handling the matter. Zuko pushed the men for a few more specifics, and then he and Katara broke off from the group and headed for the room, quickening into a run as soon as they were out of sight. "You don't think Toph is really?" she said in a worried voice. Zuko just shook his head, too upset to even put his feelings into words. If those bastards had killed Toph, he knew he wouldn't be able to hold back. Not this time. "Why are you hesitating?" The voice was coming from the cell where Toph was meant to be contained. Zuko and Katara moved closer and peered through the open door. Toph lay flat on her back on an altar-like construction of stone, complete with stone restraints to pin her arms and feet in place. Two agents stood over her. One was holding a knife. "You saw what she did, Kuo," the man on the left continued. "Just stab her and get it over with." "I can't. Not like this. Damn it, she's just a child." Maybe if we use a different method. Idiot. Give that to me. He snatched the knife from Kuo. You don't know how long she'll stay unconscious. Do you want to risk her attacking us as well? Kuo fell silent. This is why you'll never get a promotion. Now. Zuko had heard enough. Apparently, Katara had as well. She lashed out with her bending, knocking the knife out of the agent's hand and sending both men flying into the wall with a powerful surge of water. Zuko followed up with her in a combined attack of their elements to stop the agents from countering. Soon, only Kuo was left conscious. Zuko picked up the discarded knife and grabbed the dazed man by the front of his robe. Remove the restraints. Kuo tried to struggle free, but Zuko refused to be budged and dug the knife in close to his throat, earning a sharp inhale and a thin line of blood. Remove them, Zuko ordered, or I swear I'll slit your throat right now. Some of the color drained from Kuo's face. Perhaps he realized that Zuko meant every word. Anger, hatred, fear, the emotions swelled within Zuko. No thought for mercy. No time for hesitance. These men had hurt Toph. They were going to kill her. They did not deserve his patience or his compassion. The wound on Kuo's neck continued to drip blood. Katara watched in silence, body poised to attack or defend at a moment's notice. Kuo would get no assistance from her. He exhaled a shaky breath and squeezed his hand into a fist. The restraints crumbled into clouds of dust. Toph! Katara cried, already gathering water to her hands and letting them glow a healing blue. Please be okay. Please, please be okay. Zuko bound and gagged the agents using their own robes while Katara checked Toph's condition. Once he was satisfied that the men could not escape, he turned to examine the room. It looked like it had been used for storage. Wooden crates and barrels lined the back wall. A smaller crate lay tipped on its side in the center of the room with a part of the wood gouged out to create a small gap. The stench of human waste lingered in the air. He could tell that Toph had fought with all she had. Blood splattered the floor in red pools and splotches. Jagged bits of rock stuck out from the ground where most of the blood was concentrated, though some parts of the rock had shattered and scattered. Still, it was the overturned crate that bothered him. He frowned and walked forward to examine the crate. The smell was worse up close. Bits of cut rope lay on the ground. There was a pool of blood near the rope and a trailing line of drops and splatters, as if someone had got injured and tried to crawl for escape. A small, bloody handprint had been pressed onto the stone floor. His stomach twisted. That was Toph's handprint. He crouched next to the overturned crate and examined the hole. The edges were rough and slightly turned inwards, broken through from the outside then. The gap itself was small, but it was still big enough for a petite 12-year-old like Toph to fit through. A closer look inside revealed thin lines scraped into the wood. Scratch marks. Zuko exhaled and got to his feet. How is she? He asked, glancing over his shoulder. Katara shook her head. Not good. She's lost a lot of blood and she's badly dehydrated. The rope wounds on her wrists and ankles look infected as well. No wonder. He gestured at the crate. I think they were keeping her in this box. Looks like she was bound the whole time. I doubt she got much food or water, if any. Katara's eyes widened. She muttered a lot of unflattering things about the Daily under her breath, words he would have never expected to come out of her mouth. It was a testament of how enraged they were both feeling. The Daily had crossed a line. A huge line. Still, the need to get Toph stable was more pressing. Can you heal her? He asked. Not in one session. I've healed the worst of her wounds and tried to draw out the infection, but what she really needs is to rehydrate. That will take time. He nodded in understanding. Unfortunately, that did leave them with the problem of what to do now. They still needed to find Iroh and the former Judy. Toph wasn't in any state to be sneaking around with them. It would have been different if she was awake and capable of moving on her own, but, as she was now, she would just draw unwanted attention. Plus, he was worried about her condition. Maybe we should split up, he suggested. I can help you get Toph out of here first, and then I'll. There won't be enough time if you're planning to come back for Iroh and that woman. Zuko lowered his gaze. He knew that was true. By the time they'd got Toph out, the men they'd left bound probably would have been found. Now they had 2 more men added to the mix as well. That only increased the chances of being discovered. You could just kill them, a voice that sounded far too much like his sister's whispered in his mind. It would be the efficient thing, and it's not like you weren't prepared to do it before. Besides, look how they treated Toph. They deserve to die, don't they? He gritted his teeth and forced the thoughts away. If we take Toph with us to find the others, we'll just be putting her and ourselves in unnecessary danger. We're going to be at risk either way, Katara pointed out. Isn't it better to just stick together? If Toph is like this, who knows how Iroh and that woman have been treated? You might need my help. Katara. She grabbed his hands. I don't want us to split up. We've made it this far together. Her eyes met his, firm with resolve. I'm staying. But Toph is as stable as she's going to be right now regardless of where we take her. He sighed and slipped his hands free of her grip. I don't like this. You don't have to, she said in an echo of the words he had once told her. She placed her hand on his cheek, guiding him to meet her gaze. We're stronger together. We can make this work. His brow furrowed. He wanted to argue, to point out that it really wasn't a good idea to bring Toph with them to rescue the others, but reminding Katara of all the dangers would only make her more resolved to stick with him. Plus, he just knew they didn't have the time to debate the issue. Getting close to Uncle and that woman isn't going to be easy, he warned her. Our disguises will be useless with Toph. We'll have to take it slow and stick to old-fashioned stealth. About that, I might have an idea. When he prompted her to go on, she explained that the Dai Li believed Toph had been executed. Why not use that to their advantage? If anyone saw them carrying Toph, they could say they were getting rid of the body for Kuo. Zuko's frown deepened. He could see how the plan could work, but he could also see how it could go wrong. Badly wrong. The closer they got to the northern section cell, the more suspicious they would become. Still, it was better than nothing. He scooped Toph into his arms. She stirred from the motion and suddenly cried out in panic, lashing out at him with her fists and legs. Not that it hurt. It was more like she was flailing. A few bits of rock swelled and broke from the ground, but the movements were sloppy and fell apart before they could do any damage. It was heartbreaking to watch. Toph had always been so strong. Toph, calm down. He cradled her to his chest, not caring that she was filthy or punching and kicking at whatever she could reach. It's us. It's just us, okay? It's Zuko and Katara. She either didn't hear or was just too panicked to comprehend what he was saying. Katara quickly placed her water-encased hand on her forehead and a pulse of blue light flared. The next moment Toph slumped into his arms and went still. Healing sleep, he said. Katara nodded and removed her hand. Her mind and body have been under a lot of stress. It's better if she just rests for now. Zuko nodded. As callous as it seemed, he knew they couldn't afford to have Toph thrashing about and making noise. He readjusted his hold on her so that she was slumped over his shoulder. Now he could hold her in place with one arm, freeing up the other for fighting. It also helped to project the image of 2 agents just going to dispose of a dead body. What should we do with those 2? Katara gestured at the bound agents. Leaving them here seems a bit risky. His jaw tightened. What he wanted to do to those sick bastards was make them pay for all the suffering they had forced Toph to experience. She hadn't even recognized him, not his voice or anything. It was the first time he'd seen her that wild and scared. It made him so angry. So full of hate. They don't deserve your compassion. The silken voice was back, whispering for him to just end their lives. Just end it and shove them in a place where they wouldn't be found. Maybe a crate. That would be fitting, wouldn't it? No need to fret. It wasn't like killing these 2 would make him a terrible person. It was just being pragmatic. Efficient. Zuko closed his eyes. It's not about compassion. He knew he could kill them. Taking a life wasn't hard, especially when these people had hurt his friend. But that was also why he was reluctant to embrace the option. There was no point kidding himself. If he killed these men now, it would be in cold blood. It would be because he wanted them to die, not because it was an absolute necessity. Zuko didn't want to walk that path. He knew from experience how easily he could slip over the edge. The darkness that had driven him to burn villages and attack anyone who got in his way while he hunted the Avatar still existed within him. He knew it, and he feared he would lose himself to it just like his sister if he gave in to his crueler impulses. Zuko. A few creases formed on Katara's brow. We can't leave them out in the open, he said, pulling himself together. Someone will probably check on this place at some point. In the end, they decided to shove them in two of the bigger crates. Zuko had to admit that a part of him hoped it was a long time before they were found. He wasn't nice enough not to wish them to suffer. Ready? She asked. He nodded and readjusted his grip on Toph. It was time to find his uncle and the former Judy. Oh. Iroh was drifting off to sleep when he felt the light nudge to his side. He opened his eyes and met Bayu's gaze. She gestured with her head at the agent moving towards their cell. Shireng had come to visit again. It was about time. They'd been waiting for this opportunity. Good evening, Iroh greeted. Or is it morning now? It's so hard to tell underground. I don't suppose you'd care to upgrade us to a place where we can see the sunlight. Shireng ignored the jovial comment. Iroh wasn't surprised, though he really did wish they could be in a place where he could feel the sun. His body had still not recovered from having his chi absorbed. At this rate, he was never going to get back to full power. Matters have changed, Shireng said coolly. You are no longer useful to us as bait. Iroh's expression turned grim. Then you have come to play executioner. All in good time. Before that, there is something I would like to confirm. Are you indeed General Iroh, the Dragon of the West? We've already been through this, Iroh said with an exaggerated sigh. My name is Yingja. I'm not a member of the royal family nor have I ever been a general. Somehow I don't believe you. Shireng shook his head. Well, no matter. I only asked to satisfy my own curiosity. It doesn't really matter in the end. Long Feng might have wanted to keep you alive so he could confirm the truth and gain the glory of having captured and executed the man who broke through the outer wall, but such petty triumphs do not interest me. Oh. Shireng's eyes glittered. You see, you're just a roach rat. A pest befouling my city. I don't care who you are, you're an unsightly piece of filth that needs to be removed. Iroh glanced at Bayu. You're right. This one has a real winning personality. Yes. Her mouth twitched. Shireng has always been like this. Human lives mean nothing to him. He only views people as tools. Shireng's gaze fixed on her and what might have been a spark of interest lit up his eyes. You remember now. I've remembered enough. She got to her feet and crossed to the bars. What do you want, Shireng? I know you didn't come here just to tell us that we'll be executed sooner than planned. No, he admitted. The truth is that I thought you should know we had to kill your young friend today. Young friend? Iroh narrowed his eyes. You can't mean. Miss Bafong chose not to cooperate with us. It is a pity. Something twisted in Iroh's stomach. This bastard talked about pity, but the truth was Shireng didn't feel anything. It was so obvious that it sickened Iroh. Bayu had summed it up well, this man cared nothing about human lives. Iroh suspected that the only reason Shireng had told them about Toph's death was because he knew it would upset them. You killed that child? Iroh asked in a low voice. It was hard to keep the anger out of his tone. His whole body itched to retaliate. Not personally, but my agents should have carried out the execution by now. Iroh let out a breath. Then there was still a chance. Bayu met his gaze and nodded, having come to the same conclusion. No matter how slim the hope, they had to believe that Toph was still alive and fighting. Iroh could not bear the thought of her being executed by these men who barely deserved the label. He could not accept that he and Bayu were too late. You had best hope she is not dead, Iroh said in a grim tone. Once I get out of this cage, I will show you no mercy. Shireng actually laughed. Old man, have you not understood your situation? You are all in my power. I could have you killed right now if I wanted. Yet you haven't, Bayu pointed out. She raised her eyebrow. It's not like you to draw things out, Shireng. Why are you wasting time with us when you've said we're no longer of any use? Her tone grew faintly mocking. Or is it that you can't bring yourself to kill me just yet? Something flickered in his eyes. I do remember you, she said. I remember that you always watched me. At Golden Flower, at headquarters, at the palace. You were always there. Even when I betrayed the Daily, you were the one who insisted I could still be useful. You spared my life by having me brainwashed into a Judy. I was just being practical, he responded coolly. You have skills that are not easy to replace. Is that really all it was? His jaw tightened. Iroh bit back a smile as he watched the exchange. Clever woman. She was getting to Shireng already. Bayu curled her fingers around the bars. You can dress up your feelings however you like, but a woman's intuition is never wrong. You wanted me, Shireng. I think you still want me. He stepped closer. Ah, Bayu, I'll admit you fascinated me. You never hesitated to do what was necessary, even though I could see it caused you pain. It was beautiful to watch. Your confliction, your resolve. He shook his head. But you're boring now. You've become like them, too caught up in morals and illogical urges. The Bayu I knew would have never put another's life before her own. All she cared about was surviving. You're right, she agreed, and a faint smile curved her lips. So, how about a bet? A bet? Fight me. If you win, I'll join you and let you do whatever you please with me. You can have my body and my loyalty. Iroh started in surprise. Bayu, you can't. But if you lose, she continued in a hard voice, you must let Yingja and I go. You must let us walk from this place freely. There was a tense moment as the two earthbenders stared at each other. Suddenly, Shireng let out a soft laugh. You do realize you're just handing yourself to me? You're injured and are nowhere near my level of bending skill. You cannot beat me, Bayu. Then you have nothing to lose, she said without missing a beat. Iroh gripped her shoulder. Bayu, I think you should reconsider. He's right that you're still injured and... Quiet, old man. Shireng said sharply. He shifted his gaze back to Bayu. Very well, I'll take you up on your offer. If I win, you'll work for the Daily again. If I lose, you and the old man can go free. Deal. Shireng called for the guards who had been watching the entrance to the cell. The four men took up position outside the cage while Bayu was released, making sure neither she nor Iroh tried anything. Iroh met her gaze as she walked past him. He raised his eyebrow a fraction in question. Her fighting Shireng one-on-one had not been part of the plan. Still, that she had got Shireng to agree to such a deal was impressive. It seemed her intuition had not been wrong. True, what the agent felt for her was not as pure an emotion as love, but his obsession was no less powerful. How shall we determine the winner? Shireng asked. He sounded amused. Confident. We fight until the other person can't fight anymore. She shifted into a bending stance. That's okay with you, right? If that is what you wish. He mimicked her stance. I'm sorry that I'll have to hurt you. No, you're not. He laughed and nodded to the guards. Judges, if you will. One of the men stepped forward. The agent asked them to take an equal amount of steps away from each other and then brought his hand down in a slashing motion. Begin. Bayu fired off 2 rocks in rapid succession. Shireng crushed both into dust and then turned the stone around her feet into quicksand. She sunk a few inches before she managed to break free of the trap, however, by then he'd followed up with a pillar that shoved her from behind. An awful gasp escaped her lips. Iroh watched in unease as she collapsed to the ground, scraping elbows and knees. That was the same spot Long Feng had hit her back in Lake Laogai. She struggled to push herself upright, hair falling forward to shield her face. Had enough already? Shireng taunted. Iroh's stomach twisted. Even he could hear her ragged breathing. It wasn't a good sign that she was this tired already. Bayu screamed in frustration and mounted a counter-attack. The ground ruptured around Shireng, closing in on him in a mass of pillars and shards. A cloud of dust formed as attack after attack slammed into him. Or at least what should have been him. As the thick clouds of dust began to clear, Iroh saw that a perfect rock shield had been erected to protect him. "Baiyu, stop," Iroh warned. "You're just tiring yourself out." She met his gaze and flashed him a smile. He didn't understand, even more so when a part of the shield broke away and struck her in the chest. This time her cry of pain was so much worse. She fell back, rolling against the ground a few times before she went still. His breath caught in his throat as he watched. He found himself gripping the bars. "Get up," he urged. Baiyu did not move. Shireng laughed and stretched his neck from side to side, even as he calmly closed the distance between them. "I expected a better fight from you. After all that bold talk, is this really all you've got?" She groaned and shifted weakly on the ground, just managing to roll over onto her back. Shireng smiled and leaned down to grab the front of her robe. He yanked her closer to his level, meeting her gaze. Blood dribbled from her lips. "It's over for you, Baiyu. You cannot fight like this." "Fool," she said through gritted teeth. "It seems you're the one who's forgotten who I am." He blinked. The next second she rammed her fist into his throat. No, not her fist. A sharpened point of rock. She must have created it when she'd been knocked to the ground. Shireng made a choked sound and released her, letting her collapse in a heap even as he scrabbled at the jagged piece of rock sticking out of his neck. Blood was spurting everywhere, from the wound, spilling from his mouth. He collapsed to his knees, still making those ghastly choking sounds. It was like he was drowning. "Shireng!" The four guards rushed forward. Baiyu hauled herself to one knee and raised a rock wall to obstruct their path. "You heard our deal, right?" she yelled. "I won the fight, so Yingja and I are to be released. Like hell we'll let you go after what you did." She flashed her teeth in a bloody smile. "I just made it so Shireng can't fight anymore. That was the only condition." 4 cries of rage were all she got in response. The men broke through her wall in a cloud of dust. Iroh sent a fireball at the closest agent through the gaps in the bars. It was still a weaker attack than usual, but it did the trick. The man was halted in his tracks. Baiyu did her best to hold off the others, even as Iroh offered her what support he could. He'd held back before because he'd known it had been useless to fight the guards while he and Baiyu had both been trapped in the cage. Now, all that mattered was keeping her safe so she could find the key. Too bad that was easier said than done. Baiyu cried out as she was struck by a pillar. She clutched at her ribs, holding out one hand to erect a shield. Iroh cursed the bars that kept him trapped, cursed the fact that his body was old and he was taking so long to get back to his full strength. At this rate, neither of them was going to get out of this room. "You two get Shireng out of here," one of the men ordered 2 of the agents. "We might still be able to save him." "I doubt that," Baiyu said with grim satisfaction. "Just look at him. He can't even breathe." "You." She shoved him back with a rock to his face, then struggled to her feet, still clutching at her ribs. "One of you has to have the key. Or maybe it's Shireng." She glanced down at the man who was still gasping for air and choking on his own blood. "He would be the type to want to hold the power of our release." The men growled and tried to restrain her. Baiyu blocked the attacks with a wall and unleashed a mass of pillars at the agents to hold them off. Without pausing, she stamped her foot hard into the ground. Shireng's body lurched up into the air, propelled by the rock that ruptured underneath his back. Something small and metallic slipped free of his robe. Her eyes gleamed and she wrenched a piece of rock from the ground and smacked it at the key. Both rock and key soared towards the cage. "Yingja!" she yelled. Iroh got ready. The rock shattered against the bars, but the key landed into his outstretched hand. "Stop him before he can escape," one of the Daily agents shouted. Iroh quickly moved to unlock the door as 2 of the agents charged at him. He thrust the door open with a blast of fire, catching the men in the face. They screamed and fell back, holding their arms up to shield their eyes from the flames. Iroh might be weaker right now, but that didn't make him a fool. Like Baiyu, his true strength lay in his ability to outsmart his opponents. Still, the fact they were outnumbered, were surrounded by stone, and that she was heavily injured was a problem. There was little at hand to give him and Bayu an advantage. Gritting his teeth, he shifted into a bending stance and created sweeping streams of fire that knocked the men off their feet and shoved them back against the walls. He tried to get closer to Bayu, but was immediately obstructed by a mass of rock. One of the agents had recovered faster than expected. "Just go!" she yelled at him even as she threw a rock at the agent. She coughed and clutched at her ribs. "I'll hold them off. You're far too injured. That's why it has to be me." She dug her heels into the ground and slammed all 4 men into the walls with targeted slabs of rock. Another cough, though this time flecks of red escaped her lips. "You know I'll just slow you down. Use this advantage and escape." Iroh watched as the men broke through her rock cages. There was no way she would last against them. He shot off a few fire blasts to give her some breathing space, but the agents just blocked the flames with earth shields. Bayu threw him an impatient glance. "Damn it, Yingja, just go. There are people waiting for you. Your nephew, your companions. Don't risk your life to protect a worthless woman like me." Iroh evaded a rock projectile and made it to her side. He took up an offensive stance next to her. "But you are not worthless, Bayu. No matter your past, no matter what you have done to survive, it is the choices you make now that define who you are. I would be honored to fight alongside such a woman." Something that might have been a sob escaped her lips. "You're a fool." "Perhaps." He pressed his back against hers. "But no less of a fool than the woman who sacrifices her life when there is no need." He struck out at the agents with hot blasts of fire. "Be strong, Bayu. We will make it through yet." She made a frustrated sound and joined him in fighting off the agents. Weak and injured as they both were, their knack for coming up with strategies and formations on the fly had the two gaining an unexpected advantage. Soon they had 2 of the men incapacitated. That would have given them the opening they needed, except that 4 more Dai spilled in from the entrance, no doubt attracted by the sounds. Iroh backed up with Bayu as the men surrounded them. "Stand down." The agent who had been doing most of the talking ordered. "This doesn't look good," Iroh muttered. Bayu coughed up blood and half-slumped against him. She would not last much longer. To Iroh's dismay, 2 more agents appeared at the entrance. One of them appeared to be carrying something. "A person?" "You too." The same agent called, spotting the newcomers. "Come and help us." The shorter agent stepped forward. "I can sense water," he said in a surprisingly feminine voice. Iroh's brow creased. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He got his answer when the agent raised his her face and smiled. It was Katara. She spread her hands in a powerful gesture. The leftmost wall shook and trembled, the wall from where he had kept hearing water drip. Bits of rock began to crumble away. "Stop the impostor!" 3 of the men turned to battle Katara. The person at her side placed the body he had been carrying on the ground and quickly shifted into a stance, rising up to create a wall of flames that broke all of the rock pillars to dust. Flames that were bright and beautiful. Flames that were born from the desire to protect, not just from anger and hate. Something got choked in Iroh's throat. He'd never seen his nephew bend like that. The flames of life were powerful indeed. Bayu coughed up more blood. "Is that Lee and Katara?" "It would seem so," Iroh murmured. If his suspicions were correct, that small person clad in green behind Zuko had to be Toph. They had been busy indeed. Still, now was not the time to get distracted. The 3 agents who had not been drawn into battle with Zuko still needed to be dealt with, and fast. Iroh dodged a pillar and created a quick shield to protect himself and Bayu. Zuko noticed the agent bearing down on them and shot off a much more powerful blast to knock him back. "Katara, hurry!" Zuko urged. Her arms trembled with tension. "Almost there," she gritted out. Suddenly, the wall burst forth in a gush of water, sending bits of rock everywhere. Katara moved her arms in a graceful gesture, seizing hold of the massive rush and sweeping it around to crash against the Dai agents. None of them stood a chance. They cried out as they were submerged and pummeled by the powerful wave, getting sucked in as Katara moved her arms in a rapid circular motion to create a spiraling whirlpool. Her stance became sharper and her fingers curled into claws. In an instant the water turned to ice, trapping all of the men, including Shire, inside. Katara exhaled and lowered her arms. "Is everyone okay?" she asked. Zuko stared at her in a mixture of astonishment and admiration. "You weren't kidding when you said you sensed water." Which was an understatement. She had just performed a very impressive display of bending for such a young waterbender. As Iroh had guessed, Katara was extremely powerful when she had access to a large mass of her element. Even now, water was trickling in from the wall she had broken through, gathering in a spreading pool on the floor. Her cheeks colored at the unspoken praise. "We should hurry. This ice won't hold up forever, and we still have to get out of the prisons." "You're right," Iroh agreed. Zuko stooped to pick up Toph. Bayu suddenly collapsed to her knees in a coughing fit, both arms wrapped around her ribs. She coughed and gasped, hacking up globs of blood. "Bayu!" Iroh exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Katara cried, rushing to her side. "Where are you injured? What happened?" Bayu hunched into herself and spat out more blood. Katara paled and asked Iroh to help get Bayu down on her back. Without pausing, Katara summoned more water to her hands and examined her for injuries. Zuko came to stand near them, now cradling Toph in his arms. "Well?" Iroh prompted. Katara pulled her hands away. She did not meet his gaze. "It's not good. But you can heal her, can't you?" She still did not meet his gaze. "Yingja," Bayu said in a strained voice. "No, it is General Iroh, is it not?" He grasped her hand. "Yingja is fine." Bayu smiled. "Then, Yingja, thank you for protecting me." Another cough. More blood dribbled down her chin. "Bayu, what? You have to leave now. This girl is too nice to say it, but she knows I'm dying." Iroh tightened his grip on her hand. "That can't be." He glanced at Katara. "Surely there is something you can do." Katara made a helpless gesture. "Maybe if I had the spirit oasis water, but I used that on Aang. Her internal injuries are too extensive. I don't know if I can fix all of it in time, not on my own." "What if I helped?" Zuko asked. "No." Bayu coughed up more blood and met his gaze. "You already weakened yourself for me once. Don't waste your energy on me again." "I'm not." "Don't say you're not worth it," Iroh cut in. "Every life is precious, Bayu. Yours is no different." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I'm just a selfish nobody from the lower ring who took advantage of others to survive. I'm not worth anything." Fu must not have thought so. Iroh placed his other hand over hers. "He must have seen your strength, that in your heart was a noble desire to fight for justice." She shook her head. "If it wasn't for me, Fu would still be alive. All of them would still be alive." Fresh tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. "That's why I won't let you make the same mistake. You all have a chance to make a difference. Please, just go. Go and escape from this place. Bayu." She reached into her robe and offered the broken white lotus tile to him. "Go, Yingja. You are the Grand Lotus. You can do what I could not." More coughing. More blood. "I failed everyone. Please make the flower whole again." Iroh closed her fingers around the tile and gently pushed it back towards her. "I won't." "But." "I won't because we will restore the order together." Her bottom lip trembled. "I'm dying, Yingja. You can't save me." Zuko gently placed Toph down and knelt next to Bayu. "I think we can if Katara and I work together." "But your chi." His mouth curved into a sad sort of smile. "You know, I used to think the same as you, that other people's lives were worth more than my own, that it was okay if I sacrificed myself, because I was just a failure who only caused problems for people anyway." Her eyes widened at his admission. "But my uncle is right. Every life is worth something. You aren't an exception to that rule. I don't know your past, but just as a friend told me when I was ready to give up, I don't believe it is your destiny to die here." He held her gaze. "So don't tell us not to try. We're going to heal you." Lee. Her eyes misted over and she glanced around at all of them. I don't understand. Why are you all willing to put yourselves at a disadvantage for me? You know it's not logical. The thing about being human is that it's not always logical, Iroh said with a faint smile. We do things because our heart tells us it is right, because we want to believe in hope. She shook her head. You shouldn't be taking this risk. The Daily are too dangerous. You will need all the power you have just to escape from here. Zuko met her eyes. You begged me to heal you once. You wanted to be free of the Daily and to remember who you were more than anything. Don't give up now just because the truth wasn't what you were hoping. This is your chance to be free, to start a new life. But... He made a frustrated sound. Enough. Talking about this is just wasting time. Katara bit back a smile. He's right, you know. If Lee is willing to try, then I think it's worth a shot. Besides, Iroh added, I will allow my nephew to draw upon my chi to make up for the loss. Zuko's eyes widened. Uncle, you can't. That really would be too dangerous. Iroh gripped his shoulder. Bayu is right that we cannot afford to have you weakened right now. Your bending is strong, far stronger than mine as it stands in our current positions. A hint of pride entered his eyes. You have grown so much, my nephew. Let me do this for you so that we may all escape safely. Zuko looked torn. Iroh understood that the chi absorption abilities frightened him, but unless Katara had access to a large body of water, it was Zuko who was their strongest fighter. They needed him at full power. Iroh squeezed his shoulder, assuring him that it would be okay. I trust you, he murmured. Trust in yourself. Zuko let out a breath and turned to Katara. Let's do it. She nodded and together they worked on Bayu's injuries. Iroh felt the moment when his energy was linked with his nephew's, as if a door had opened inside him and united their chi in threads of warmth and light. He closed his eyes and allowed the drain to happen. Sure, this was not the most strategic option, everyone knew it would have been better to just leave Bayu behind. But after hearing about her past, of all her struggles and unhappiness, he wanted her to live. He wanted her to experience freedom. He got the feeling Zuko felt the same. Power flowed between the four: fire, water, the pure energy that existed within every living creature. Iroh opened his eyes and saw that Zuko and Bayu were glowing in faint shimmers of gold, just as had happened on the drill when Zuko had linked with him to heal Changpua. It seemed to be an effect of the absorption ability. No doubt Iroh was glowing as well. Still, the pull on his energy was not as harsh this time. He could sense his nephew's control over the flow. Zuko was taking just enough to boost the healing and no more. Eventually, he broke the connection completely. That's all I can do for now, Zuko said, catching Bayu's eye. I'm sorry it's not more. Katara's brow furrowed. She had not pulled her hands away yet. There's blood in her chest. I can sense it. Zuko paled. Can you remove it? I've never tried to manipulate blood. If you can sense it, that means you can control it, Iroh said. Blood is mostly water. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think that you can manipulate it as a waterbender. Katara bit her lip. I'll try. She moved her fingers in a graceful, upward gesture as if plucking something from the air. Bayu coughed and the trapped blood was slowly drawn from her chest and out through her mouth in a thin trickle. Katara's hand shook a little as she relaxed her fingers. I think that's all of it, she said, not meeting anyone's gaze. Iroh gripped her shoulder. He could perceive that she had been unsettled. You did well, Katara. She moistened her lips and averted her face. Anyway, I think that should be enough. You feel better, right? Bayu, was it? Yes, Bayu admitted. I can breathe easier now and the pain has lessened. Then let's go. Katara stood and refilled her water flask with the excess water on the floor. The ice is already starting to melt. We need to get out of here. Iroh helped Bayu to her feet while Zuko once more slung Toph over his shoulder. They exited the cell together, but as soon as they were out of sight from the Daily trapped inside the frozen prison, Bayu held out her hand to them. Wait, she said. It'll be easier if we go this way. She pointed at the ceiling. Up? Iroh questioned. She wrenched a hole in the stone with her bending. Up, she said, allowing her lips to curve into a smile. We can avoid the Daily better like this. Are you sure you can handle it? Katara asked in a worried voice. You're still not fully healed, you know. I'll be fine. It's just a matter of creating shortcuts rather than creating a whole new tunnel system. Trust me, we'll get to the surface much quicker this way. Zuko and Katara exchanged a glance. Up it is then, they said in unison. Bayu created a stone lift and raised them all into the hole she had created. Zuko lit flames for light while she sealed the hole behind them. Then she began to gouge out a new tunnel. As she had explained, they soon linked up with one of the original corridors. Bayu tore another hole through the ceiling and then they were moving up again. Two Daily did spot them the next time they merged with the original infrastructure, but Zuko and Katara fended the men off with a combined attack. Bayu wasted no time in getting them out of there before any more agents could turn up. Iroh thought that would be the end of their bad luck. They even found themselves standing in a courtyard with the full moon shining down on them. The problem? There was also a bear wearing a yellow jacket and nightcap. Zuko yelped and took a step back. He had been the closest to the bear and had clearly got a fright. Even Iroh had to admit it had been a shock. Bayu's reaction was less comical. She groaned and pressed her hand to her forehead. I miscalculated, she muttered. This isn't good. Iroh began to ask her for clarification, but then a man wearing some kind of elaborate pajamas, and flanked by two flustered-looking guards, entered the courtyard. The small glasses perched on his nose flashed in the moonlight. Bosco! The man cried in relief. There you are. I was. The man broke off as he saw the group standing behind the bear. The pause as he and his companions took in their appearance was almost comical. Almost. Iroh understood what Bayu had meant now. He was pretty sure they had just run into the Earth King. This really wasn't good. Chapter 22, The Earth King. What are you all doing here? The man with glasses asked in astonishment. The two guards didn't wait for an explanation. Instead, they moved forward to shift into offensive stances. Zuko and Katara did the same to act as a shield for their own group. No way was Zuko going to let anyone get hurt now, though he'd have to be careful since he was still carrying Toph. Wait. Bayu and the man with glasses cried in unison. All four froze. Your Majesty, one of the guards said. These two are clearly not Daily agents. Look, that one is even a waterbender. He pointed at Katara, who had an arc of water swirling around her. We have to apprehend them. But you might hurt Bosco. Zuko raised his eyebrow. That weak-looking guy wearing glasses was the Earth King? No wonder the guards had looked so flustered when they'd entered the garden. One of them even looked like he wanted to face palm. It said a lot when a king was more concerned about his pet's welfare than stopping intruders. Then again, it sounded like King Ki had lived a very sheltered life. It was Long Feng who ran the show in Ba Sing Se. Bayu pulled herself together and lowered into a bow. Your Majesty, please forgive our trespassing in your garden. We meant no harm. Save your explanations for the trial, the guard on the left retorted. It'll be the prisons for you lot. The ground rose to trap them, but Bayu countered the move by leveling the would-be cage to rubble. She slumped back into Iroh a second later. Her energy was almost spent. Katara, help them. Zuko urged. He created a blast-like wall of flames to give them cover to escape. A roar distracted him. Damn it, he had forgotten that Bosco was right there. Animals hated fire, and the bear was no exception. Bosco roared again and almost ran into the flames in panic. Zuko manipulated the fire to curve around and away from the bear. That was enough time for the guards to surround him. Lee! Katara cried. She turned back to help, already forming a water whip to attack. Zuko tightened his grip on Toph. He hadn't wanted to fight, but it looked like they would have to if they didn't want to be captured. Stop! Again, everyone froze at the command. King Ki peeked around the guards to stare at Zuko. You're a firebender. Zuko blinked. Yeah. I've never seen one in person before. Zuko didn't know how to respond to that. Most people in the Earth Kingdom reacted with fear or anger when they found out about his bending. It was bizarre to have the king just stare at him with big, wondering eyes, like he was a shiny new thing that had dropped into Ki's sheltered world. Zuko almost felt sorry for the guy. "Your Majesty," the same guard on the left said in a half-pleading tone. "These people are intruders. We must." "No." King Ki gestured for the guards to stand down. "I think this woman was telling the truth when she said they don't mean us any harm." "But, Your Majesty." King Ki jutted his bottom lip. This boy protected Bosco. He could have let Bosco get burnt by his flames, but he didn't. "I won't have you hurt him." The guard on the right actually did facepalm this time. "Always the bear," he muttered under his breath. Zuko and Katara exchanged a confused glance. This was not how they had expected their encounter with the Earth King to go. Perhaps they wouldn't have to fight. Iroh certainly seemed hopeful. He cleared his throat and bowed low to the king. "Actually," Iroh said, "the truth is we would like to request your Majesty's assistance." Zuko glanced at his uncle. "We would." "Yes," Bayu said, still leaning against Iroh for support. "This could be exactly what we need." The guards shifted closer to shield Ki. They didn't seem to like the idea of Zuko and his companions needing anything from the king. "You dare to make requests now?" the guard on the left demanded. "You shouldn't even be talking to the king." "Stand down, Gan," King Ki said, though he sounded a bit nervous. Maybe he only got a backbone when the bear was involved. Bayu struggled to stay upright. There was hardly any color in her cheeks. "Your Majesty, please listen to us. I know Long Feng has been your advisor all these years, but believe me when I say that he is not your ally. Because of him, the Dai Li have become corrupted. They claim to protect the city, but all they care about is controlling it." What are you talking about?" "Long Feng is. He cannot be trusted," Bayu said in a firm tone. "Fortunately, I believe he is still being subdued somewhere, but the Dai Li have continued to carry out his plans. You must stop the Dai Li. Please, Your Majesty. You are the Earth King. Only you have the power." Gan's eyes widened. "Long Feng has been subdued? You fought him?" "We had no choice," Iroh admitted. "He was rather, concerned that we might expose his less than savory activities. The citizens would not react well to hearing that the Dai Li brainwash people into compliance." Ki let out a shaky laugh. "Brainwash? Ridiculous." "It's true," Bayu said. "I was one of the women he had brainwashed. They call us Judies. Our whole identity is rewritten to turn us into soulless servants who only have two purposes, to keep order within the city and to hide the truth he never wanted you to know, that there is a war happening outside the walls and it is destroying your kingdom." All the color drained from Ki's cheeks. "This can't be. You can't just come here and say these things. I don't believe." "Please believe it," Katara begged. "The Dai Li almost killed Aang. They were going to kill our friend Toph." She clenched her hands into fists. "They've done so many awful things. We have to stop them." Ki shook his head, looking small and lost. It was like he was shrinking into the fine fabric of his pajamas, like he was trying to escape from them and the conversation. Zuko felt a stirring of pity. It wasn't that Ki didn't believe them. He just didn't want to believe. Everything would change then. Change was scary. Ki had depended on Long Feng for too long, and now he was being told that person had never had his best interests at heart. It was a difficult truth to accept. Zuko should know, he'd experienced the same when he'd been forced to accept that his father was just a cruel man who did not deserve his loyalty. "If you want proof, you only need to look in the old city," Zuko said quietly. "They moved their base there after we discovered their headquarters at Lake Laogai. Now would be a good time to look. They'll still be focusing on searching for us instead of covering up their activities." Gan glanced at the king. "Your Majesty." King Ki lowered his gaze. "Order a search," he said in a strained voice. If this proof they claim is there, we will find it." The guard on the right bowed and left to carry out the order. Judging from the eagerness of his gait, along with Gan's hopeful tone when asking if they'd really subdued Long Feng, Zuko got the feeling that the palace guards were not as enthralled with the advisor or the Daily. It was Ki who still struggled to come to terms with reality. "This doesn't mean I believe you," King Ki warned them. "That's fine," Iroh said. "All we ask is that you investigate the matter and decide for yourself whether we are telling the truth." King Ki said nothing. It fell on Gan to pick up the conversation and demand further details about what had happened to Long Feng and, more importantly, just who they all were. He recognized some of them as the Avatar's companions, but the Daily were not very forthcoming with sharing information. If Zuko and the others really wanted assistance, Gan needed to know if they could be trusted. Right now it was only the king's order stopping him from hauling them all off to a holding cell. The four began to explain the situation, but it was not long before all of Bayu's injuries caught up to her. She fainted and slumped into Iroh, who managed to catch her before she fell. King Ki perked up from where he had been soothing Bosco. "What happened to her?" Ki asked, and then he paled as he noticed the red stains on her robes for the first time. "Wait, is that blood?" "She was badly injured," Katara said, already rushing over to check Bayu's condition. "We healed her as much as we could, but we had to hurry." Her eyes sought the king's. "Is there a place we can take her?" "Toph is also in a critical condition, they need a safe place to rest and recover." King Ki and Gan exchanged a glance. Zuko held his breath as he waited for the verdict. So far the encounter had gone well, but the king had still not committed to helping them, even if he didn't feel personally endangered by them. "It is your decision, Your Majesty," Gan said, dipping his head. "You are the king." Ki shifted his gaze to Bosco, who he was still petting absently. "I guess it's okay. This is my private residence. No one is allowed to come here except my personal guard or Long Feng. Which is still not to say I believe you, but until we know the truth, I suppose I can't let any of you come to further harm." He sucked in a breath. "You can stay here. Gan and his men will ensure your safety." They bowed to him in thanks. New guards were called to usher them to a set of spacious rooms, all lavishly decorated with green silk and gold trim. It almost reminded Zuko of home, the large beds, the extravagance and wealth imprinted into every ornament, every thread. These were indeed the royal chambers. In that moment, though, he didn't care about the size or the luxury of the rooms. He just appreciated being able to stop and catch his breath. Now that the adrenaline was fading, he realized just how exhausted he was both in body and mind. He placed Toph down on the bed covers, sighing in relief as the ache in his arms eased. Slight as she was, her dead weight had been putting a real strain on his muscles after a while. Katara began to check her condition. Zuko took the chance to sit down and close his eyes. His head felt foggy and didn't want to stay upright. Dimly, he could hear Iroh and the guards helping Bayu onto the bed in the adjoining room so she could rest. He could also hear the soft hum of Katara's healing power. It was also soothing, a reminder that they had finally found a respite from all the craziness. "Hey!" Something nudged his shoulder. Zuko sat up with a start and realized he had dozed off on the end of the bed. He swiped a hand over his face to help wake himself up more. Katara smiled and sat back to put more distance between them. "Sorry," he mumbled. "I didn't mean to fall asleep." "It's fine. You're still recovering yourself. You don't need to push yourself so much." He shook his head. "I can't leave you to do everything. You've been working so hard, all the healing, fighting," and a yawn escaped, cutting off the rest of his words. She laughed. "Thanks, but I think it's obvious who needs sleep right now. Get some proper rest, Zuko. There are spare beds in the other room. I can stay with Toph." But a rustle of fabric had them both turning. Toph had finally woken. Zuko and Katara were at her side in an instant, checking to make sure she was okay. Toph didn't panic like last time, but she flinched from Katara's touch and averted her face. Not a word passed her lips. That was the most disturbing. Toph had always been such a mouthy brat. "Toph." Katara's hand hovered anxiously at her side. Is everything all right?" No response. It was like Toph had shut down. Not that he could blame her. She had been through so much. He had seen that awful box, seen the room and the blood. Locking herself away into a shell of silence was probably all she could handle right now. To express anything, to utter a single word, would just tear open a dam of vulnerability and distress that she was not ready to let out, not to them and not even to herself. Toph was too much like him in that sense. She never liked to show her weakness. "It's okay," he said. "Whatever you're feeling, it's okay. You don't need to say anything. Just take your time. We'll be here." There was a long pause. To his surprise, a small hand slipped in his and gripped tight. Zuko squeezed back to let her know he understood. She didn't cry or say a word, didn't even look at them, but her grip never loosened. He let her be. Even Katara didn't push Toph into opening up about what was bothering her. Instead, they waited until some of the tension in her shoulders relaxed. "Come on," Katara said gently. "I've prepared a bath so you can get cleaned up. We can get started on getting more fluids in you as well. I've hydrated you as much as I can with my bending, but now you've got to do your part. The drink I got the servants to make will speed up the process. It might not taste very nice, but it'll make you feel better. Okay?" Toph agreed to this plan with a nod and released Zuko's hand. Katara looked to him to ask if he could carry her. Wordlessly, he scooped Toph up into his arms. It was hard not to grit his teeth at the listless way she let herself be carried. Those bastards. He should have hurt them more. Seeing the girl who mouthed off at everyone and gave him stupid nicknames reduced to this silent, broken thing was like a puncture to his heart. She wasn't supposed to behave this way. A swell of protectiveness rose within him, and he tightened his hold. Toph really was like a little sister to him. He hated that he had not been there for her. Katara crossed to the ornate screen, which he had just noticed had been set up on the far side of the room. Behind it was a tub filled with water. Toph was too weak to undress or even bathe herself, but Zuko didn't think she would appreciate if he helped with that, and, honestly, he would just be too embarrassed, so he left her in Katara's care. Katara's fingers brushed against his as he passed by her. A quiet gesture of companionship. It was like she knew what he had been thinking, all his frustration and regret. In that simple touch, she had told him that she understood, but that it would also be okay. Toph was with them now. Zuko nodded to Katara and walked around to the other side of the screen, allowing Toph to have her privacy. It had been his intention to go into the other room and get some rest, but he instead found himself sitting on the edge of the bed. A breath escaped his lips. He could hear Katara's voice, soft and coaxing, as she washed the grime and blood from Toph's body. The gentle splashes and trickling water were oddly hypnotic. He must have fallen asleep again at some point, because the next thing he knew he was lying down and there was a warm body pressed against his side. He was surprised to find it was Toph. She had never cared for human touch before, but now she lay curled up against him like a small tiger fox. Katara was asleep on her other side, one arm around them both, so that it was like he and Katara were embracing with Toph snuggled between them. It was awkward. He wasn't used to this kind of physical intimacy, but he had to admit it was also kind of nice. They'd all been through so much since coming to Ba Sing Se. To just be close to one another was oddly comforting. Maybe that was why the girls had sought him out when they'd found him asleep. Katara stirred with a soft sound. The light was dim in the room, but he could still make out the blue of her eyes. "Hey," she murmured. "Hey." Her hand was still resting on his waist. He'd expected her to remove it now that they were both awake, but then Katara had never shied from touching him. She was always so warm and affectionate, the opposite of him. She had so much to give to people, but he was still learning how to express himself. That was why it surprised him when she thanked him for getting Toph to calm down earlier. "Toph doesn't always react well to me," she admitted in a hushed voice. "I wasn't sure how to help her when she seemed to not want me close, but you got her to ease up." Her lips curved. "Guess you just have that effect on people." His brow furrowed. "You really don't see it, do you?" When he just continued to frown at her, some of the amusement faded in her eyes. She moved her hand up from his waist to rest against his cheek. Her gaze was intent, holding him still in a way that made him conscious of his pulse. "You're pretty nice to be around," she said. "Sure, you're a little awkward and fumble on your words, but it's like when you say it's going to be okay, people can actually believe it. Her thumb brushed his heated skin. People trust you, Zuko. Being with you is reassuring. His face felt too hot and he pulled back from her touch. I'm not even. She laughed, though she was careful not to wake Toph. You don't need to be embarrassed. His blush darkened. That was easier said than done. He wasn't used to people giving him compliments, let alone girls. He always felt so inept when dealing with others. He'd spent too long shut off emotionally, focusing all of his energy into capturing the Avatar and not being crushed by the weight of his personal demons. It didn't make sense that people should find any comfort from him, yet here Toph was snuggled against him. Even Aang had often turned to him in times of distress. It was so strange. Didn't they realize that he was just a mess and had no idea what he was doing half the time? Help me with Toph, okay? Katara said. She still hasn't spoken, but she seems to be comfortable with you. Maybe you can get her to open up. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Even if I want to help her, I don't know how. Katara's hand found his and intertwined their fingers. You've done pretty well so far. Don't sell yourself so short. He swallowed. Her touch and her words made him feel inexplicably warm. It was nice that she believed in him so much, this girl who had once seen him as her enemy. It made him want to return the gesture in some way. She was always looking out for him, always there to say the right thing just when he needed it, but he knew that he didn't give her nearly enough in return. None of them did. Katara was too good at hiding when she was struggling, but he knew better now. She had broken down in front of him. She had clung to him like a lifeline and even cried. Because she had been worried. Because she had not known when or even if he and Aang would wake up. Katara, he said in a voice more hushed than before. If there is anything. He broke off, frustrated that he couldn't formulate the words he wanted to say. Her eyebrows rose in question. What? Zuko shook his head. Nothing, he said with a sigh. I'll do what I can for Toph. She squeezed his hand in silent gratitude. He guessed that this was enough. Even if he couldn't say the words aloud, he could still share in the burdens she took upon herself. Maybe then he wouldn't have to see her cry again. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't want to see Toph get better. They fell silent as they lay there on the bed, fingers still intertwined and with Toph curled up between them. He wondered if Katara would let go of his hand soon, but she didn't. Zuko hesitated to break the contact. She had admitted that being around him was reassuring. Was that why she continued to seek his touch? It was too awkward to ask. Zuko, she said after a moment. Do you think we'll be okay now? I mean, the Earth King will stop the Dai, right? He let out a small breath. So that was what had been troubling her. I don't know. The kinder thing would have been to lie and say yes, of course the Earth King would put an end to all of their problems, but Zuko wasn't one for giving false hope. Ki was not a strong king. The corruption that had taken hold of the city could not be fixed with a simple wave of a hand. Fear, greed, and manipulation had kept the populace in check for too long. The palace guards seemed to support the king, but would that be enough? Zuko didn't know. I want to believe we will though, he admitted in a soft voice. My uncle and Bayu seem to think the king can make a difference, so maybe they're right. Her grip tightened on his hand. I don't want to see anyone else get hurt. He nodded in agreement. There had been too many close calls. The emotional stress had taken its toll on both of them. Healers had the extra responsibility of being expected to work miracles. It was obvious that she, like him, was terrified that next time their efforts might not be enough. Next time, they might fail. We'll make it through this, Katara, he murmured. All of us. Even if the king can't stop the Dai, that doesn't mean it's over. We'll just find another way. She stared at him for a long moment. You really believe that, don't you? I'll never give up. There are too many things I still need to do. Aang reminded me of that. That's why I won't let myself be defeated here. I can't. Because it's not your destiny to die here. Not just mine. It's not any of ours. He had an odd urge to touch her cheek, maybe smooth the hair from her face. Instead, he held her gaze. "Don't worry, okay? We're going to make it. Besides, Aang is trying his best to get back to us. We need to all be there for him when he wakes up, right?" Her expression softened into a smile. "Right. Oh. The moon looked especially beautiful that night, full and bright, like a perfect circle ornamenting the sky. Mai glanced ahead to where Shizue and Jet were carrying Long Feng through the streets, though he was all wrapped up in blankets so he didn't even resemble a human. They couldn't afford to be caught with him. Still, that he was coming with them to the meeting at all was a surprise. Azula had said it was all part of the plan. People would be more inclined to fight for them if they saw proof of their power. Subduing Long Feng was definite proof. There's no need to worry. My plans always work when people don't betray me. Mai's chest tightened a little. It had been difficult to face Azula without the bandages. Of course she'd been recognized in an instant, and though neither girl had spoken much since, that little dig had been enough to confirm to Mai that Azula had not forgotten what had happened inside the drill. Azula pretended to play nice, but Mai had still heard the words for what they were, a warning, a calculating statement to remind her that Azula was not a person to be crossed. "Get in my way again and it won't just be your face," Azula had seemed to say with every smile, every friendly word. "I'll end you for good." Mai clenched her hands into fists. Azula was waiting for them at the meeting place with Ty Lee, which gave her a little reprieve from the other girls' presence, but the time spent apart could never be enough. Mai hated how on edge she felt. Azula was unpredictable, even more so now that they fought on opposing sides. It was like flirting with a poisonous butterfly snake, never knowing when the creature would strike. Mai was surprised to find that she missed Sokka. He had been by her side almost 24/7 since they'd been separated from the others, and it felt strange to not have him with her now. He helped her to feel braver. Maybe just a little. Ugh. That was embarrassing to admit even to herself. Those idiots and their mushiness were clearly rubbing off on her. She pulled herself together and walked with Shizue and Jet into the rundown building where the meeting was to be held. Smeller B and Longshot had already taken up their scouting positions to ensure the Daily and city guards didn't gate crash. It was only Sokka who had stayed behind at the apartment. Aside from the fact his face was still a bruise-mottled mess and would have drawn too much attention, he'd hinted that he might have an idea for how they could get the upper hand over Azula. He was going to work on that while they were at the meeting. It was better if he didn't have Azula breathing down his neck. "This way," Jet said, distracting her from her thoughts. Mai followed him down the corridors until they reached some kind of storage room. Barrels and crates had been stacked against the far wall, though most looked empty. Typical for the lower ring. Jet picked up a broken piece of wood and tapped out a sequence on the floor. The stone parted to reveal an underground tunnel. Mai's eyebrow rose a fraction. She supposed she shouldn't have been surprised that Azula had already managed to get earthbenders on her side. Azula had always been efficient. The group made their way into the tunnel and ended up in a vast chamber that was lit by glowing crystals. A part of the stone floor had been raised at the front to create a stage. Azula stood on top of the platform, her expression calm as she issued orders to those gathered around her. She looked like she belonged there higher than the others, confident in her ability to lead. Mai's stomach twisted. Could they really outsmart this girl? Ty Lee came towards them, chipper as ever and practically bouncing on the balls of her feet. "Looks like you made it," she said with a smile. "Ruolin wants Long Feng to be held backstage for now. She'll give the cue to say when he should be brought out." Right. This was all a show, and Azula was nothing if not a good performer. She knew how to make an impact. Shizue exchanged a glance with Mai, a simple reminder that they had a job to do, and then helped Jet to get the gagged and bound man backstage. Now Ty Lee and Mai were alone. The realization was like a puncture to Mai's lungs, sucking out all the air. There were so many things left unsaid between them. "Ty. I'd better get back to Ruolin," Ty Lee cut in, already turning away. "Wait. Are you really okay with this? She won't change, you know." Azula was too determined, too ruthless. Whatever remained of the girl they had played with as children could not be salvaged now. Ty Lee glanced back at her. I'm happy you found friends who care about you, Luan. Her lips curved into a smile. Your aura is looking much brighter these days. Something clenched in Mai's chest. Anyway, I've got to get back to my duties. You remember your role, right? Mai nodded. She was to keep an eye on things as a spectator to ensure no enemies had snuck in with the crowd. Then let's make sure this meeting goes smoothly. Ty Lee winked. With the two of us here, the Daily aren't going to stand a chance. Mai watched her flutter off to join Angela on the stage. Her chest felt too heavy. As she had suspected, Ty Lee planned to stick with Angela. It was frustrating. Frustrating and worrying. You can't save her, idiot, Mai muttered under her breath. Why can't you see that? Ty Lee didn't show any uncertainty, though. She just beamed like a bright burst of sunshine as she moved on the stage, helping to set up for the meeting. It was unbearable to watch. How long would Ty Lee be able to maintain that smile if she continued to do Angela's bidding? Mai knew that what she really wanted was to return to the circus to be free and enjoy the life of a simple acrobat. But Ty Lee was too loyal. She still believed in the friendship that had brought the three of them together, even though it was just a toxic, broken thing now. Mai gritted her teeth and turned the other way. Soon the chamber began to fill with people. More than expected. Angela had not been kidding when she'd said the lower ring was like a barrel of blasting jelly waiting to go off. These people were hungry for change, it was imprinted onto all of their faces. All they waited for was a spark, a trigger to set them off. Angela and Jet were going to give them that tonight, yet neither took the lead when the meeting began. That was a surprise. Instead, an older man who looked to be in his 40s stepped forward to welcome everyone. He had streaks of gray in his hair and called himself Jing Sheng. Many of the people gathered seemed to recognize him, judging from the murmurs and glances they exchanged with each other. It sounded like Jing Sheng was one of the more prominent traders who lived in the lower ring. Clever, Mai muttered. Angela could not use her title as the Fire Nation princess to win favor, and Jet was just a nobody refugee in the end, not to mention they were both teenagers. That was why Angela had sought out Jing Sheng to be her mouthpiece. The older man was someone of influence. He had lived in the lower ring his whole life and could appeal to the crowd's sense of injustice. He asked them if it was fair that their needs were always ignored, that they had to work and suffer in poverty to provide food and labor for the city, yet all of the rewards were given to those in the middle and upper rings. He reminded them that those on top even tried to pretend that there was no war going on outside, as if refugees were not flocking into the lower ring by the day. Now is the time for us to act. Jing Sheng urged. We have been kept silent for too long. Rise up with me. Rise up and let us tear down the walls that cage us in. Let us take back control from those who have abused it and would keep us oppressed. Mai's expression was grim as the crowd erupted with cheers around her. The spark had been lit, though not everyone was sold. One old man pointed out the Daily would crush them if they tried to start a revolution. It wasn't like it hadn't happened before. Others joined in on voicing his doubts, reminding them all that every insurrection in the past had been dealt with ruthlessly. Jing Sheng smiled. You do not need to worry about the Daily. We already have their leader under our control. Angela raised her hand in a signal. Jet and Shizue brought out Long Feng from behind the curtain. He was still bound and gagged, and judging from the limpness of his limbs, he was probably chi-blocked as well. A hush fell over the crowd. This man, Long Feng, was the advisor to the Earth King and had total control of the Daily, Jing Sheng explained. Perhaps some of you recognize him from when he used to live in the lower ring. He paused for effect, and when he spoke again his voice hardened. Remember that this man was one of us. He could have fought for our rights when he gained power, but he didn't. He betrayed us all, even worked with the Daily to keep us here in the dirt like animals. Long Feng's eyes bulged with rage. It was clear he would have happily crushed the traitor's head with a rock if he could. Jing Sheng spread his hands as he faced the crowd. I ask again, is this fair? Should we just sit back and allow people like Long Feng to control our lives? Boos and sounds of disapproval started up. Some people were already calling for Long Feng to be punished. It looked like the mob mentality had kicked in. Jing Sheng's smile flickered back into play. Angela had chosen well with her mouthpiece. He knew how to stir up a crowd. Suddenly, a hint of movement flashed in the corner of Mai's eye. She turned, even as a man dressed in peasant garb began to push through the walls of people. Others joined him from all four corners of the room, trying to force their way to the front. Their expressions could only be described as murderous. Knives were soon in her hands. It seemed some uninvited guests had managed to slip in. "Dandan!" she yelled. Ty Lee swooped down from the ceiling in a flutter of brown. Already on it. Ty Lee took down one of the men with her chi blocking before he could shoot off the rock molded to his palms. Mai pinned another with her knives and rimmed her knuckles with fresh blades. A few cries of alarm started up, but most of the crowd were too spellbound to do more than watch. The girls moved with synchronized ease, incapacitating the disguised agents with a swiftness that could not be matched. The last man standing boosted himself up high on a rock pillar far from their reach. Ty Lee's eye narrowed. She darted up the pillar, almost floating with the grace of an airbender as she climbed and jumped from barely discernible foothold to the next. He broke apart some of the rock and sent it careening towards her. Ty Lee dodged the blow, but that gave him enough time to propel himself over her head to the stage. He landed in front of Jing Sheng and raised his arms, preparing to strike. There was a blur of metal. The man froze in his tracks. "Too slow," Angela said calmly. Jet removed the hooked edge he had stabbed into the man and then followed up with a crisscross attack that sent blood spraying in red droplets. The thud of a body hitting the stage signaled the end of the skirmish. Wordlessly, Jet stepped back to fall in line with Angela. Blood still trailed from the stained hooks of his weapons. None of the crowd moved or even made a sound. Jing Sheng turned back to face those who had gathered. He paused for effect, letting them take in the bodies and the three teenagers who had dealt with the agents. "Join with us," he said simply. "You have seen only a glimpse of our strength tonight. Join us and I promise you that we'll succeed. I promise that you will all have the freedom you deserve." The roar was deafening this time, made all the louder as people clapped and stamped their feet in approval. Mai's lips tightened. She shifted her gaze to Angela, who looked far too satisfied. "Just as expected. You planned for that, didn't you?" Mai demanded later, once they were all heading back to the apartment. "You knew those agents would be there." Long Feng's presence was never going to be enough, Angela said coolly. "Those people needed to be reassured that we stood a chance." Mai bit her tongue to hold back the words she wanted to say. Of course Angela was right. She was always right when it came to getting the best results. It just grated. Mai couldn't help but feel like she was being manipulated all over again. Her decision to attend the meeting had been her own, yet now she wondered if this had all just been another anticipated move on the Pai show board. Angela had purposely set it up so that she and Ty Lee would be the ones to fight the agents. Jet had stepped in at the end, but it was the girls who had awed the crowd with their skill. A chi blocker and a master of projectile weapons, they were an impressive combination. They always had been. That was why Angela had wanted them to fight with her in the first place. Angela flashed her a knowing smile. "No need to look so bitter. We're all working towards the same goal, remember? Thanks to your efforts tonight, we're that much closer to getting there. You should be happy." Mai's hands twitched, almost curling into fists. Angela noted the movement and her smile widened a fraction. She knew how much being used like a tool frustrated Mai. "You should have finished off Long Feng as well," Shizue observed from behind them. "That man will not talk. Keeping him alive is pointless." "We can still get some use out of him yet," Angela said. "Trust me. I know what I'm doing." Mai didn't doubt that, but whether they could trust Angela was another matter entirely. She still had her own agenda. That was just an undeniable fact. Mai hoped that Sokka had been able to make some headway with his countermeasure plan. With the way things were going, they might have to act sooner rather than later if they wanted to survive this truce unscathed. Shizue met her gaze and nodded to show that she had come to the same conclusion. That was a small comfort. At least Mai wasn't alone in her struggle this time. She just hoped it would be enough. Check the description for the links to the author.